true fire as soon as he came up. Looking back at the MO fan player on the other side, is he planning to use 7th grade true fire to refine this tingy mysterious pill? Fult is sure to win. Mofin, you're giving me a cold shoulder. I've put down your salary for a month. Hey, MO fan's expression is starting to go wrong. Not just refining oneself is not enough. We also need to be wary of Fultz. Is it because refining these 9th-grade pills is too difficult? Wait, why is this situation a bit familiar? I remember this scene. I saw it with the Wind player in the last finals. Mofin, are you sweating so much? What's going on? I seem to feel like the flames are slowly absorbing my spiritual power, making it difficult for me to muster any energy. Mofin, take a look. Your flames have dimmed. Disappeared. Why didn't you see the process of his flames engulfing during the meeting with Rostrand? Could it be that he has refined the higher-level devouring fire control technique? I noticed that you seem to have a better understanding of the devouring fire control technique than I imagined. But this way, you should know better. Everything you do in front of it is just in vain. The invisible fire has also been ignited. What is Mofin doing? Why did he suddenly stop? His invisible flame was also consumed by that person. This Fult is not like his younger brother who confused the flames he draws. With his current power in the fire, defeating him is simply a pipe dream. Can you assist me in learning the devouring fire control technique now that the campus news is level 3? Mofin, what do you want to do? Since other methods are not feasible, I will use my own methods to heal the person and retrieve the flame that belongs to me. Haha, on-site cultivation is useless. Don't waste time announcing Fult's victory directly. MO Fan, the contestant, has sat down again. Is he going to replicate the miracle from last time? No, it seems like he's practicing this time. How can you be flexible, useless Mofin? Even the 3rd-level Mofin contestant from Lianliantia has unleashed the true fire of the 10th level. Damn it, this Mofin must be a monster, right? It's really going to explode. Breaking through the top 10 on the spot and gaining real popularity, Mofin. I have to admit your strength. I also have to feel sorry for you. If I hadn't met you, there might have been a chance. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I don't like listening to you, BB. Devouring Fire Control Beginner versus Advanced Devouring Fire Control User. Can MO Fan really win the game smoothly? Since just now, the flames of both of them have been violently shaking, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Have you noticed that their flames are strong and weak and sometimes strong, as if they are devouring each other in the dark? The host's voiceover said that the flame of MO Fan's contestant had weakened again. Alas, is your newly learned advanced devouring and fire control technique still inferior to his habitual user? That's not necessarily early, sir. Let me ask you when people can eat the most. This must be when you're hungry. So he ate up all my flames and was starving to death. We need to ask him for some flames to fill our stomachs. What? Look at that radiance. Mofin is refined to 9 turns. Yimafan is really going to turn the tide and win. Fult loses money. MO Fan, your performance has exceeded my expectations time and time again. It's admirable and makes me unable to resist starting to get serious. What? Mofin, what are you staring at? Stop the fire quickly. I can't control my flames. Stop the fire quickly. What did Mofin do? Hey, MO Fan's elixir has been refined to a point where it's almost finished. If we keep going like this, the elixir will have to be refined and burned together in the alchemy furnace. Mofin, you shouldn't devour my true fire. My true fire has its own ideas, and if it merges into other true fires, it will plunder the user's control. So he intentionally made me swallow the flames. All right, for now, let me refine the elixir while admiring your despairing expression as you watch the elixir burn away bit by bit. Can the news database help me see what kind of conscious fire this is? No relevant information can be found. No information, damn it. We were just one step away from winning. Do we have to watch Fooled, that bastard, succeed for nothing? I just received the latest gossip news. Do you want to take a look now? What news are you watching? Is it the atmosphere of watching news now? It's too late. I've already clicked on it. You're becoming more and more self-reliant. Sending message. Gossip news. Last night at midnight, the richest man in the East Pole personally performed the Western illusion technique of cutting a living person with a knife in order to win his wife's laughter. However, the performance failed and XX was accidentally cut off. As of the time of writing, the doctor is still working hard to connect. What kind of breaking news is this? Oh, I thought there was any useful information. That's enough. Thanks to your news, I already know the method to crack the out-of-control fire. So what's the method? It's really uncomfortable if you don't say it halfway through. Concentrate and feel the breath. If I'm not mistaken, it must be hidden there. Eureka! Time out. What did you find? The flames have already burst out. There may be flames with self-will in this world, but I absolutely don't believe you can do it. Setting aside all impossibilities, what remains is only the truth. What's bothering me won't be your real fire. You actually. I saw through your scheme. Your defeat. It has also become inevitable. Although I don't know what happened, since Fooled lost his mobility, the winner of this game is. You are indeed a powerful opponent. If you had known, you would have used the tactics to deal with Kazama too. But it's not important. Kazama too won't hold back on you who defeated me. Aren't you worried? And how did you defeat that person? What's there to worry about? No matter who the opponent is, the winner will always be me. How did I defeat them? The previous news gave me a hint that a magician who wants to perform magic must first deceive the audience's thinking. Previously, that kid was guiding me to think from beginning to end, but he didn't completely take action when he had the advantage. It shows that he used deception, true fire, and his will are all nonsense. He was just using his spiritual power to interfere with me after making people have preconceptions. From the moment I destroyed his spiritual power line, it was him who was disturbed, so the winner was me. What's wrong with you guys? Mentor CUI, he. Thank you. Hey, I'm not interested in men. Do you know how long it has been since your majesty distanced himself from the Alchemist Guild and our Northern Wind Empire has not come this far? I'm not sure about that. I never expected to come this far. Our North Wind Alchemist will finally have the day to raise his head. I have offended many people before, but I hope Mo Donzong can forgive me. Don't be arrogant. Do you think you're the only one here for honor? Show off your old face, otherwise how can I have the motivation to bring back the championship? You guy. It's true that only Mofin would say that. Remember me, we're here for the championship. Don't be so easily satisfied. There are also competitions taking place there now, and I will definitely defeat the ones that emerge victorious. What just happened? Why did it suddenly explode? Fongian Transparent Players Dan Furnace. It exploded. The winner of this game is due to the explosion of the player's furnace caused by the wind and not due to external factors. It's a scam to blow up the stove without putting any medicinal herbs in. I've put all my wealth on you. East Pole Shame Fake Match. Shenxi Contestant. Hey, is that too much? Fooled blows the wind so well that this guy actually won so easily. Hey, is that too much? Stand up. Is this admitting failure? Stand up for me. You useless people, remember me. He didn't come to participate in the competition for you. If you're not happy about losing money, come down and gesture. Fool didn't use all his strength to fight you until the end. I don't want his respected opponent to become like this. You will make my victory seem very cheap like this. You're really good at comforting people. Although I am very unwilling, my loss is not unjustified. The moment I injected real fire into the alchemy furnace, the scene before my eyes completely changed. The sudden change made it impossible for me to control the real fire, causing the alchemy furnace to explode. Don't trust your own eyes when facing him. Is it another deception? Isn't he handsome? Morphin made me cry. Why would he help the enemy? I just can't stand those audience members crossing the river and tearing down bridges. Mo fan. Zixiao, why did you get here? I have something to say to you. Are you sure, Zixiao? The hairstyle of the headscarf is exactly the same as that of the person I saw last time. This person is related to Lei's family. Lei's hand can reach here. And those eyes are rare in this world. This person is not a subordinate of the Lei family, but rather a collaborator. Anyway, you have to be careful yourself. The danger you will face in the future is not just limited to the arena. If there's anything, just contact me through this feather. I still need to investigate. Will it be troublesome if the Lei family also intervenes? I'm not Zixiao. I don't have any leverage in the hands of the Lei family. As long as I enter the arena, what impact can the Lei family have on me? It's better to go back and prepare early. Is it really not going to affect you? I doubt it. Even if it's not for Mo Fan we still need to find out why the Lei family contacted the talent agency outside. Let me see who you really are. We have received a message from Lord Lei's family, hoping that Lord Lei can eliminate his opponent in the arena. It seems that the Lei family values that kid very much. Having such great ambitions, but being petty in doing things. Just one sentence is not enough to make the Lord of the Mysterious Shadow take action to kill someone. Next time you convey such a request, you can commit suicide. Subordinates understand. Isn't that the Royal Intelligence Organization of Dongji, Guiying? How could the Lei family be? I said. Do you have any thoughts after listening for so long? Not so good. Come down and chat. I have been discovered. Very strong. Stronger at the back. What? It's true that Feng Zi and Xiao Lei's family treat you as a serious threat. It's not wrong. Surprisingly, he was able to evade my attack. Even have the courage to counterattack. Do you know why I asked you to come with me here? It's just trying to lure me to a remote place for easy handling. But how can you be sure that I won't run? Are you so confident with the fire spirit pattern and me with the wind spirit pattern? Would someone as proud as you turn their back on the enemy? Ha, then you, the Lord of the Mysterious Shadow, have neglected your duty a bit. My past experiences have already made me give up meaningless persistence. Knowing how to run means you're not stupid yet. I hope you can give me a good beating on the Lei family, otherwise it will be a waste of my effort. The Lei family has been colluding with foreign intelligence organizations, and their communication and contact should have been ongoing for some time. It seems that there must be some mystery behind the prizes in this Dandao genius battle. The respected master and the Lei family, who are worthy of being mysterious, have teamed up and even disguised themselves to participate in the competition. Mofin is actually here. How can they eat your own kind, Mr. Zao? What are you saying? Mo fan. That's how it is. In short, I have another reason to win the Dandao genius battle, right? Since you said that Shinshi came with a hidden identity, what would he be afraid of? The second day. Hey, do you know which two people are playing in this final? Don't you have to ask if there's Mo Fan from the North Wind and Shinshi from the East Pole on the list? What do you know? Do you know what the identity of the God World One is? The leader of a killer organization is also eligible to participate in this sacred competition. How can your majesty agree to be so unprofessional as a royal intelligence organization, whether it is sacred or not? You're really despicable for letting this news out like this. If Shinichi is pulled back by public opinion, won't you win without fighting? Compared to the approach of the Lei family, this is a child's play, and it's not that easy to win. The best part is still to come. They have always been the ones who tripped me up, and now it's their turn. Mofin, don't be arrogant yet. Look over there. Don't sell yourself off for a cheap price. You at least made it to the finals. Both of us from the Western Sea Empire were hammered down by this unknown pawn. Where can we find a way to reason? Be content, if you want me to say it, even if you're unhappy, you still have to win the championship before saying it. Otherwise, wouldn't that kid surnamed Mo just let him take advantage? Don't worry, brother. At least the Western Sea Empire still has a ranking. Think about it, the Southern Spirit Alliance didn't even register this time. What do you mean, our Southern Spirit Alliance hasn't even registered our name? Don't you want to compete? Explain it to me clearly. What are you saying? You just can't do it. Find a fight. It seems like the topic has gone off track. It doesn't matter anymore. I never intended to win this way. What the hell am I? Are you okay, sir? System prompt. Congratulations to the host for supporting you. The number of people has exceeded 10,000 and your reputation level has reached the level of being famous. Open the poetry and history collections. Sitting down can also increase followers, and the increase is a bit fierce. It should be the public opinion fermentation of the genius battle, which has also made your final opponent, the God World One, popular. Isn't it like the people from that tea house discussing us everywhere now? Anyway, there's still something to gain. Now go back and prepare for the competition well. Mofin. Business Alliance Leader, why are you here? I've been preparing for the upcoming competition lately and haven't paid much attention to it. This time, there were significant setbacks in the competition due to the unveiling of the identity of the mysterious contestant, Shinichi. Originally, everyone thought that God World 1 couldn't compete anymore, even people from the Southern Spirit Alliance were joining in the fun. The attitude of the Eastern Arctic royal family was very ambiguous, and they actually issued an order to agree. That means there hasn't been much change before, so I still have to compete with him in the last game. No, there's a big difference. Because of this incident, this game has attracted tremendous attention. Not only did it change the rules of this competition. As the provider of the prize, our True Central Business Alliance also proposed requirements for live streaming the entire competition. Just to invite you to endorse our True Central Business Alliance during the live broadcast. Of course, there is a reward as compensation. How to change the rules of this competition. I can still reveal one or two things. Little brother, do you still remember this? Isn't this the 5 essence full yang I gave you? It was the sample you gave me back then, and the first round of the competition was related to these 5 essences being fully positive. The rule of the first round is that we provide a semi-finished alchemy furnace, and both players start their own furnaces, and the final alchemy will also use this furnace. And since you and I have agreed to develop the 5 essence full yang, we need to let everyone know the powerful effects of the 5 essence full yang. That means I not only need to win, but also need to use all 5 essences and yang to win, right? To be honest with you, if it weren't for you having the 5 spirits and all yang, I wouldn't have had such great confidence. After all, judging from the opening of my True Central Business Alliance this time, you are still not as good as Shinshi. Oh, so I'm not as good as the other party in the eyes of the business alliance leader. The odds of 1 to 2 are also impossible. Who made you look superior or inferior in the previous round's performance? I was just worried that you wouldn't want to reveal that you have a large amount of 5 essence and all yang, so I came here to invite you as the spokesperson to ensure victory. Of course, I also know that this request is a bit too much, so I was wondering if it could be compensated. Since you have opened a handicap, can I place a bet? Give me the remaining 500 million before. It's rare for Brother M.O. to be so confident. I actually have a lot of confidence. After all, that guy looks very strong at first glance. But since the winner will eventually be determined, why wouldn't it be me? Don't worry, I will use a large amount of the 5 essence full yang under the name of the True Central Business Alliance and achieve victory. Since you've already said that, there's no need for me to say more. I wish you a victorious start. Don't worry, I still have many methods to use. After a series of twists and turns. After serious and earnest discussions, the finals will use the new rules. Finally started. Who will emerge victorious in the first round? Judging from your appearance, you probably knew the content of the competition beforehand, right? If you know, how do you win or lose? It still depends on your performance. That's true, but I'm curious about how you will perform. Really? Why do you have it too? What did I see? The Divine World 1 contestant actually took out the most precious material as the core of the alchemy furnace, the 5 essence full yang. As the leader of the Eastern Arctic Royal Intelligence Organization, how could you possibly not even know the opponent's information? In this situation, how can you win? Give glory to Dongji. Help the Western Sea Empire vent their anger. Nanling also supports you. At the beginning of the competition, it reached its climax. How should the contestant Mo Fan, the ultimate treasure presented by Shinshi, respond? You. Isn't that too naive? What's the point of having only your 5 essences and full yang? Do you know where you went wrong? Underestimating you. Wrong, I didn't count it. I found the real Central Business Alliance ILO. The best supplier of Xinjiang Business Alliance's 5 refinements in Quanyang. Mo Xiaoga, you're too deliberate in advertising like this. I can't even see it. Don't implant advertisements in the competition. If the quantity can determine the outcome, then we don't have to compete anymore. You will soon realize that what you have done is just barely surviving. As expected, the leader of the intelligence organization has a set of skills. His true fire is so unique. Shinshi, the contestant, surprisingly did not choose to personally select, but instead used real fire to choose for himself. However, it should be reminded that players of the Divine World 1 need to pay attention to the fact that true fire can be selected, but once it affects the semi-finished alchemy furnace, they can only choose that one. That's really noisy, see? But it's enough too. I have already made my selection. And judging from your appearance, you probably don't even know how to choose an alchemy furnace, do you? Bye. Excuse me, Xiao Tai Dancer only taught you how to make it and hasn't had a chance to teach you how to choose it yet. I have always used the old man's alchemy furnace and have never studied how to choose one. Although there is information in the news database, it is too late to learn and sell now, and the gossip news I have recently collected has nothing to do with the alchemy furnace. They are all craftsmen. Include craftsmen. Isn't your gossip not just about the gossip you showed me about craftsmen now? Of course, otherwise why do you think gossip news can always be used? That's all my selections, but this time it's different. There's not a single one about the alchemy furnace, only some gossip about craftsmen. The relevant rules must have been modified these past few days. These semi-finished Dan furnaces must have been made recently, which means you have gossip about the craftsmen in your hands. Gossip news. It is very likely that it is about these alchemy furnaces, and the producer's condition at that time was crucial for these semi-finished alchemy furnaces. I just need to judge the status of the craftsman based on recent gossip news about them here. Even if I don't know how to choose, I can know which alchemy furnace is better. Gossip news craftsman Lee Tai suffered from unknown minor flaws in his work due to being too tired while working. This will not do. Gossip news craftsman by Mu, due to laziness, directly took a large iron ball as his work, thinking that there would never be a suitable candidate anyway. What a slacker in troubled waters. Gossip news craftsman Zhang Tong is very satisfied with the work he rushed to produce and thinks it is the best work in the past decade. Because he was too happy and arrogant in the brothel, he was punished by his wife by kneeling on the washboard. Relying on this, I was picked away by God's world. Gossip news craftsman Jiang Jin was inspired to create the most perfect work of his life when faced with an urgent deadline. Due to excessive energy consumption, he lost his head. That's it. I said it could be related. Whether you live or die depends on you. Don't disappoint me. After hesitating for a long time, contestant Mo Fan unexpectedly chose a semi-finished alchemy stove with an unremarkable appearance. Is there anything special about Mo Fan's alchemy furnace? Is this appearance really okay? What if the craftsman in the gossip is very skilled? Then his most perfect work in life is not that impressive. At this point, only a dead horse can become a living horse doctor. It seems that your vision is not as bad as I imagined, but unfortunately you are still too naive. Do you know why I picked this one under my feet even though I've looked at all the alchemy stoves? The one you chose is indeed the best in terms of craftsmanship here, but unfortunately the material is too poor and far inferior to the one I chose. Now I have the same 5 essences as you, Quan Yang, as the core of the alchemy furnace, and true fire is even better than you. Thank you for your reminder. Let me know how to achieve victory. Useless words can only expose your guilt. Embrace your failures. It seems that the first contestant from the divine world has already completed their own alchemy furnace, which is worthy of defeating the person from Kazama 2. The alchemy furnace looks like it can win. Can we win? It still depends on the next evaluation. Texture of material. Top grade. Workmanship. Top grade. Hearthstone. Top grade. The Last Smoke Show. Top grade. In summary, this alchemy furnace is top grade. I didn't expect that Shinshi, a contestant, had met all the requirements of the top tier. If Mo Fan, a contestant, falls short in one of them, then the outcome will not be in doubt. And our Mo Fan contestant is now. What is this? It's finally done. Mo Fan, please respect the competition. But I didn't read it wrong. Texture of material. Intermediate grade. Workmanship. Top grade. Hearthstone. Top grade. The final calcination. Intermediate grade. In summary, this alchemy furnace is top notch. Did you hear it correctly? What was the conclusion of the judges just now? It seems to be top notch. But all the attributes are not as good as the previous one, and just looking at the shape is not enough. Are you right, 2 judges? It's really top notch. Of course I read it right. It would be strange if this alchemy stove wasn't of the highest quality. You said before that quantity cannot determine victory or defeat, it's just that your quantity is too small. Look at this unique design. Look at this strange color. Look at this quaint temperament. What the hell? Play with us girls. Get lost. All of them are garbage. Did you calculate that the young master has the ability to make money? According to common sense, Mo Fan is not as good as Shinshi in any aspect. But who knew that this little bastard was so reckless that he actually killed everything? What did the Mo Fan contestant do? He used all the places that could be replaced by the 5 essence tool Yang. Not bad carving insect skills. I still have plenty of skills to deal with you. See you next time. Shinshi, the contestant, gave up and left the game. The winner of the first round is Mo Fan. What's that? Fake match. I'll give up now. Mofin, how did you win the first game? You didn't react at all. Are you unhappy? This game doesn't matter. The final outcome will depend on the elixir refined in the third round. And he put a lot of pressure on me just now, and I don't think he should be someone who easily gives up. Even though the referee hasn't announced the result, he doesn't have no hope of winning. Are you saying he has a problem? I don't know, but if he cheats, he will definitely take action in the next game. Yesterday's competition determined the alchemy furnace that the contestants will use in the third round. And today, the contestants are collecting the medicinal herbs they want to use in the secret island specially provided for this competition. Please note that this medicinal herb can only be used to refine one type of pill. So all the collected medicinal herbs must be used and not wasted. Good luck to both contestants. Please remember not to take off your live gem, otherwise it will be counted as cheating, Joe. If you want to take action, you can only do it now. Hands on feet. I have always been upright in the competition. Do you think I would believe it? Believe it or not, is it worth my attention? That's really shameless. Mofin, what kind of pill are you planning to refine? Do you remember why I left Fonling County? Although my master helped me save Xiaoyu, I have never relaxed my self-discipline. This time's yin-yang fusion spirit pill. Let me refine it. I didn't expect to collect so quickly and so smoothly. Mo Fan, do you have your own understanding of the yin-yang fusion spirit pill? Following a cat and drawing a tiger is a big taboo in alchemy. As an alchemist, it's strange that you don't have your own understanding, right? Now I see. Now go find the last medicinal herb and you can go back and prepare it. No wonder the medicinal herbs I found are different from those stored in my database. Speaking of which, it's almost over and I haven't seen Shinichi yet. I always feel a little uneasy in my heart. I really mean, Chow Chow has arrived. Put the thing down for me. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. I'm leaving now. That's too straightforward, isn't it? What do you care about him? It's just right to start fighting. Otherwise, if it harms the medicinal herbs, it will be troublesome. Congratulations to contestant Mo Fan for leaving the Cloud Sea Secret Realm first and winning the second round. In this way, if the third round is tied, then the Mo Fan player who wins the first two games will win. Got the match point? You don't necessarily have to win the third round, just tie it up. The difficulty level of the yin-yang fusion spirit pill has been modified by you. As long as you practice it at the same level, you won't lose. Keep up the good work. Looking forward to your new prescription. Don't worry, I have won the championship. Why do I always feel like something's wrong? Everyone is talking about the new Danfeng and Shinshi. As the leader of an intelligence organization, I'm afraid there's still so much to say. What are you talking about? When did Shinichi speak? And the medicinal herbs you found are completely different from the existing prescription, aren't they? The new prescription you modified. What are you saying? Shinichi has never spoken. Yeah, I wonder why you keep talking to yourself. And I noticed that the medicinal herbs you picked were not correct halfway through, and I even asked if you understood the prescription. But I didn't expect you to answer like this. It seems like you're almost becoming a solo alchemist. I'm very happy. Shinshi didn't say a word. I picked the wrong medicinal herbs. I seem to have spoken. Wait, if I was just talking to myself from the beginning, then since there's a problem with the medicinal herbs, my alchemy furnace. Mo Fan, why are you here? Juju, please help me check the alchemy furnace. I'm a little suspicious of my eyes now. Dan furnace is normal, isn't it? We've been playing for so long without any problems. But you almost burned the alchemy furnace several times when refining it. Fortunately, you replaced most of the alchemy furnace with the 5 essence full yang, giving Xiao Yanjiang the opportunity to help you identify and fill in the gaps. So you don't have to worry about the condition of the alchemy furnace at all. Fortunately, all 5 of my sperm have turned into sperm, otherwise it would have been a big problem. What's wrong with Mofin? It's nothing, nothing. I need to research what kind of pill to refine. Sorry. Fortunately, the alchemy furnace is not broken and can still refine pills, but the medicinal herbs have been completely disrupted by Shenxi. Lingfei Shendan Huang. Considering what kind of pill to refine, you probably picked the wrong medicine, right? How could it be? I've already researched it. But didn't you say you wanted to refine the yin-yang fusion spirit pill and specifically used your own modified formula? That's because you misheard me. What I need to practice is the yin-yang ascending spirit pill. This is the last pill recorded in the Lingfei Divine Pill seal script. If it is refined into a true pill and taken, it will definitely elevate to a great realm. Yin Yang Xingling Dan injection. The prescription of this pill needs to be adjusted according to individual physical conditions. Basic medicinal materials include Tian Xuan Hua 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 gypsum, gentian grass, Jin Ling Hucaine, Sheng Di Mutong, Qi Xiao Ling, peach kernel, jade cicada molting, roasted leech, somfing bait, lake pearl. How can the failed elixir of yin-yang fusion spirit pill, which makes even the emperors of the North Wind Empire make mistakes, compare to the divine elixir recorded in the Lingfei divine pill? Fortunately, the characteristics of the yin-yang Xingling Dan determined that all of my medicinal herbs can be used this time. What a stroke of luck! I need to go to the business president and mentor Gao to get some information on the yin-yang ascension pill, that's all. Although I have solved the problem of medicinal herbs and alchemy, I have never refined this thing before. The medicinal herbs collected on the island cannot be used. We need to borrow some herbs from the business president to practice. By the way, handicap. The god of danger, Shuri, this dog thief is really sinister. I actually forgot that there was a handicap in this competition. I have won 2 games on the surface now, and judging from the odds between me and Shenxi, so many people who bet on him must not be able to sit still. Mo fan, be careful. I said if you want to assassinate, you should also send a few reliable people. Are you here to deliver food? Don't be too arrogant. Wow, that's really annoying. By the way, it seems like someone reminded me just now. A young master. Master Xiaoyu. Why are you here? After all, it's your competition. How could we not come over as family members? True Fire secret record. And we also brought something for the young master. Thank you so much. What is this book for? This True Fire secret record records all the Earth-level True Fire materials known to the master, as well as their cultivation methods. I think it's almost time for you to practice this, so I brought it to you. As for the power of the Earth stage True Fire. This effect is an illusion. Why did the young master use this posture to catch the book thrown by the old man? What exactly did you brainstorm in my hallucination, kid? Master, what did you just use? I think I've encountered it before. It doesn't make sense. The Samadhi True Fire, which can truly create the illusion of inner demons, should only be understood by me. However, there are many counterfeits in the world. Samadhi True Fire. However, it seems that you have already witnessed the popularity of the Earth Steps and have suffered some minor losses. Then there's no need for me to bother explaining to you how powerful the Earth Steps really are. You should read a good book, right? But how can Master crack this Samadhi true fire? The opponent I am about to face in the final will definitely interfere with me. Mofin, you made a mistake. I am your master, not your nanny. I have already given you all the methods, but if you still only want to take shortcuts. As your teacher, I would rather you lose this game. Although the book provided by the master records many powerful true fires that are immediately apparent, even including fire control techniques. But it doesn't seem to be very helpful in solving urgent problems. Mofin has good news. As long as I don't hear bad news now, it's good news. That's really good news. Do you remember the SSR you drew last time? I've already researched it. Is there anything special about that broken sword that can lead me to victory? Not at all. But I found through experiments that that broken sword can perfectly absorb all true fire and freely choose the timing of release. And the absorption capacity of the broken sword has no upper limit, it's simply a perfect power bank. May I ask how it can help me? This way, when you cultivate, you can fully enhance your true fire. Put the uncontrollable real fire in the broken sword and wait for it to stabilize before taking it out for use. Isn't that still not helpful for my upcoming matches? I've worked so hard for so long to find out how to use the broken sword, but you're not grateful. I appreciate your head. You're done. I'm telling you, you're done. Chengtai Dancher gave you the book, but you can't find a way to blame anyone. True invisible fire control method. I have been working hard to find it. After a difficult wait, the final battle of the Dan Dao Genius Battle is finally about to begin. We are very grateful for the competition secret environment provided by Xinjiang Business Alliance, which allowed us to have a unique final. In order to ensure the announcement and the difficulty level faced by the contestants, this competition, we made some slight adjustments on the field. 2 contestants will occupy 1 stone pillar for alchemy. The contestants must ignite the stone pillar under their feet with real fire. The flames on the stone pillar cannot be extinguished during the alchemy process, and the time for alchemy is the time when the stone pillar falls. The control of firepower and mental strength of this pair of contestants are both very impressive assessments. The flame cannot be too small, otherwise the sea full of water spirit power will extinguish the true fire, and it cannot be too big. If the true fire burns the stone pillar, it means the end of the competition, and at the same time, pay attention to the elixir you refine yourself. After such a long time, you should have realized that something was wrong, right? How are you planning to defeat me with the problematic alchemy furnace and medicinal herbs? Now you still have to ensure the integrity of the stone pillar under my interference. Even now, you can't be sure if everything in front of you is your illusion or if I'm really talking to you. Mofin, you have indeed entered the state. Mofin jumped up. What's wrong? Mofin has been crazily refining elixirs during this period in order to avoid interference from the true fire of the one Samadhi in the divine world. Make the refining of the yin-yang ascending spirit pill completely instinctive, so that as long as you close your heart, you can complete the alchemy without interference. It's just that once unexpected situations arise, Mofin won't be able to adapt to them. Since the 2 contestants are already in place, please ignite the stone pillar. I knew it. Has Mofin gone crazy? His true fire is so strong that if it continues like this, the stone pillar will soon be burned down. Mofin did tell me his idea. Does Mo Fan have any deeper meaning? Mofin once said that in order to avoid being disturbed by the Divine One, he would close his mind and rely on instinct to refine pills. Now it seems that there is no control over the true fire on the stone pillar, and we can only pray that Mofin's refining will be completed before the pillar falls. It really makes me happy that you can come up with a solution in such a short time. There seems to be a problem with the stone pillar under your feet. First, heat the alchemy furnace to its limit. I didn't expect you to break through my Samadhi fire in this way. You're such a good opponent. If it were elsewhere, I wouldn't mind having a serious battle with you, but it's a pity. You're not the only one facing me now. Bring the people up. Fang Zixiao. Look what this is. This. Little sister's doll. Lei Jiuza. TSK, it's really touching. I haven't seen you for so many years, yet I recognized you with my own eyes. What exactly do you want to do? What do I want to do? I don't want to do anything, I just want to remind you as a friend. You should know what kind of constitution your sister has, right? Innate wood sorghum body. I originally wanted to take care of her and see if I could transfer this constitution. Unfortunately, it is truly the best innate spirit body. Its life and death cannot be transferred with the Lord. So I came up with a more fun usage. What have you done? Could it be that I thought something was wrong with the stone pillar under Mo Fan's feet earlier? Although Shang Guoliang is the leader of Xinjiang Commercial League, he is not the only one who has the final say. We already knew how the final would be compared, so that innate aura is now in the stone pillar under Mo Fan's feet. Seeing him burning so brightly now, he must be very confident in alchemy, right? So do you think he can avoid burning your sister's innate chi before the alchemy is completed? Do you want to take a gamble? The bet is Fan Ling's destiny. You and Mofin are good friends, right? Whenever you speak up, he will definitely choose to give up. What are you waiting for? Wake Mofin up quickly. He couldn't have failed to respond to his friend's call. Little sister and brother want to say sorry to you. Are you afraid? What are you talking about? What are you shaking your head for? Lei Jiuza. I bet on this game. I bet Mofin can complete the alchemy before burning the innate chi. Fang Zixiao, don't act impulsively. That's your sister's life. Yeah, at this point, the championship isn't that important anymore. Let's wake up Mo Fan. Unexpected. Mofin, you really know how to make friends. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're talking about? I know better than anyone what I'm talking about, but I know even better that even if Mo Fan gives up winning the championship according to what you said, he won't save my sister. If you think this can threaten me, then you are completely wrong. I will never be manipulated by you again. Instead of trusting you, I choose to trust my friends. What if he fails? Then I'll risk my life today to kill you and make amends for Linger. Why don't you play according to the routine? I said either one doesn't die today. Either it's not just my sister who will die. How could this happen? Fang Zixiao, how could you do this? Have you ever considered Mo Fan? If he fails, how will Mo Fan face you? No, I have to wake Mofin up. If Fang Zixiao's sister really dies, even if he wins, he won't forgive himself. Mofin, wake up quickly. What happened to Mofin? I beg your pardon? Lei Jiuza is actually so despicable. I know how you would choose, so I quickly came up to notify you. We must extinguish the flames now, otherwise we may accidentally burn off Zhao's innate vitality. But even if I give up voluntarily, it won't help. Zixiao's sister still can't be saved, and it will make us even more passive. Mofin, why did you intensify the flames? I know what to do now. Mo Fan, the contestant, is actually doing his best to ignite the real fire. What exactly happened without the dementia-like appearance at the beginning? Is it time to sprint to not be afraid of burning down the stone pillar? What? It seems that he was still awakened, but unfortunately, your so-called trustworthy friend. It seems like you gave up your sister's life. It's impossible. If Mofin wakes up, he would definitely give up the game for me, just like I didn't choose to disturb him. Mofin, what are you doing? I am doing what I should do. I will never let your sister die like this. Zixiao, you need to take good care of yourself. Although I don't know the specific meaning of contestant Mofin. But he's just declaring victory to his friends, right? Is the competition about to end? Mofin, what do you mean by these words? I mean, This is my way of saving. I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally harm Zixiao's sister if this continues, but I won't just be at the mercy of others. But to put it simply, if you want to maintain combustion, all you need is fuel. Isn't that enough? Next, whether it's the stone pillar or your sister's innate aura, there is no possibility of using it as fuel, and my real fire will not go out either. Because the fuel is myself. Now the flames will not extinguish, and there is no danger to the innate chi. The pain brought by flames not only has the effect of forging the body, but also makes me immune to the illusion of Divine World 1. Really? Satisfy both sides. What an astonishing fact that Mo Fan chose to use himself as fuel to ensure that the rock pillar would not be burned. At the same time, his behavior also makes it temporarily impossible for us to observe his future movements, and we can only judge Mo Fan's state from the real fire burning on the surface of the rock pillar. Mofin, can you hold on like this? Can hold on. Fortunately, we have already laid the foundation before. Now we only need to complete the final pill, but can we succeed in the future? The focus is not on me. Now we can no longer see any movements of the Mo Fan player, but as long as the real fire on his stone pillar is not extinguished. So no matter what he does, it's okay. Now let's turn our attention to the Divine World 1 contestant. It seems that the first contestant of the Divine World has not been disturbed by the behavior of the Mo Fan contestant, and is still perfectly manipulating the true fire to burn the stone pillar and refine the pill. Now it seems that the scene is in a state of anxiety. It seems that your wishful thinking is not working out. Let's not talk about whether the kid can use his imagination and endure pain to refine the pill. You don't think this is the end, do you? I remember telling you. The innate chi follows the master in life and death. If Mofin burns the innate chi, your sister will die. If your sister dies, her innate chi will naturally not be stable. Ha ha ha, you don't really think you can break through my Lei family's ship just by yourself, do you? Saying anything about risking one's life for revenge is just a harsh statement in the end. Don't worry, let's take action together. Good. What can we do together? It's not that we can't enter my Lei family's ship. Let's have one last word with your brother. Brother. Linger is not afraid. Why are you stunned? Don't you want to act together? It's useless to be stunned or not. This girl is doomed. You. Fang Zixiao. Why is there another one? You don't have to be afraid anymore because... Brother. I'm coming. It dissipated. Ju is actually fake. Although the wind is invisible, with his current cultivation, he should not be able to leave a false illusion and silently avoid the ship's barrier and infiltrate. And I clearly sensed the traces of flames. Did you do something, Mofin? Protect the young master. How did you get in? Do you think I'll tell you? How did I do this? Why? Of course it's because of me. True invisible fire control method. Even so, you almost burned yourself to death. The book the old man gave me is really useful, but that invisible fire control method is also too difficult. If it weren't for my previous closure of my heart to the point of having no intention or self, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend it. There's nothing I can do about it. If I don't do this, I can't hide it from the other side. I can only shatter the stone pillar without suspicion if I truly ignite the true fire within myself. Use stone pillars as a cover to block everyone's view and complete the use of the true invisible fire control method. However, I still want to thank you for researching the usage of the broken sword before. Otherwise, my physical body would never be able to withstand the true fire and earn you on. Now that I have this broken sword, I can even create more real flames without any hesitation. Humph. I have already said that my research is useful. Yes, sir. It's invincible in the world. But even guiding true fire is really tiring. I'm really exhausted right now, but from now on, I just need to wait for the alchemy to be completed. There shouldn't be any accidents either. Due to the inability to observe the movements of Mo Fan, we are unable to determine his condition. But currently, it seems that the true fire on Mo Fan's stone pillar is very stable and there hasn't been any breakthrough progress. And Shin-Shi has already entered the final stage of becoming a Dan. Is Mo Fan going to lose? I didn't expect you and Mofin to have such a hand. What exactly happened just now? Mofin was able to achieve such a level, so it seems that I underestimated him in the end. Everything still depends on Mofin. I just guessed he had a way to prepare in advance. I never expected Mofin to completely cover me with real fire and burn away all traces of me. I didn't have time to think much at the time, so I left an illusion in place right away. I blocked Lei Jiu's knife while it was not detected by the flagship of the Lei family. Using invisible real fire to burn away traces sounds a bit like the highest realm of invisible fire control. But although everyone knows that realm, no one has ever known how to achieve it. Can Mofin bear the immense consumption of true fire in that realm? Have you noticed that the flames on the stone pillar are becoming more intense? Is this a sign that Mofin is consuming too much and cannot control himself? The situation is already very good now, Mofin. Don't be under any pressure. Good morning, sir. Do you have? Something's wrong. This broken sword seems a bit different from the beginning. Why isn't this broken sword releasing true fire? Instead, it's fully absorbing true fire. And it drove the spark of the entire stone pillar to burn wildly. I can't control it now. This situation has never occurred in previous tests. Is it because this absorption is not your own true fire? Don't use the real fire generated by burning it now. Try using the real fire you cultivate yourself. I also want to, but I have already used up almost all the true fire in my body with the true invisible fire control method before. I can't keep going like this. I can't control the real fire from burning. This broken sword can make real fire burn automatically in order to absorb flames. I can't even retrieve it by relying on it. I have to. Not good. I don't have any real fire now. I can't even do alchemy as soon as possible. Do we still have to give up in the end? Mofin, after you leave like this, without the stone pillar as fuel, the real fire will quickly extinguish, and once you leave without your suppression, this stone pillar may immediately ignite completely. But if not, it could burn Fong Ling's innate chi at any time. We must take the broken sword out first. After I leave, I will immediately extinguish the true fire voluntarily. I just don't care about winning or losing yet. Get up to me. Let me go. Mo Fan, the contestant, surprisingly peeled off all the real fire on the stone pillar and dispersed it. Is it possible that alchemy has been completed and true fire is no longer needed? No, I've never heard of spreading real fire before alchemy is completed. Mofin's performance seems a bit like what we were worried about at the beginning, that the consumption was too high and we couldn't control it. Mo Fan, it seems that he did not complete the alchemy but rather failed it. Why did he take the initiative to dissipate the true fire and fail his alchemy? It seems that contestant Mofin does not have the ability to continue the competition. In this way, the situation is settled as long as the last real flame of Mo Fan's player is extinguished. Even if the quality of the elixir of Shin-Shi is slightly inferior, he can still win. Mofin, have you also lost to emotions? It seems that I have really taken in a good disciple as a teacher. Mumu Mofin, I have wronged you. Brother. Did that brother's friend choose to admit defeat because he was concerned about me? Even though my brother has tried his best to save me, do I still have to keep being a burden? Linger, what are you doing? I am here. Help, brother. What's going on here? I don't know, but suddenly there was a gust of wind in the air. Imut Samfung. Linger, why are you so foolish? My brother's friend refused to use all his strength because he was concerned about Linger. Now Linger has ignited his innate energy. That Mofin brother not only doesn't have to worry, but also competes better. Linger, don't be a burden anymore. You're not a burden, you're the best sister in the world. Having the right path brings many benefits, but losing the right path brings few benefits. Mofin, you're better than being a teacher in this regard. Why does this broken sword look so excited? This is a real fire fueled by the strong wind of E-Wood. Look at the posture of this broken sword that absorbed the real fire just now. It's not exciting, so there's a ghost in it. Isn't that the innate aura of Zhao sister, Imut Samfung? Now it seems that the girl took the initiative to detonate the Aiki in order not to affect you. You'd better not waste it. After all, the true fire caused by the wind of the wood azure is alchemy. Mo Fan. The situation has been fluctuating, and I thought the Mo Fan player had already given up. But I didn't expect that real fire would ignite again on Mo Fan Stone Pillar. What kind of operation is this? Why is it covered again and not allowed to be live streamed? The flames caused by the Aoki wind should not have any other effects besides enhancing alchemy. Is there a problem with Mofin's sword? Oh my! It's here again. That's the hair of the Qingxian king. That's really rare. You are? I never thought someone could meet my conditions and enter the Jueshian sword to inherit it. Jueshian sword sounds so familiar. Isn't this his Miao the sword on the list? Is it possible that this one is the one? Don't guess, I'm the one in your heart. Since you've arrived at my place, I have to give you what I left behind. Be optimistic, this is the true fire of boundless creation. It's best to use the strongest flame in this world. Although the book the old man gave me didn't provide a detailed introduction, it only had one name and one picture. But the real fire on that picture is not like you. My master couldn't lie to me, so you must have a problem. Oh, but how can you be sure? What your master knows must be true. Then I wouldn't believe that pies are falling from the sky. First, state your purpose before I decide whether or not to take on this real fire. I am just a remnant of the Jueshian sword used for inheritance, and I cannot answer your question. If you're really curious, why don't you recast the Jueshian sword formation and ask my true form for clarification? I can finally see the condition of the Mo Fan contestant, but his true fire seems to have dissipated again. Although the stone pillar is still burning, the scene doesn't seem optimistic. It's not easy that Mo Fan's alchemy furnace can still remain intact after experiencing so many things. However, it seems that the Mo Fan contestant no longer has any real fire. The flames emitted from his hands are just ordinary flames. Mofin, why are you standing still and not refining quickly? You actually didn't care about what just happened to me, but urged me to refine the pill. What happened? Haven't you been daydreaming all this time? The Jueshian sword is too dangerous for you. Once someone finds out, you're done for. So I used the last power of my residual soul and your invisible fire control technique to destroy everyone's image of the Jueshian sword. This is such a brilliant use that you can gradually comprehend. I can only help you up to this point. Goodbye if fate permits. What does it mean that a figure appeared behind Mo Fan's player after a strange operation? This means that I became a stunt double messenger and awakened my stunt double teeth. Although this is very disrespectful, I can only deceive you like this. Don't blame me. I'll show you the results of my breakthrough right now. It seems that contestant MO Fan has entered a new realm through some flashy maneuvers. Let's wait and see. Why does it feel a bit wrong? What is this, my kind of wipe? Dangia. How could MO Fan refine the elixir that triggers the pill tribulation in such a state? No, we have to help him keep this pill safe. That is. Mofin, quickly throw out the elixir. This is a pill tribulation against the real pill. If you hold the elixir in your arms, it will make GLA target you. Are you kidding? Since I can refine the pill, then naturally I can conquer the heavenly tribulation. You said it well. This. Who is it? Young man, you're really good. I really appreciate you. This small game surprisingly attracted. It's really you. Lingfizi. Ha ha ha, it seems like the scene has become quite grand. But I should be quite low-key as a person. It's almost done. We should go now. Wait for a while. Why did you help me? This can be considered as interfering with the game, right? Your question is a bit strange. I have already said it. I appreciate you. I have seen many people who are good at alchemy and refining. Although it is rare to see the innate wood azure wind body, I have also seen the innate spirit body. But there are still few people in this world who can make an innate spirit body voluntarily give up their innate chi just to help them. As for interfering with the game, that's interesting. The champion was already decided from the moment you refined the true pill. That means this pill won't affect me no matter what, right? Yes, I'm just sorry that this pill was only used. So what I mean is, could you please lift the blockade? This is the thunderbolt I caused. Please let me come to the ferry myself. What did the brat say? Dan Sheng, in front of the emperor, dares to act recklessly. Dan Sheng, forgive your sins. Are you sure? Be finished. You said you also have to choose a partner when pretending to be X. Just now, I was just chatting without considering that he is Dan Sheng. Ha ha. Are you afraid to answer? Once a word is spoken, it's hard for a horse to catch up. I'll come myself to overcome the calamity. What the hell am I talking about? When did you become so stubborn? Perhaps solving the tribulation is just a small task for you, but a respected person recently taught me. Don't think about taking shortcuts. Learning to grow is the key to becoming stronger every day than yesterday. So please let go of the heavenly tribulation and let me face it myself. The person you mentioned who taught you must be a very interesting person. I really want to get to know each other if I have the chance. But I still wish you a helping hand. I helped you converge the heavenly tribulation into the 9 paths. As long as you can withstand the further powerful 9-rayed thunder eye, you have passed this damn tribulation. But if you can't bear it, you have to die together. Okay, hurry up. There's no way to avoid it at all, we can only force it. MO Fan, be careful. After MO Fan rejected Lord Dan Sheng, he finally suffered retribution. No, I mean he finally got the test he wanted. You deserve it. Electrocute him. This is only 7, there are still 2. If you can't do it, then admit your cowardice. That Dan Sheng admires you very much at first glance. You're right. Although the heavenly tribulation has further tempered my physical body, the 7 tribulations thunder has almost reached its limit. But you still missed one thing, something that you ignored because of that person's existence. since that person can use the infinite creation true fire to activate the invisible fire control method and erase all traces of themselves. So even if I'm not strong enough now, as the master of the infinite creation of true fire, I can definitely do it. Deceiving the heavenly tribulation. Sure enough. You are increasingly surprising me now. You will be even more surprised in the future, but let me solve the last thunder first. Why hasn't this thing come over yet and it looks increasingly scary? Because the heavenly tribulation is accumulating strength. And we also need to locate it. Hey, you can't do that, can you? It's exactly what you think. Although your true fire and fire control techniques are indeed quite rare. But the tribulation is not just a test. It is a punishment for things that should not appear. It cannot be deceived or avoided. So in the face of such a situation, I'm curious about how you would cope with being exhausted. MO Fan's problem this time is a bit big. How to deal with it? Certainly. No need to deal with it, okay? What the hell? Are you playing with me, kid? That's a real pill that can only be refined with the help of the innate wood azure wind. You had to cross the tribulation yourself to let me go of the prohibition. But I can't hold on anymore, can I? Anyway, you said I already won, didn't you? People need to recognize themselves in order to participate in the competition. My goal of participating in the competition has been achieved. Why should I care about this accessory, whether it's winning or saving Zhao's sister? It's just that what I'm doing should be considered as. Have you grown up, master? Of course not. Your progress surprises me. So I'll give you a hand as a teacher. Yin Yang Ascending Spirit Pill. Original. It's you. Didn't you say you were sure to win? If it weren't for your recklessness, I would definitely have won. It's just a Yin Yang Ascending Spirit Pill. If it weren't for the real pill, how could I have lost? And in your opinion, why did you refine the true pill? What should we do now? Leave. Just left like this. I need a reason. So you're not going to explain, are you? I am not your subordinate. In the current situation, no matter what we do, we can't succeed. It's better to go to the Xinjiang Business Alliance in advance to lay out our plans. Anyway, you will receive that message soon. We will definitely meet at the Xinjiang Business Alliance. That will be the real showdown between you and me. But we still need to find reliable teammates first. Whisper to one another. Hello, sir. Do you feel that the atmosphere is a bit off? Is there any unknown story between these two people? So you were hiding in such a remote place. No wonder I couldn't find you. What else can you do if you find me? Can it change something predetermined? Wait a minute. It's not predetermined. Have you not given up on walking through so many places with me? Even if there are problems in this world, I can definitely cure them. Alchemists can definitely create such miracles. Wish you success. This guy is still so annoying. Stop, I didn't let you go. Give me the pill in your hand. This is real Dan. What is that, Zhendan? If the true pill is the real pill, then the treasure pill is the treasure among the true pills. Zhendan fully utilizes the theoretical effects of elixirs, while Baodan pushes these effects to their limits. But the true pill can still be made with technology and materials, and the treasure pill can only be made with luck. I didn't expect this person to rely solely on a drop of blood. Instead of considering how powerful the Dan Saint is, let's first think about refining the true pill, which could lead to a heavenly tribulation. This precious pill is probably... Why am I going? I'm even bigger than before. I'm finished now. This is something I refined, so I'm the one who went through the tribulation. This elixir has a very good condition and should be able to make you soar if it continues to taste good. Marshall. Wow, but wouldn't this make the foundation unstable? If that's the case, the foundation won't be stable, so alchemists don't have to exist anymore. No matter what the path is, the ultimate goal is to reach the finish line, even though we alchemists have reached the end. Okay, since your master didn't say anything, I won't say either. That's it. See you next time. Halfway through, it can drive people crazy. Hey, let's do it. Anyway, I've already gained enough benefits. As for the story behind this, it will eventually be discovered. When are you planning to eat this treasure pill, Mofin? I plan to use this treasure pill. Holy crap. Considering the departure of the player from the divine world and the affirmation of Lord Dan Sheng, I hereby declare the champion of this Dandao genius battle. Momo 2. Lin 1, Northwind 1. Linger, did you see that? That's really great. God has left the world. Even with Lei Jiu's performance, how could Shenxi leave so easily? What exactly happened? What about me? You don't have to say anything. Linger is not a child anymore. Linger does everything because she wants to be a brother, so there's no need to worry. I want to give this to you. Isn't it good to give it away to you from the Dan Sanctuary? Since it was given to me, it naturally belongs to me, so. This is. Please accept this. I think you need it more than I do. This pill was originally refined because of you. My victory is half that of you. And I have already obtained something even more precious, such as the realm that pills can enhance. For a genius like me, it's easy to improve. So quickly hold on to it and stop the ink stains. No need. Linger helped you and never thought of repaying you, so you don't need the self-blame pill. You can keep it yourself. Although I haven't seen it before, I'm sure the innate wood azure wind body is also very precious. Are you planning to let your sister lose her talent like this? No. Linger's talent will not be lost. Your elixir may be magical, but it shouldn't be able to make up for what Linger has lost. The best choice is to make up for the inheritance between innate chi and blood relatives. It feels like I've recalled some bad things. Zixiao. This is. I gave you my spiritual patterns and cultivation, activating the remaining innate chi of you. You are responsible for your own choices, brother. I am happy, but as an elder brother, I should also pay the price for my previous irresponsibility. I'm fine, Mofin. You don't have to worry anymore. Go and get the reward for the Dandao genius battle. And your friendship. That's my best reward. Mofin, you just ate like this. Otherwise, do we still have to burn incense, fast, bathe and change clothes? Mofin, what's wrong with you? What does it taste like? Wow. It's on fire. Help me, ah. Have they all been extinguished? They've all been extinguished, but what's going on with this fire? Although it looks like an ordinary flame, it's actually so difficult to deal with. It seems that it should. I have an inseparable relationship with this kid. Yes? Are you all right? No, this oppression. Wu Zongjing. A young master. Are you both okay? Thank you, Miss Xiaoyu, for waking Mo Fan up. Mofin, this is the EKO. I'm awake. What's wrong with you two? The fire is so strong. Young master, it wasn't intentional before. Don't blame anyone. You just. Since you're sober now, come over and let the teacher tell you what rewards you won in this competition. No need, I'll just find President Shang Boliang later. No need to trouble you two at all. It's not troublesome if there's nothing. Speaking of which, I haven't really thanked you enough for helping the North Wind Empire fight for honor. No, 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 no. What are you, Mofin? Shouldn't I have come? Don't be angry, little friend. We're just having fun. Cui Zhang, haven't you noticed that your aloof persona has collapsed recently? Can bring an easy and mediocre character to the college. Okay, since the Chamber of Commerce president is here, you can tell Mofin about the reward for this Dan Dao Genius Battle and Rujuo. There were originally 3 rewards this time, one of which was a guidance from Dan Holy Spirit Fizi. However, the child has already been granted the treasure pill by the Dan Saint, so it can be considered as receiving it. This is one of the rewards this time. The treasure map of King Qingshuan's treasure. What am I supposed to be? This outdated thing is indeed my most impressive news. The treasure is in the North Wind Empire, right? I'm afraid the lingering memories have already been dug up by someone. Of course not. Because the treasure is in our Central Business Alliance, we will use the treasure map as a prize. If we were to provide an unusable treasure map, it would be embarrassing for our business alliance, ILO. Jinyang Business Alliance. Director of the Chamber of Commerce, you must have been deceived, right? To be honest, the treasure of King Qingxian has already been obtained by me in the North Wind Empire. Professor Cui, when I was caught for my special true fire, didn't you mention the Qingxian King technique I learned? What's wrong? What's wrong? I didn't believe it back then, but now. It seems that Mo Fan, you have indeed received the inheritance of the Qingxian King, but it may be a false inheritance, right? Pseudo-inheritance. That tomb contains the soul of King Qingxian, it can't be fake. Where is their authenticity and inheritance? Am I learning a fake technique? There is no such thing as fake martial arts. The reason why the Qingxian King was respected in the past has convinced everyone. It is precisely because she never hides her secrets, is passionate and cheerful that she is admired by everyone. Is this the same person as the Qingxian King that I know? My loli, who looks very temperamental at first glance, is in menopause. Wait, it's dangerous to think about it again. Even if King Qingxian inherits more than one place, how do you know that mine is fake? Because we haven't received any news yet. What the hell is this? Why do you have to receive the message? It's not surprising that you can learn from Lord Qingshuan's martial arts because of her personality. But as one of the legendary twin kings and 4 saints, if the true Qingxian King is inherited and born, it will surely be earth-shattering. Double kings and 4 saints. Double kings. Since we haven't received any news yet, your inheritance is probably a gift from Prince Qingxian Su Biyu to someone who is destined for you. I feel like there's a problem behind this. The double kings, 4 saints, and double kings you mentioned are Qingxian King and... Of course it's the Blood Demon King. The friendship between the Qingxian King and the Blood Demon King back then. Just like you and Fang Zixiao now, it was also a touching story back then. Mr. Zhao, please start searching for news about the Twin Kings and 4 Saints now. Understand? I won't ask you who the 4 Saints are, I'll only ask if you haven't opened this treasure either. How do you determine that this is the true inheritance? This is naturally because these two things were found from the tomb of the Blood Demon King. As a close friend of King Qingxian, it is true that he was placed in the tomb of the Blood Demon King. And the location pointed to by the treasure map is Yahello, our true central business alliance. According to records, King Qingxian once engaged in a great battle with Sword Saint Dugu Xian there. So there is a high possibility that the Qingxian king will be truly inherited there. So Mo fan, I didn't pay attention to your previous statement that you learned the Qingxian king's martial arts. Because that adult has left too many legacies with a kind and benevolent heart. But we generally refer to those inheritances as pseudo-inheritances. There is only one true inheritance. Mofin, your inheritance is definitely true. Even if a person leaves behind many legacies, there will only be one tomb. I know why my true story wasn't exposed back then. Probably because I went in early, but that's not the point. I can now confirm that there is an issue with this treasure map. Because of the Blood Demon King. He must still be alive. Gossip news. 100 years ago, one of the double kings, King Qingxian, and the Sword Saint among the four saints engaged in a battle in the Xinjiang Commercial League, and the outcome is unknown. However, the aftermath of this battle created a port in the Xinjiang Commercial League region. It seems that there was indeed a battle back then. The Qingxian king kept asking me to avenge her until the last time she saved me, so now the Blood Demon King must still be alive and well. So the tomb of the Blood Demon King is fake, and the treasure map taken out of the fake tomb may help me find the trace of the Blood Demon King. But in the news picture just now, do you have any information about this sword, sir? This should be the Sword Saint's weapon, right? Is there any problem? It seems that the leader has indeed hidden the information of the four swords of killing immortals very deeply, but as the owner of the Jiweshian sword, you can still see the unusual nature of the sword in the news. No problem. How could there be a problem? Now, whether this treasure is real or fake, I have a reason to go once. If it's fake, it's the conspiracy of the Blood Demon King. As the legitimate successor of the Qingxian king, I must go. If it's true, then what's inside could possibly belong to the Sword Saint. Truly Mo fan. I have noticed before that Mofin often falls into meditation anytime, anywhere. Do you want to wake him up? Awesome. What the hell did he suddenly realize? President of the Chamber of Commerce, this gift is really in line with my heart. I can't wait to unlock this treasure. When will we leave? Little brother, you're going with me to the Xinjiang Business Alliance. The saying goes, it's better to choose a day than to collide with a day. Since I'm going to unlock the treasure, why not start with the president? Alas. Mofin Mumu, you need to think carefully about San Mumu. The region of the Xinjiang Business Alliance is mixed with good and bad people. You may not be able to win it well if you go there. Why? You'd better trade this prize instead of actually going on a treasure hunt. Since you have already obtained pseudo-inheritance, the real inheritance is not that important. After all, Lord Qingxian is kind-hearted and will not favor one over the other, so it's better for you not to wade into the muddy waters. And I'm sure treasure maps are not uncommon and can be copied at any time, but the chairman of the business still faced a lot of pressure when he presented key fragments as prizes, right? I won't hide it from you. There are indeed people in the Chamber of Commerce who want to unlock the treasure themselves, so the prize is only a broken key, not a complete key. Although I really want to give the treasure to the little brother, if he doesn't want it, I can still repurchase it at a premium. No need, I'm satisfied with this prize. I've secured the treasure. But if we go this time, there may be danger. Xiao Yu won't leave the young master. Then let me protect you well. Xiao Yu believes in the young master. Why do I feel sour looking at those two people? It seems that Mo Fan cannot be persuaded. Let's go back and report the good news together. Little brother is really impressive, so I won't refuse either. Please give me a face, little brother. Let's go to Xinjiang together. Could you please go back and congratulate me first? After I finish my work, I will return to the college. Got rich. This is the radiance of wealth. Wow, it's so dazzling. It's beautiful. The Chamber of Commerce President's card really contains 2 billion. Your odds are 3 times, including Ben Jean Gang, it's worth 2 billion. The card in your hand is not only a receipt for withdrawing money, but also a VIP card from the Business Alliance, which can be considered as an additional gift from me. The gift I was supposed to give you shouldn't be this one. If I were to return to the chairman, I was indeed following your instructions. Prepare to convert these cash into the assets of the North Wind Empire for Mr. Mofin. It was only when the Chamber of Commerce encountered problems in the North Wind industry that I took the initiative to bring back the bonus. Please go to North Wind to take charge of the overall situation instead of staying there to exchange industries. The old man was stimulated in this game and left without saying goodbye. The real Central Business Alliance of the North Wind Empire had problems. Don't let the old man do anything. The problem you're talking about isn't an old man smashing your store, right? If you were to smash the store, we would have contacted the security guard long ago. Having the president take charge of the overall situation is naturally a business matter. Is the situation serious? It's not serious, but as you know, some decisions can only be made by you personally, which is inconvenient for us employees. Since that's the case, it's okay. There are crew members on this ship, so you don't have to worry at all. You're really not polite. Hey, little brother, I'm not someone who likes to be polite, so I don't pay attention to formalities anymore. That's right. By the way, I went to the North Wind to greet His Majesty the Emperor on my behalf. We are acquaintances, and you can also come to him if you have any difficulties. I must have taken it to you. If you encounter any trouble, you can also contact my wife. So now move towards One Piece. What are you saying, young master? It sounds so interesting. No one can understand my joke, it's so boring. Why don't you just put those works in this world? It's not that easy. It's the hard work of countless great authors. Have you forgotten something? You just won the championship in front of everyone's attention. Now you can completely exchange for most Earth classics. Ming Dong. Isn't that the president's shuttle? I'm back to the Central Business Alliance so soon. Jinyang District. Why are we all in Jinyang District? The young master is still in his room and can't come out. What's wrong, young master? Mofin, it's time to stop. You. The Mountain Thief King's Hero Academy is dedicated to refining into a god. I've already said it's time to stop. The real news database is for you to search for information, not for you to read comics as a otaku. Comics are also very important information, and I have been in this world for so long. I have saved a lot of updated content, why not let me read it? The real news library is for you to use knowledge that does not belong to this world. Apologize to me for comics. Comics are knowledge that does not belong to this world. A young master. Young master, why are you locked in your room talking to yourself? Ha ha ha, I didn't say anything. Less. You guy. Madam is too shy. Ha ha ha, it's true that he's the champion of the 9 and Dan Dao Genius Battle. He really has great skills. But since you dare to come to Jinyang District with the key to the treasure, then be prepared to die. Die. Did you make a mistake? Since I know I won the championship of the Dandao Genius Battle, why is that? Dare to appear in front of me. I dare to appear naturally for a reason. Don't forget where this place is. He, have you also noticed? This is Fesua. You are indeed strong enough that I dare not even appear in front of you in a different place. But unfortunately, you are a good person. How could a good person risk destroying the shuttle and fight me with all their might? There are not only you here, but also your maidservants and sailors from the True Central Business Alliance, ha ha ha. Look, being a good person is like feeling frustrated. And you are destined to die here. A young master. You got it wrong again. Good people don't hold back. Only losing to someone like you. Only then will I feel suffocated. What if I can't use fire? Next, I'll just use a sword. One sword, one slash. Ha ha ha, I actually knocked out your young master. Are you planning to surrender and let me give him some pleasure? I just think what you said makes a lot of sense. Young master, being such a good person and resorting to any means necessary to deal with you is really a disadvantage. So let me kill it. Kill me. Your young master said that it's not enough. This girl. You really don't care about the other people on this shuttle. They are not my young masters. Extreme heart talk. I said you were planning to stay still and fight me like this. Kill you. I don't need to move yet. I can see that although you are different from your young master. But your weakness is even more obvious. Are you nervous? Your young master cares more about sailors than your young master. Look at what I'm saying. Your weakness is even more fatal. As long as I set my sights on this kid, you'll be better equipped to deal with him. Give up struggling. Die now. How could this be possible? You said my weakness is the young master, but have you ever thought about it? When you set your sights on the young master, you also expose yourself. We need to retrieve it quickly. An assassin who exposed his target is even weaker than me, this little maid. Why do you think you can break my hair blade? This is just a trap set for you. How? Have I ever killed you? Now spit out everything you know. I can give you a good time. Enjoy it. You. Excellent assassins will never entrust life and death to others. And do you think defeating me is enough? Your young master is still concerned about the sailors on the ship, but he doesn't know that I have already killed all the people on board. When you fall from the sky, the representatives of the 4 major guilds will definitely come to find you. You who hold the key to the treasure are destined to die. Hurry up. What's going on? This seems to be the president's ship. Why did the chairman's ship fall? Notify the 4 major guilds. How did we get off the ship and why is my head so dizzy? If the young master feels dizzy, Xiao Yu should take him to rest and talk about things later. The 4 major guilds. Excuse me, President Shang left too quickly and forgot to ask him about the specific situation of the Central Business Alliance. But judging from what the assassin said, young master, you are very dangerous now. Danger doesn't matter, from the moment I decided to step into the True Central Business Alliance. I am already prepared to face danger and... Aren't you still by my side? As I become stronger, you must be my helper well. What did young master say? Xiao Yu will definitely be a helper. At least now we have arrived at the True Central Business Alliance. From now on, we just need to continue moving forward. I listen to the young master. But having no intelligence is also a hassle. Good morning, sir. No news, no, 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 don't be angry, it's a big deal. I won't read comics anymore. No, I just arrived at the Central Business Alliance. What's going on? It's impossible to just ask someone casually. Hey buddy, do you know the 4 major guilds? Where do you think there's such a place? I know. Jiangyanfeng. There is only one of the 4 major guilds in the Xinjiang Autonomous Region. That's the 4 major guilds of clothing, food, housing, and transportation under the true Central Business Alliance. You have such a great ability to cause trouble that you have offended the ruler here. How did you know that I offended the 4 major guilds? I have been unwilling to accept it ever since I lost to you. Who wants to listen to your story? Answer my question well. So I didn't choose to return to the North Wind Empire, I was honing myself outside. You should be familiar with this thing, right? Hey, isn't this thing very unusual? It's really rare. It took me some effort to get it. So do you know why I know you offended the 4 major guilds? You're also being chased. How to collaborate once. So you feel sorry for me too. Plus, although we are opponents, we also come from the same place with a foundation of trust. That's a good idea, but I refuse. What? When Xiaoyu and I came earlier, we took the shuttle bus of the chairman of the Xinjiang Commercial Alliance. But even the president's shuttle was invaded by assassins. That person mentioned before he died that the 4 major guilds of clothing, food, housing, and transportation had already sent agents to hunt me down. And although you just showed me the fragments of the treasure and shared the same plight as me, but you probably have no reason to come to the Central Business Alliance. You lost to me in alchemy, and this treasure has nothing to do with alchemy. You, who inexplicably appeared in front of me, are very likely from the 4 major guilds. Do you really know nothing? Then why are you looking for this treasure? What do I need to know? Although Lord Qingxian may not be as proficient in alchemy as the Holy Spirit Flying Child, as the strongest user of flames, her treasure is very rare for alchemists. And it's not surprising that we lost the previous battle because my true fire wasn't as good as mine, so I came to find this treasure. On the contrary, you don't even know the life of King Qingxian. Why did you come here? What about that? I just remembered that the technique passed down to me by King Qingxian is the Heavenly Fire chapter of the 5 Elements technique of creation. It seems that Jiang Yanfeng has a reason for this. Did I misunderstand him? Incorrect. Since this treasure is also useful to you, you have no reason to join forces with me. The treasure only has 1 share, can it still be divided equally? Because there is only 1 treasure, I hope the final opponent will be you. The prize for the winner this time is the treasure of Qingxian King, and let's eliminate the interference on the way together. I don't mind letting you lose again. Hurry up and set off. Now we're 2 people with a big goal. You have to be careful not to lose to anyone other than me before finding the treasure. Don't worry. I definitely won't lose again. Since you have already trusted me, Mofin, let's proceed. Let's collaborate well. By walking over this hill, you can often reach the port before. It's much more convenient to take a shuttle or a boat when we arrive at the port. To avoid being sniped on the road, take a break, Joe. There are shuttle buses in the small town where Xiaoyu and I landed. Why do we have to walk to the port? It's because you landed there that we can't ride the shuttle there. The target is too obvious. We must go to places with high pedestrian traffic in the port to avoid being monitored. And how can it be convenient without taking you 2 steps? I set up an ambush. Mo fan, be careful. See how you died. Be on guard early. No. Fortunately, I didn't act immediately and didn't expect Mofin's maid to be so strong. But if that's all, it's not enough. But if that's all, it's not enough. Mofin, I'm here to help you. I didn't expect you to give it away for free during this period, but you still made progress. Surprisingly, it's true. But no matter how strong it is, it's useless. It's almost time. The poison I poisoned should have gone off. It seems that the efficacy is not enough. Why do you feel so tired? We need to add some fire to him. Jian Yinfeng, are you okay? Probably got some injuries earlier. It's just a minor injury that doesn't matter. I'll help you up. Thank you for coming to help me. That's really nice. I've been a big help. You. A young master. Don't be so surprised. This will make me underestimate you. Although I really want to defeat you with dignity, the money given by the 4 major guilds is just too much. They did not underestimate you, and I did not disappoint the price they gave me. You bastard. Don't be foolish. If I dare to expose myself, I won't be afraid of your resistance. You first drank the poisoned water I gave you, and then your energy was depleted by the assassins, Mofin. You were also injured by my poisoned blade. The fragments in your hands are also fake, and being chased is even more fake. Of course, this thing is real. I did come here for the treasure in the first place. But I wasn't pursued. On the contrary, the 4 major guilds specifically came to me to deal with you because we know each other. Do you think you can still get the treasure after dealing with me? Which do you think I would choose between the elusive treasure and the opponent who was about to die? And if I kill you and hold 2 pieces, how can I not be qualified to share a treasure? Mo Fan, if you weren't from Shan Wuliang, the 4 major guilds would definitely have approached you for cooperation. Are you still the proud Jian Yinfeng doing this? Don't you feel guilty to your father? Don't mention anything, father. I have long been tired of playing games of filial piety and fatherly love, even though I have no blood relationship. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given myself a problematic pill. Since he wants me to win, I won completely. You can't avoid it a second time, so obediently accept death. I still have to thank you for solving all the assassins, so I can take this credit alone. You said all the assassins. I was originally worried that there might be more ambushes. After all, we have come a long way. Assassins are really unstoppable, wave after wave. You never believed me. Just keep me alert at all times, and I am somewhat certain of you, but your information is not well informed enough. Looking at me from the perspective of the past, my failure now is just your destiny. I don't even know what the elixir I refined in the finals really means. It seems that you really don't have the qualifications to be an alchemist anymore. The moment you ignore the elixir, you are no longer qualified to stand in front of me. Since the young master knows the enemy's situation, do we still need to go to the port? Do you know why I signaled you not to have any unusual movements? Because I keep sensing that there are people around, but I can't find them. That's why I want to use the bitter meat trick to see if I can trick people out. There are also enemies. Don't be nervous, since Jian Yinfeng said that the enemy has been defeated by us. That means the one I sensed couldn't be an assassin. It should just be a messenger. And I just found him. Still not coming out. I've already let you out. Do you think you can leave? What would you do? Your task should be to detect, right? If that's the case, just bring me some news. Take a message. You should also know my next destination, given the abilities of your 4 major guilds. It shouldn't be difficult to guess my route, right? I don't have any conflicts with the 4 major guilds. Did you initially plan to collaborate with me? And I actually quite dislike the twists and turns, so I might as well write a battle book here. Since nobody has any holidays, why don't we just go straight ahead? How about each betting on the fragments in their hands for a game? Young master, do you think the 4 major guilds will bet on you? Meeting. Because I have no conflict with the 4 major guilds themselves, and I will present a duel that the 4 major guilds cannot refuse. How can you guarantee that you will win, young master? Certainly. Seek. Master Zao, quickly retrieve all the information from the real news database. You can tell what information to look up just by the name of your clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Even if it's called out, what would happen? You don't think you can win just by cramming, do you? And you're so sure they'll bet on you that you don't really intend to let someone use their skills to compete with you, do you? How can we make them agree to gamble if we don't let them come up with their ultimate skills? I deliberately waited here and stopped moving forward just to see what response they would have. It's been so long since we've been here, haven't you heard any news yet? Got it, I just haven't had a chance to say it yet. I really have it. Gossip news. Interracial. The main members of the 4 major guilds, as a foreign race, have some extraordinary qualities. 3 days ago, the leader of the Scale tribe wanted to re-dye his scales because he was not satisfied with their color. The president of the Food Association, Shui Tian, was unusually absent from his own restaurant as the head chef today and ended up in a small town not far from the port. That's him. Master Zao, quickly retrieve the recipes from the news database and help me search for news about interracial groups. Young master, why did you come out? Just brought the food. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoyu, but there's no need to bring it. Come down quickly, young master, and I'll take you to eat something delicious. Coming. You guys really keep me waiting. I didn't expect those assassins to be behind you. I didn't expect you to really wait here. Why do you think it's better for me to bet on killing you? I thought of a bunch of reasons, but now that I see it's you guys, I suddenly feel it's unnecessary. You don't deserve to bet with me at all. Are you playing with me, kid? I tried to solve the problem with the utmost sincerity, but encountered a group of opponents who had no pride at all. You deserve to call yourself a foodie if you can use the means to poison food. It can't be true. Poisoning. How can we do such a thing? Ahem, what you said was done by outsiders. We can't do that kind of thing. I don't believe you don't know. But it doesn't matter. I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself now. Since you are a foodie, your cooking skills should not be lost. How about we have a cooking competition in the kitchen here? Did I hear you correctly? Are you trying to talk to me? Mofin, are you crazy? Compare cooking skills with you. Even with recipes, you can't make those dishes. Don't think your fire spirit pattern. You can use real fire to make up for the heat. Do you know who the person on the other side is? I have retrieved information about the 4 major guilds and the alien race. Anyway, who do you want to collaborate with? You can all find Jiang Yinfeng, so you probably don't mind finding me, right? Although I am friends with President Shang Guoliang, I have no grudges against you, do I? You're being honest, but are you sure you understand who I really am? The hands of the Yin ethnic group appear slightly larger and are very sensitive to temperature changes. They are very sensitive to the control of heat when cooking. So as an alchemist, your mastery of fire is just their instinct. It's because I know your identity that I feel challenged. Okay, what about the bet? 1 dish determines the winner. If I lose, I'll give you the pieces and then I'll withdraw from this treasure race. You lost, give me the fragments in your hand. But after taking the fragments, I don't mind developing the treasure with you guys. You're saying that, but I've taken advantage of everything. Who said you took advantage of the referee selection when it was cheap? I haven't said yet. Young master, what are you doing? Didn't I say I wanted to take you to eat something delicious? Now's the chance. Let your maid serve as the judge and let her blow the black whistle. That's better than a chef poisoning food as a judge, right? I already said it wasn't my people who did it. Anyway, if you are unwilling to take on the culinary challenge of becoming a self-alchemist even though you have the advantage, then why don't you just hold the big spoon in your hand? I believe my little jade is absolutely fair. Do you dare to believe in your cooking skills? War. I will definitely have your maid say in person that your dishes are not as good as mine. I am looking forward to it. When did you change your clothes? Don't you know that skin has a bonus for combat effectiveness? Stop talking nonsense. Since there is only one dish, I will naturally bring out all my skills. 18 types of raw materials are fried and stir-fried separately. Finally, stew it in good wine broth. Cooking is not that simple, kid. Why are you so leisurely? Don't look at this person for being ugly, but he definitely doesn't have any skills. You'll have good taste soon. Are you really comparable, kid? Of course we have to compare, but I'm not like you who cook one dish for half a day. My dish will be ready in half an hour. I want to see how you beat me in half an hour. Yeah, young master. How can we win in half an hour? Just based on my honor as a top-notch chef. Xiao Yu will be the judge later. You must carefully evaluate and not help me cheat. I'll show you how I can win, young master. What are you pretending to be? That man is doing Buddha jumps over the wall. Somehow, he is the head of a guild. How could you win with a ready-made recipe? You don't even know how to use a kitchen knife, do you? Don't worry, my dish. No need for knife work. Even if this soup cannot be made perfectly due to the ingredients here. But it's not something you can compare to in those half hours. If you lose, I will definitely make you look better. If you saw my dish, you wouldn't say such words anymore. Okay, take a look. Silver Arch Fried Chicken Family Bucket. How could you possibly win his divine drunkenness with this thing? This box embodies the soul of fast food. I thought you had some abilities, but it turns out you're just a crazy kid. But as a chef, I will still complete this duel. Let your maid eat yours first, otherwise if she drinks my soup. But I won't be able to swallow your food. Don't worry, just say your thoughts after eating. Yummy. It seems that this kid can't mess around anymore. You can't beat me. This competition. How about which one tastes better? This girl's expression doesn't mean she's going to blow the whistle, right? Food is paramount, we win. What a waste of time. Young master, I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. You did the right thing. This is all what I asked for. Don't play bitter scenes there. Hand over the fragments. Willing to gamble and accept defeat, of course I will give it to you. However, you have to eat a piece of fried chicken I made first. Kid, what are you playing with? I have already placed a bet here, but I have already said so. Are you really not curious at all? What's the secret behind this thing? How? I think you know better than me. Although it's still delicious. But it's definitely not as good as me. You lost without any problem. Therefore, are you competing with me as a chef or as the president of the 4 major food associations? What do you mean? Aren't you bringing people here with such great fanfare just for your own food? Your soup is indeed delicious, much better than my fried chicken. But you can't deny that my fried chicken is delicious, can you? So what? Isn't it still not as good as me? That's the problem. When you served the dishes earlier, you mentioned that the ingredients here are still slightly insufficient, making it impossible for you to make a perfect divine drink. Ha ha ha, one is really ridiculous. You've spent so much time in such a great kitchen, yet you can only make an imperfect fairy drunk. And how many people will get drunk with such a complex immortal, and what is the selling price? Immortal drunkenness is the proud work of my family president, and what can be perfectly made in the world is only a palm's length. The selling price is even more expensive, but today you were lucky enough to taste it. Well said, it's truly a chef's skill that's precious. Such a precious immortal can only be bought once a week, no matter how drunk it is. Otherwise, how can it appear precious? Selling 4 times a month, that's only 40,000 yuan. Am I right? And even you, the chef, can say that my fried chicken is delicious. But it can be made with just any kitchen, and it doesn't even take half an hour. Not many people know your craft, but anyone can learn my fried chicken. You may be able to make 100 people spend 10,000 to eat you, but I can make 10 million people spend 100 to eat me. Now please tell me, as the president of the Food Association, who won? What did you say? Of course you lost. To put it bluntly, what you made was just fried chicken. You don't think I can't make exquisite dishes, do you? Quickly exchange the Manchu and Han seats. Look what this is. Money spinning silk. White anti-4 treasures. You see, I don't even need to be able to make those dishes. I just need to be able to install it. Now looking at these recipes, tell me, how does the dish in the first place compare to your divine drunkenness? Indeed, you have one Yubei fan. Willing to gamble and accept defeat. The fragments from the food gathering are yours now, and they won't cause any trouble for you. Wait, you forgot to take your things with you. Aren't you interested in these recipes? You. I am friends with President Shang Buoyang, but I am not enemies with you either. Didn't I say that we have enough cooperation foundation between us? No wonder the business president values you so much. From today on, you are a friend of our food club. I count these recipes as the stock you have invested in with your skills. If you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to contact us. Finally, I have one more piece of advice for you. The people you will encounter next are not as easy to talk to as I am. If you still want to compete like this, it's best to find a way to make them willing to listen to you. Next generation, I should go to the port next. Searching for information. The headquarters of the 4 major guilds in Jingyang Port. The alien in charge of the guild is the Scale Clan. This tribe is born with an extraordinary ability to perceive water. The characteristic is the scales on the back. Young master, are you really not worried at all? The president said that it's difficult to deal with guilds here. Don't worry. The 4 major guilds' desire for treasure is nothing but for profit. The previous battle made me realize that as long as I can defeat them and bring them greater benefits. The 4 major guilds don't even need to unlock the elusive treasure. After all, ghosts know if there is treasure inside the treasure. So regardless of whether food is paramount or not, I must defeat the 4 major guilds. Found free shipping tickets. Since we have to face it, is it easy to deal with the Scale tribe? What difference does it make to me? Just how do we defeat the basic necessities of life represented by the Scale tribe? Good morning, sir. Have helped me search for information about travel in the real news database with all my might. I'll see if there's anything that can be used. Let's put our hearts at ease and go see the scenery on the sea. Young master, look, it's a jewel whale. This is a spirit beast only found in the Mediterranean of the true Central Business Alliance. Speaking of which, why haven't the people of the Scale tribe come to find me yet? Don't they want my keys? Once this ship docks, I'll be out of their range. I even specially boarded the ship, and it is said that their headquarters are located in the Mediterranean Sea. This ship is also from the industry, so there is no reason why they shouldn't come. A young master. What's up? That jewel whale. It seems to be getting closer and closer to us. What? What is this? What's going on? My God. It seems that you are just like that, invited here so easily by me. Pay special attention to the young master. If it weren't for your kind invitation, what would you think that whale could do to me? Are you stubborn or are you? You should know who I am, right? Of course I know. The presidents of the 4 major guilds of the Shanghai Flow Xinjiang Business Alliance are in charge of shipping and logistics in the Xinjiang Business Alliance. But I didn't expect it. Your headquarters is actually here. It seems that you have a good willingness to cooperate if you are willing to reveal this. Did you misunderstand something about cooperation? I brought you down here to leave you with no way out. As a Chamber of Commerce, you should be more interested in getting rich, right? I'm sure you should also know me and President Shui Tian. It's precisely because you like to get rich that you want to get the pieces in your hands even more. And did your deal with Food for Heaven give you a false impression? What do you think you can come up with to impress us or compare yourself to us? Shipping is not a shortcut that can be taken with just a few recipes, and how can you compete with us alone in shipping? So there's no need to talk about it, right? Of course, there are those who talk about you obediently handing over the fragments. I'll let you leave out of consideration for the sake of food, or you can resist and die in the deep sea. Seeing you like this, I probably have no other choice. It's just a pity that you don't know me well. I'm quite annoyed with making choices given by others. So I chose the third path. Stop him for me. Well done, it's my turn now. Shanghai Flow. I'll also give you a multiple choice question now. Stay with me or go help your tribe. You son of the beach. If you scold me casually, there's no need to scold me. Goodbye to you. I won't let you go. What's going on? How long do you think you can hold me back? Don't even think about leaving. Getting through our protective cover is just to make it easier for me to control the water flow. Why do you think we are in the midst of clothing, food, housing, and transportation? Tianmu Palm. Complex. I helped you fix it for free. Don't thank me. Young master, now the Lingzhu people have absolute transportation advantages in the sea and are unwilling to cooperate with you. What should I do? Young master, when did you change your clothes? Don't underestimate this skin. It looks invincible in the sea. Since we have decided to defeat the Scale Tribe, we must be fully prepared. As for the issue of the Scale Tribe refusing to cooperate, I will definitely find a way to create opportunities. How to create it? It seems like they don't get any oil or salt in. You're wrong about that. Their so-called lack of oil and salt is a big problem. According to Shanghai Lu, since he is so confident in his shipping, why bother developing treasures that may be dangerous? The profits from shipping are already very scary. So they must have a reason for pursuing the treasure. As long as I can find this reason, I can make him cooperate with me. And what I really care about is that my previous technique of using the Tianyan sword technique was a bit incorrect. The power of that move is a bit too great, completely beyond my estimation. Originally, I only intended to interfere with their situation and ended up injuring them all. At least, the guards of the sea should not be so weak. So I'm wondering if there might be an issue with the environment here. Did you find anything, young master? Previously, that kid from Kangaliu gave me multiple choice questions. Now it's my turn again. Mofin's current affairs news has been updated. It's about this underwater area. I came in a timely manner, and now I am more confident. Wait for you. If they want to deceive our perception in the sea, they must not walk too fast. So it won't go far. Hurry up and find it. Don't look for it. I came over by myself. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to fight. On the contrary, I still plan to collaborate with you. If you had run away before, it would have been fine. Now you dare to come back. Do you really think I won't kill you when you mention cooperation? Oh, since I dare to come back, I naturally have the confidence to make you accept cooperation. Didn't you notice that something was missing? Your maid. Did you let her escape and then you cut off? I didn't expect you to be a man. No, 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 Xiao Yu and I will never abandon each other. So she didn't escape, she just went to a place according to my instructions. Current affairs news. The underwater volcano at the headquarters of the Mediterranean scale tribe of the Xinjiang Business Alliance is becoming increasingly active and about to erupt. The eruption point located 30 miles west of the headquarters is gradually becoming uncontrollable. You said you had no desires or demands, but I didn't believe it at all at the time, so I investigated a little bit. You rely on your unique talents to transport underwater, and you don't really need treasures. But recently, the submarine volcano on this underwater plane is about to erupt, which will have a huge impact on the underwater transportation that you rely on for survival. That's why you have an idea about the treasure of King Qingxian, but you don't want to cooperate with anyone because you don't want people to know about your own danger. But now I know, and can you guess where I sent Xiao Yu? You gave me 2 multiple choice questions before, and now I'll give you 2 too. Then I have also decided to choose the third option like you. Unfortunately, you don't have a choice. Do you know what Xiao Yu went to do now? Are you crazy? Do you know the impact of detonating an underwater volcano? I'm at least a pirate now, so I must use some pirate methods. Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. Just now, I was just giving you a warning so that you could listen to me attentively. Now you only have 2 choices. Work with me for a win-win situation, UFN. I detonated the underwater volcano, and our fishing nets were broken. Once an underwater volcano erupts, it will affect more than just our family. All the creatures under the sea will die. How dare you? Of course I dare not. But do you dare to take a gamble? Put the fate of the entire clan on me being a good person. What are you saying? I said how to cooperate. Is that right? Take your things and let's go. This time, we admit defeat. Isn't that about cooperation? What am I going to do? Do you still think that insulting me is not enough? What can you do to cooperate with me? Your biggest collaboration is keeping our secrets for us. Master Zao, quickly take out the information I told you. Don't be so nervous. If it's a collaboration, I definitely won't cheat you. Your biggest problem now is that transportation mainly relies on your own talents to travel underwater. But now the underwater volcano is restless, and you can easily make it unstable by manipulating the water flow underwater. When you are unable to continue on the underwater transportation route, your business will inevitably suffer a significant loss. And what I mean by cooperation is naturally to let you set aside your concerns. No longer using underwater transportation, but walking on the sea surface. Do you think I haven't considered what you're saying? Do you know how much damage shipping can cause? And underwater, not afraid of wind and waves, is it something that depends on the weather and can be compared to shipping? So it can't be a simple boat. Are you planning to carve formations on the ship? Do you really think that you alone can surpass our clan? The cost of carving formations on every ship, not to mention the impact on underwater volcanoes when transporting too many things, is different from what we do underwater. Alas, the formation is indeed a formation, but the ship is not the one you imagine. I may not be as good as you people alone, but behind me stands an entire Earth. This type of ship is called a Ming ship, and its use of power is much stronger than that of modern ships. We just need to engrave the formation on the wheels, which not only consumes less, but also has a better effect. This is just the foundation. In addition to steamships, I also have internal combustion engine ships, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. With these ships, everything is enough for transportation. It seems that you are indeed very sincere, but your approach still cannot solve the problem of wind and waves. No matter how good the ship is, when it encounters the anger of the sea, it will remain silent. Encounter storms and transport underwater, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever thought about why we should consider cooperating with you, son of the beach? I've already said that I dare not manipulate the water flow casually now, otherwise the seabed will explode. Isn't underwater transportation slower than now when encountering storms and waves? I said, since I'm not afraid to go underwater, I'll keep using water for shipping. There's nothing in business that doesn't bear losses. You're not even as good as food. But who let you be lucky enough to meet me as a collaborator? So I'm here to solve this active volcano for you. You just stay here and watch carefully. How sincere am I? Young master, haven't we already obtained the key fragments? Why do you still do this kind of thing? Because I truly want to cooperate, and we will return to your hometown after that. If we establish a good relationship with the true Central Business Alliance, there's nothing wrong with it. What does this kid actually want to do? What are you planning to do, young master? Even if you take the Yin Yang Xing Ling Dan. What can you do to face the power of nature, young master? There are always more solutions than problems. And I've already figured out what to do. Creating true fire without quantity. Do you know the truth that blocking is better than loosening? The Scale Tribe dare not take any action because it is related to life and death. They are afraid that their actions will stimulate this underwater volcano. But little did they know that this was just chronic death. Even if they don't stimulate the accumulated energy on the seabed, it will still explode. But now I need to use the ability of the Jeweshian sword to absorb fire spirit power and release these accumulated energies. As long as we can ensure the continuous release of energy, we can guarantee that underwater volcanoes will not erupt. And this is the release point I have chosen. Xiaoyu, hurry up and use the purple extreme heart method to help me cool down, so as not to absorb too much heat at once. Room. How do you plan to release these energies, Mofin? If you're not careful, you might explode. How to release, of course. Boil some water. No matter how big this underwater volcano is, it's not as big as the entire ocean. So I will release heat directly into the sea at this point without causing any adverse effects. And this heat will create a current, making underwater transportation more convenient with the help of the current. Now I just need to hold on here for a while and let these energies form a stable path. And I believe that with the power of the Jeweshian sword, this can be easily achieved. A young master. Xiaoyu, use the purple extreme heart method here to help me stabilize the energy channel and prevent it from overloading. I'm going to start directing the energy with all my might now. Good. I didn't expect you to really stabilize the entire seabed, but is it really possible for such immense energy to gather at one point without erupting? Xiaoyu, I seem to have made a mistake. The Jiuxian sword did achieve my idea perfectly, but it was done too well. Too much energy is being attracted and cannot be guided. We can't do this. This will render all previous efforts in vain. We must stabilize the energy channel, but before that, Xiaoyu, go. Far away from here. Leave it to me here. A young master. Even if you are a cultivator and have broken through your realm, Mofin, you cannot resist the power of nature. But if I leave here, it will really explode. I'll take the blame for the mess I made here, even if it means exploding. I have to wait until I die. Jiuxian sword, can't you suck? I'll let you suck enough. Mofin brother, you're so amazing. Are you performing acrobatics? I'm trying my best. I almost forgot about you. As a Taiyin Flow Pearl, you also have Yin Cold attributes, right? Come and help me stabilize the energy channel. With you there, everything must be stable. What exactly happened to these unusual movements of underwater volcanoes? What exactly have you done? That is. The maid beside Mofin. Young master, young master. Why is it only you, Mofin? What was the outbreak earlier? Let your young master come out and explain it to me. Explain. Hello, what are you doing here? Do what? Let me give you an explanation. What do you think the young master is doing? The young master is fulfilling his promise. Are you saying that Mofin is calming an underwater volcano? Just for you scum. What qualifications do you have to make the young master work hard? Go die for me, 47. As long as you die, the young master will come back. How could that be? This is what I did. Of course not. It's me. A young master. Why are you crying? Do you think I'll die? I want to become the man of the Sea King. Is the scenery I created beautiful? Good looking. Let you see the scenery, not me. Although I am indeed quite good looking. Hee hee hee. Young master, how did you manage to freeze the seabed and stabilize the energy channel? This is the skill of your young master. Although I won't be able to use it in the future. Mo Fan, do you really want me to do my best to help you freeze? Of course, if you don't give it your all, you won't be able to withstand it. Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Okay. So fierce. This is what you asked me to do with all my strength. If I had known you were so fierce, why did I suffer before? If I had known that Pearl Warrior was so powerful, I would have held onto your thigh tightly in the future. No way. She told me that she was able to freeze because she had accumulated a lot of soul power by suppressing the 5 spirits and all yang for so many years before. As a result, I made her give it her all, causing her soul power to run out. After that, she was only slightly stronger than the 5 spirits and all yang. Oh, as long as the young master is okay, everything is fine. At least my goal has been achieved. Do you think so? Chairman of Kangaliu. I can't believe you actually did it. So now I can confidently ask you for the fragments. Food is paramount. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. As a friend, we have become friends of the tribe of Scales. In the future, your routes will become incredibly diverse. Whether on the surface or underwater, having this water flow for transportation is a convenient thing. The Scale tribe will always remember your kindness, so this transportation. You have one. This ocean current is truly extraordinary. Nowadays, not only has the underwater volcano been resolved, leaving our tribe with no worries, but the carrying capacity of this water flow has also been greatly improved. But why did you switch to this underwater? Aren't you afraid of getting wet? I've already said that skins have a bonus for combat effectiveness. I'm just building up strength for the upcoming showdown. Speaking of which, the guild we encountered when we landed here was the Clothing Guild, right? It seems that you really plan to conquer each of our 4 major guilds one by one. Don't say anything nonsense about subduing. I am collaborating with you. Cooperation also needs to have a foundation, just like if you didn't threaten us with underwater volcanoes, we wouldn't have been able to cooperate. What can you offer to collaborate with Ihui? Isn't my current outfit convincing enough? I don't know much about dressing up. What a piece of rotten wood without any sense of fashion. Young master, how are you planning to persuade the other party this time? After achieving the goal of keeping warm, clothing makers can only focus on looking good. And I have countless fashion design drawings in my hands. And what I have on hand is not just fashion. You've calculated it, but you've kept me waiting so long. My godmother has already told me to treat you well. I never expected you to break into my place. Godmother. I am Een Hong Hong's goddaughter. The clothes you are looking for, the president of the association. What do you mean by that? Let's collaborate. Oh, it's so easy. My godmother originally asked me to work with you, but now that you're here, isn't it natural for me to say this? I went and had my skin whitened. Mofin hopes you like the gift I prepared for you. Thank you, sister, for welcoming us. You're welcome. You're all people who want to cooperate. When can you give me the fragments? I can exchange it with something else. This may not be available to you temporarily. Why is this? Will there be any more moths coming out? Of course, it's because the fragments are not in my possession now. Why doesn't that sound a bit wrong? Because I wanted to fully cooperate with you, I even invited the Stay Guild. Previously, in order to show sincerity, both fragments are now with the chairman of the residential association. Don't say such a good thing in such an ambush tone. It scared me to death. I didn't expect the 2 fragments to be resolved so that I could immediately synthesize the key. Don't think about that now, come drink. Delicious, delicious. Send them to rest well. When he wakes up, let him come to me to discuss cooperation. Why did you just now? Don't let me make a move. Of course, it's because it's not suitable anymore. That guy has never relaxed. Go on, Xiao Dan. Don't. It's presumptuous of the person in your hands to want to keep him taking the yin-yang ascending spirit pill. I know you really want to help me, but you just need to obey me well. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to resist killing you like I replaced the president of the council. I will definitely comply. Mo Fan, Mogn has mastered the treasure of the mystery of ascension. How can you touch it? Flying up, what? Flying up. For thousands of years in this world, countless cultivators have been unable to surpass and escape. Countless cultivators have tried every means possible to ascend to become gods. And the treasure key in Mo Fan's hand is the key that unlocks the inheritance of the sword Saint Duguke, who was closest to ascending among the 4 saints at that time. Legend has it that Duguke finally broke the barrier of heaven and earth before the soldiers were released, and was only 1 step away from soaring. But because Shuyuan is approaching, we can only leave it for future generations to inherit. This time, with my power, I have already found out that the item used in the Dan Dao Genius War is the opportunity for my dream to ascend. It's ridiculous that the true Central Business Alliance didn't recognize it and turned it into the treasure of the Qing Xian King. I was originally hiding my identity and was determined to obtain the key, but I didn't expect Mofin to kill me. I'm really sorry for disrupting your plan. Why do you think I'm on guard at the table? Once you get off the table, you'll relax. How did you see me surprised? Even more unexpected is still ahead. Do you dare to appear in front of me like this? Are you confident or foolish? Bring your destiny. You're really not something. Oh, I didn't do anything. No. This is all voluntarily done by Miss Yin Fei. That's right. Should we be so anxious? At least this is also the goddaughter of your benefactor Yin Hong Hong. If you kill her like this, it will be difficult to explain. Maybe you won't be able to survive in the spiritual realm of Xinjiang or even the entire TE. As for these people, you guys shouldn't move either, right? After all, these people are just controlled by me. They are determined to collaborate with you. You can't be so heartless, can you? Ha ha ha. Targeting us is a smart choice. However, I said she's actively protecting me now. Any action that could potentially harm me would trigger her reaction. Ha 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 ha. Rest assured and die here. Don't mess around, huh? A young master. God said that these people are all under his control, but he will actively protect him. That is to say, what special method was used? Oh, I see. Infinite creation true fire is the source of all true fires in the world. Use it wisely to cut true fire. No matter what technique God Xi uses, it must be the Samadhi true fire. I cannot decipher your techniques, but I can dissolve your essence. Samadhi Shinfire has disappeared. How is that possible? Yeah, I didn't expect to be able to use Samadhi Zenfire too, did I? And my flame rank is higher than yours, so anything you do with Samadhi True Fire can be lifted by me. Now, I see how you're still threatening me. Your moves are just old tricks to bewitch people. I can hide it from others, but I can't. Everything that has happened since the Battle of the Divine One Dan Dao Genius should be over now. Day. Did you make a mistake? Her life is still in my hands. Even if she can't take the initiative to die for me, I can just let her die. I want her life to be exchanged for treasure fragments. Shenxi, you really provoke me now. What should we do next, young master? What should we do? Of course it is. Launch a rescue operation. But before that, we need to completely break free from the control of these people first. Are you awake? Although you are under control, your consciousness should be clear, right? So I don't need to explain everything that happened before, do I? Now I'm going to save your family president on your behalf. Can you tell me where the divine world may be now? This is the territory of the original Residents Guild. At the beginning, Shenxi took on the identity of the president of the Residential Association and gained our trust. Living in the guild now seems to be in dire straits. The detective from the clothing guild said that Shinichi's whereabouts disappeared around here. In other words, the place where he used to live in the guild has been completely occupied by him. This place has become the lair of God World 1 in Xinjiang. The young master's analysis is correct. Shall we go in now to save people? No, although I can unlock the control of Divine World 1, before unlocking it, Yin Fei was completely unguarded. It's too easy for Shenxi to use her to threaten me. Shenxi's choice not to hide his whereabouts indicates that he has already set a trap in his lair and is waiting for me to step in. But Shenxi missed one more point, which is that I am not just a fire-type spirit pattern. The performance of the Dan Dao Genius Battle was too outstanding, and since I joined the Xinjiang Commercial Alliance, I have only used wooden moves underwater. Everyone thought I only knew fire. Whatever plan he has, just use his strength to break through 10,000 laws. The Residents Guild. Almost 5 invasions. It seems that your subordinates are not just eating dry food when they arrive so quickly. The attack is so fierce, theoretically speaking, I should go out to confront it. After all, if we don't care about this place anymore, we'll lose ground, don't you think so? MO fan. How could I possibly know? When did you come? I can't calculate such a thing. Are you still so confident in deceiving me? I just need to know who you want to save, okay? Isn't it too cowardly for you to just stay here all this time? I can control the intelligence of the Western Sea Empire because of this caution. It is precisely because of caution that I am able to know many pieces of information that no one else knows. No one knows the secret of the treasure of the true Central Business Alliance except for me. Why don't I reveal Joe to you before you die? Why do you think your master's cultivation failed and his cultivation level regressed by 2 realms? Because he forcibly merged 2 cultivation methods, the human race and the demon race, in order to break through the ascending obstacle set by the heavenly Tao, which is naturally an evil path. That's why he ended up like this. And what do you think Dan Holy Spirit Feezy didn't tell you? As alchemists, let's forget about it until the end. Since your master didn't say anything, I won't say it either. They, who have reached the top level of training, all know in their hearts that no one in this world can ascend. The most ridiculous thing is that people say that King Qingxian is the only person in the world who has successfully ascended, but I have already found out that he was actually killed by someone. I have a feeling that what the guy in front of me is saying is true, at least the Qingxian king was indeed killed by the Blood Demon King. Young master, are you okay? Xiaoyu, go out first and stabilize the situation outside. If you doubt how I know all of this, then don't forget that I am the respected figure of the Eastern Arctic Empire's intelligence organization, Shadow. Although this is just my identity as a traveler in the world to collect these secrets. No one can explain why it happened like this, only that generations of talented and gorgeous geniuses eventually fell on the hurdle of soaring. Each of the double kings and 4 saints in today's world is a person who has reached the pinnacle. Everyone tries every means possible to ascend. But as I just said, these people have all failed except for one exception, Sword Saint Duguke. In fact, this person's name as the Sword Saint is not because of his swordsmanship, but because he has a divine sword. The sword's conquest of heaven and earth made Duguke suddenly realize the mystery of ascension in his later years. Unfortunately, he understood too late and the deadline was approaching. So he ultimately left his inheritance in the Xinjiang Commercial Alliance, hoping that someone could inherit his divine sword and successfully soar through the limitations of the world. Why does the divine sword have such a strange visual sensation? After saying so much, you just want to express how precious this treasure is, right? No, I've said so much to make you an understanding ghost. After all, holding back some things for too long can be a bit uncomfortable. Are you okay with your brain? Why do you think I dare not let anyone go here even though I knew you were coming? Of course, it's because I was fully prepared. After knowing your goal, setting traps becomes much more convenient. You just acted smart and let your maid go out, leaving you completely isolated and helpless. You, who are naturally lacking, are destined to never ascend, so even if you obtain the treasure, it is useless. Lack. Even I, the master of the mysterious shadow, have to admit that you are indeed cunning and give me a headache, but your talent is too poor. The twin kings and 4 saints are all exceptionally talented children, and you are just a mediocre talent with low spiritual patterns. Even if you obtain the treasure, what will happen? You may never be able to comprehend it in your lifetime. Only someone like me, who is born with a 9th grade, has the possibility of winning the championship. But it doesn't matter anymore. As a pity for you, I have already told you too much. You should also be content to die. I will take the key fragments you left behind after you are refined by the magic array to obtain the treasure that you are not qualified to obtain. Ha ha ha, I don't know if I have the qualifications to ascend, but I know it won't be me who died here today. Oh, now that you're all trapped here and that maid's gone, you can't attack me, the formation organizer. How can you turn the tables? You're absolutely right, so I still need a helper. A helper who can help me turn things around. Your shameless face makes me want you to die even more painfully, Io. Someone like you who is cold-blooded and has been in power for a long time. I only believe that everything is under control. So you never take a risk and never believe in miracles. So you definitely can't understand how I turn things around. Am invincible. I still have some leverage. I have obtained countless pieces of intelligence. The call was successful. Next up. God's world. I knew you had been fighting all along. As long as I opened a small hole for you in the Samadhi true fire, you could break free. But don't be too busy getting angry yet. This person is no longer combat ready. Help me unlock it first. Oh, okay. Are you all right? How could there be anything wrong with me? It's only God World 1. What expression did he see that was so disgusting? I don't know if Samadhi Shinfire just triggers a fantasy, and no one knows what specific fantasy it triggers. But you're really amazing, just as my godmother said. Hey, I've been rewarded too much. It's just a way of giving back to others. If you say I'm not talented enough, I'll be defeated by someone who's not as talented as you. That's really true. I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot to bring the broken keys. Hurry up and take it. Hurry up and leave. Has the gap reached such a point? At the final moment, you were able to come to your senses. It seems like you're completely useless. But don't think you've won. Ha 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 ha. I don't think this guy will use the reserved project of the villain boss. Since. Hey. Did you end up making such a scene just to scare me? Don't worry about him. Let's go back. You are the one who saved my entire guild. I want to hold a celebration banquet for you. Sister, don't be so enthusiastic. If Xiaoyu sees it. But I have to know. No. Let's hurry out and take a look to avoid Xiaoyu getting into an accident alone. Oh Xiaoyu, have you already taken care of the people outside? Yes, it's you, but you didn't hurt them, did you? After all, they are all under control. I need to quickly break free from their control. Hero, wait for me. Young master, that's true. Thanks to you this time, we must work together well in the future. Let's start with the set of clothes you wore before mass production. Sister, cooperation is cooperation. Don't get so close. I have never seen a woman at the top of the clothing guild treat a man like this before. Unfortunately, even though MO fans solved all the people who invaded the neighborhood this time, you still didn't have a chance to save them. I seem to have missed something important. Are you saying that the people I dealt with are all the people who invaded the residence this time? Yeah, our guild will block the road, and no one can escape. Everything has been cleaned up. It's strange. No matter how you look at it, you still need Ed to make things together with the alliance with God World 1. Where has Lei Jioza gone? No wonder the Divine World would say such words later. It turns out that Lei Jioza is still hiding. You'd better be careful. The enemy may still be hiding deep inside. Mofin said there are still enemies. Have you investigated thoroughly? Do you think I'm you? I can be controlled silently by someone. After receiving the news, I closed the road and checked for any abnormalities. Even if they have different channels, they still have to eat. There's nothing wrong with my subordinates. Anyway, you must be wary of this person. It's best if everyone remembers his appearance. I will send out this portrait later to ensure that no information will be missed. That's good, but I'm still a bit worried. It's like having a long dream at night. We still need to unlock the treasure as soon as possible. Although according to the nature of Shinshi, it is impossible to share the news of the treasure with Lei Jioza, there is always a possibility. I won't hide it from the three of you. This thing is very precious, and President Yin Fei should know. I said before that I don't mind developing treasure with the three of you, and that statement still holds true. Do you want to go with me? Lao Shi, you really didn't read the wrong person. That's right. I can still lose money in business. Hey, what are you guys doing? Answer my question well. Brothers Mofin, we are all business people. The most important thing is our purpose. The things we need to do to cooperate with you are already sufficient and the profit is large enough. No matter what the treasure is, the one who holds it is the real one. So Mo Fan, just do whatever you want to do. You don't have to worry about us. Don't calm down, don't be so enthusiastic. However, since we have collaborated, I cannot favor one over the other. Wow, you're such a genius. How could you come up with such a great design? What is this? I still have housing designed for winter. Could you please help me hand it over to the accommodation committee? But since Mofin, you've already shown it like this, I have to show you the ability of our clothing club. Since we're going to develop the treasure, we need to be more formal. So I can start now. Mo Xiao, there are seriously injured people outside asking to see you. Zi Xiao. Are you okay? North Wind. There has been a change. This is my adoptive father's jade pendant. President Shang Buoyang. What does it mean that the North Wind has changed? What happened to the North Wind? Where is my master? Where is the business president? And His Majesty? Go find a doctor quickly. Young master, are you okay? What can I do? I'm just worried about Zi Xiao and what he said about the North Wind. Is there any news about the Northern Wind Empire, Mr. Zhao? Too far away to retrieve news. You really don't find your system embarrassing, you're so confident. If you hadn't upgraded me for too long, how could I have a distance limit? After reaching the level of Wuzong, ordinary longevity pills cannot increase my health at all. But don't be impatient if what I expected is not bad. This treasure should be able to upgrade me. Do you know that there is any particularly exquisite elixir in that treasure? But it's impossible to think that a sword is related to ascension. I haven't felt anything about the treasure of the heavenly sect leader in my hands for so long, even though it's been in my hands among the sealed gods. Is there anything better than the Jiuxian sword? Is it possible to draw it? Why are you looking at me like that? I just think it's good that the lottery doesn't need to consume health points, otherwise this feature is just a decoration. But this is all after that. Everything will have to wait until Zi Xiao wakes up before we can talk about it. Kill. Don't let anyone escape. I didn't expect the Lei family to have such great courage. Your Majesty, now is not the time to say this. Come with me while the Imperial Guards block the troops of the Lei family. If you leave, there's no need. I should pay the price for what I did wrong. The ambitions of the Lei family have been indulged by me, and I should face them. I have already done what needs to be done. As the Emperor, let me take a good look at where the North Wind will blow. Just implicated this Mofin's friend. I'm just here to show off. I never thought it would be interesting to encounter something like this. But since I'm here, there's no reason for me to back down at the last minute. I can block the people outside for a while, Your Majesty. You should find a way to leave. Your Majesty, the President of the Chamber of Commerce has said that we must never give up hope. I have decided that there is no need for it. Jiangxingjie, what do you want to do? I am saving Your Majesty. Your Majesty has long harbored the will to die. If it weren't for this, how could we let him leave? Your Majesty, even if he tries his best to conceal the complete loss of his martial arts, how can he keep it from me? But no matter what, your majesty cannot afford to lose, so we can only rely on you. Yufeng family members always have a way of escaping. Where are you going? That's the collective power of the Lei family. No matter how powerful the treasure of this business president is, how long can it withstand it? In order to create an opportunity for you to leave, I naturally have to go. Go to hell. Old thing, you can't hold on anymore. West Rigid Adhesive. Lei Jioza, you should know that the North Wind is not just about you, but also about the Lei family. I have been planning for so long to find such an opportunity. Now you are isolated and helpless, while I have a powerful army trained by Dongji to help me. What can these 7 of you do? Want to serve the country? You have to use your life. The Emperor is already a useless person killing you here. The Jiang family is leaderless, and the North Wind is in my hands. Your ally Jiang Jiajun, who links with foreign enemies, is your majesty. Jiang Wang. Go. Don't waste the time that Prince Jiang has fought for. Where to go? How could the young master let you leave so easily after preparing for so long? Give up, you have no way out. Sorry for the inconvenience. Are you so impatient? We must make a quick decision, otherwise it will be troublesome if we get stuck. This time, we'll have to sacrifice everything. Keep the Green Mountains here without worrying about running out of firewood. Zixiao, you're awake. Mumu Mofin, I am here. You forgot that you were seriously injured and came to find me. I remember now. Don't worry, slowly explain what happened to the North Wind. The North Wind. King Jiang should have already died for the sake of his majesty. Didn't you say you were caught up in the end? How did you escape? At the last minute, Xiaoming came with people to assist us, and the Lei family's army was held back by the Jiang family's patriotic soldiers, which allowed us to escape. At that time, the North Wind was in turmoil, and we had to come to the Xinjiang Business Alliance first at the suggestion of the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. You said it was my adoptive father who suggested you come, so why are you the only one holding his token and not seeing anyone else? Are you the adopted daughter mentioned by the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce? To be honest, this is because I don't fully trust the true Central Business Alliance. Even within the Business Alliance, there is a possibility of infiltration. For your Majesty's safety, I must remain cautious. So I asked the business chairman and his team to hide it first. I'll come here with his token to make sure it's safe before proceeding. I didn't expect it, but the Central Business Alliance is also not stable within you. I only came to your clothing club after defeating the pursuers. I saw Mofin relax here for a moment and then pass out. Fortunately, you were here, so I was able to relax. Don't worry now. I want you to take me to see my adoptive father. This is natural, but we must act cautiously and never expose their whereabouts. You're right. Although the divine world is dead, it's still better to be careful. This matter should not be delayed. Newspaper. There are a large number of unidentified flying shuttles approaching the Business Alliance. It's not good that the Lei family came so quickly. You said those floating boats belong to the Lei family. We can't delay any longer. We need to meet up as soon as possible. Be careful on your way. You're not coming with us. Even if you haven't seen your adoptive father, the army's pressure on the border can prove what he said. So for me, the most important thing now is to defend the true Central Business Alliance. We will never compromise in the face of invaders. Even if my adoptive father were here, he would make me make such a choice. I will lead people to intercept these malicious customers. You can go do what you should do. Can you do this? Even businessmen have times when they cannot back down. Previously, being used by Shenxi made me lose face. Now, I need to show you the strength of the true Central Business Alliance. Order me not to allow any unidentified floating boats to enter the ActionToon of the Business Alliance. Speaking of which, since she went to intercept us, do we still need to go find His Majesty? Just follow her to work with the Lei family, okay? What did you say? Your Majesty and the Chamber of Commerce are both very dangerous now, do you know? We need to protect them. Hurry up and leave. You are here. Since you're here, shouldn't the Lei family also come after them? Your Majesty, the members of the Lei family have arrived at the border of the Xinjiang Commercial League on a floating boat. So fast, then. Thanks to your daughter, we were able to come over and meet, but we probably need to go back quickly to support. Fair. That should be able to sustain it for a while. After all, this is the real territory of Tillo. What are you looking for? Where is Mrs. Hong Hong? This incident is also an opportunity for us, the true Central Business Alliance, so she took the initiative to stay with the North Wind and other members of the Fong family to mobilize the Four Directions Army of the North Wind. Isn't that very dangerous? If the Lei family still stays in the North Wind, it is indeed very dangerous. But they actually chose not to stabilize the North Wind in order to pursue me, the lost dog, and instead invaded the Xinjiang Commercial Alliance in a large scale. But isn't the true Central Business Alliance like the North Wind? Isn't it like a cocoon binding itself? This time, we still need to rely on the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. As expected, the true Central Business Alliance will not send any enemies to invade. I don't quite understand why you all have to keep someone specifically in the North Wind to find someone. Why do you have to come to Xinjiang? Isn't it good to have His Majesty come forward directly in the North Wind? The reason why I took Your Majesty away from the North Wind is because I didn't want to give the Lei family the opportunity to hold Your Majesty hostage. When the North Wind's four armies guarded the border Imperial City, it was guarded by the Lei family. If we stay at the North Wind Lei family and there are too many opportunities to take action, then coming to Xinjiang can make the Lei family dare not stay at the North Wind. You're not so sure that the Lei family will come along. The Lei family didn't want to come, but they didn't dare not come. Mofin, do you know that the reason why I agreed to let Zixiao come to Xinjiang is still because of you? However, it is indeed surprising that the Lei family, so confident, followed the North Wind without making any arrangements. I think I might know the reason. And I should have broken the Lei family's plan. Lei Jiuza had a helper who arrived early at the Xinjiang Business Alliance and almost took control of it. This person has already been killed by me. They should have wanted to take action against the North Wind and Xinjiang a long time ago. The Lei family is not confident, but rather premeditated. But they never expected that Mofin would solve the divine world ahead of schedule. In this way, I am more confident. Mofin, do you still remember the treasure I gave you back then? Is this the thing? Is there anything wonderful about this thing? At first, you thought I took that key to develop a foreign land, but in fact, I was trying to awaken the strongest spirit knight of the North Wind. And the key is not only the key to travel to a foreign land, but also the key to unlock the spirit cemetery and awaken the spirit knights. At the beginning, I was already a useless person with no skills, thinking that by chance, you had taken the key. I decided to give you the tiger talisman that commands the heroic spirit, which can be considered as giving you a complete image. But now that the Lei family is willing to borrow large cars from other countries, I still have to shamelessly ask you to lend me the keys. Keys also have such uses. What are we waiting for? Let's go open the Yingling Cemetery now. Are you willing to lend out the keys? What's the point of not wanting to use it? Mofin, this is not a simple matter of using it. The reason why the Spirit Knight is locked up in the cemetery is because the excessively powerful forbidden power is not tolerated in the world. So every time you open it, you must use a key that can shatter the void and forcefully open the realm. But each key can only be opened once, and the cemetery will be damaged. So at that time, I saw that you seemed to have other uses for keys, so I chose to give you the keys. I don't think I'll have a chance to use the key to open the English Spirit Cemetery. Instead of wasting a key, why don't I give it to you? But now there is a reason for the situation. Although I don't want to, I have to speak up. What should we do? If we solve this matter, we must use this key. Isn't Xiaoyu unable to go home and retrieve her memories? How about Shallow? Don't worry, I have no worries in my heart and won't force you to make a choice. You do what you want to do, it's yours. Use it however you want. You said I could keep it earlier, it scared me. If you were to say that, why would I be so conflicted? Since I can use it however I want, I will definitely use this key. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry to you, but don't worry, I will definitely take you home. I really can't watch the North Wind ruin it like this. Young master, you don't have to blame yourself. Xiaoyu never cares about these things. Xiaoyu, you. Compared to using keys to return to one's hometown and pursue the elusive past. For me, a future with a grandfather is truly worth pursuing. Oh, I see. Let's first create a future without the chaos caused by the Lei family. Zixiao and the others stayed in Jinyang to hold back the Lei family for us. We need to return to the North Wind as soon as possible to awaken the heroic spirits, so as to minimize the sacrifice as much as possible. I didn't expect Mofin to be so carefree. I underestimated him. If it weren't for this, how could he make all 4 of my major guilds willing to cooperate with him? Mo Fan, even with this, we can't afford to fall behind anymore. This time, I personally used it as bait to persuade the Lei family to stay in Jinyang to support Mofin. Truly a central business alliance. Sure enough, a magic array of this size can also be used even if it is wealthy and powerful. I just don't know if they can maintain this formation when they see you. I really want to thank you for staying in the North Wind and falling into the trap. Newspaper. Report to the President that there have been some situations outside, and we dare not make a decision without authorization. Please make a decision, President. How long has the formation been activated? If the Lei family cannot attack, what could happen? Please let your heart out. Come out and see who this one is from the Jinyang Business Alliance. Lei Jiuza. Finally out. Take a look at this. Let's decide whether to continue driving this turtle shell or not. That is, I'll give you 3 days. Think it over carefully. The closer I get to the Imperial City, the more worried I am about Jinyang. Unfortunately, you're just a local area network, and when you come back here, you can't find any news about Jinyang. I told you to help me upgrade earlier, but your health has always been just barely enough. News delivery begins. However, there is no news about the North Wind in Jinyang. Gossip news. His Majesty the Imperial Emperor and His Royal Highness the Prince Jiang suddenly fell ill and were unable to see anyone, so the Lei family temporarily took over national affairs. I went to this gossip, it's really gossip. The Lei family actually covered up the truth. News on current events. A group of remnants launched a surprise attack on the Imperial City occupied by the Lei family, but were stopped by the Lei family and some people were captured. It's not good. Xiao said earlier that Red Sister and the others stayed in the North Wind. Have they been captured? Young master, are you okay? Who came here? I'm fine. The visitor is not good. Don't let your guard down. Why are you the only one? Are you here to die? I think you're the one who died. Very strong. Zhang Meng. How could it be you? Why did you attack us? Stop. How could Jiang Ming attack me? Has she really been captured and betrayed? A group of remnants launched a surprise attack on the imperial city occupied by the Lei family, but were stopped by the Lei family and some people were captured. Young master, I think what we need to worry about now is not Jiang Ming, but what? I almost forgot that I can fly now. Jiang Ming, what exactly do you want to do? Don't run away. The Fong family once built a complete secret passage in the imperial city, and you have also witnessed it. And this is the most important one, which will be opened once this month after its completion. My sword energy just now didn't touch you. Why did you get injured so badly? And why did you bring me here after attacking me? I thought the ones who would ride on such a floating boat at this moment should be the 8 great kings of the Lei family. It was they who injured me. I didn't expect it to be you. I brought you here because when rescuing the North Wind Emperor, he once said that you might be the most crucial person in this battle. If you want to enter the Imperial City secretly, only this secret passage is the safest and safest. I'm the only one left as a spy in the Fong family. I don't know what you're going to do, but please make sure you succeed. I didn't expect this place to lead to the palace. It's really a big help. Just follow the tunnel and don't turn back. Because there is only one chance to open it, even I am not sure what I will encounter. Be careful yourself. Aren't you coming with us? Do you know where the current situation is? The Lei family is almost winning. Now the Imperial City has set up a network of traps that can hardly even fly flies in. That's why our raid failed in the first place. So even the secret passage is not safe enough. You still need. After all, the place you're going to is not a grocery store, it's the King of the North Wind. Very dangerous. Whether it is dangerous or not has nothing to do with what I want to do. Only by allowing you to enter the palace can you have a chance of victory, right? Please, so. Leave everything to me. It seems to have shouldered everyone's hope. Although I made some very handsome promises just now, theoretically speaking, I should hurry along this secret passage, but who can tell me? What is this thing? Searching for information. The core of the spirit beast born from the lava of the flame prison beast is the heart furnace. The furnace will continue to grow and emit heat, which will transform the surrounding environment into lava. The moment when the lava erupts is the moment when the flame prison beast officially comes of age. When it erupts, it's considered adult, so no matter how you look at it, this thing should be almost adult, right? If this were to explode, would the Lei family come to investigate? Not to mention the entrance to the Yingling Cemetery, maybe it would be blown up and gone. And I've been looking at it for a while, the only way forward is there, right? Sure enough, this kind of road that no one has come to is prone to weeds. Let my friend help Xiao clean it up. Young master, please don't. If your Tianyin sword technique is used here again, the noise will be too loud. Jiang Ming has said that if she wants to enter, she must be used as bait to create turmoil elsewhere. Once a battle breaks out here, it's impossible to hide it. Let me do it this time. The flame prison beast changes its environment by constantly expanding its melting pot and dissipating heat. So environmental changes mean that its melting pot becomes larger and closer to the adult body, which is a virtuous cycle. But Xiao Yu's safest way is to change the environment first and then change the flame prison beast by taking action from the environment. Even if this doesn't solve the problem, it can still allow you to enter the palace safely. If nothing unexpected happens. Isn't this the biggest accident? This thing looks like it's going to explode. Not good, my movements were too strong and woke it up. Don't worry, young master. I won't let it have a chance to disturb the Lei family. You don't have to be ice, it's fire. No matter how you control the flame prison beast, your confrontation will cause intense conflicts. I actually thought of something. The core of the flame prison beast's ability to change its environment and grow ultimately lies in. Is it the heart engine? Since we know where the core is, the problem becomes simple. Hey, look here. Here's something good for you to eat. Instead of thinking about how to limit this thing from causing a big stir, it's better to directly get his attention to me. Carefully, Mumu, this thing is temporarily frozen by you and cannot move, and I am at least a body refiner. Xiao Yu, stabilize the surrounding environment and be careful not to let the aftermath dissipate. Look at me. Pick it up. Give it a try, little dog. What does Uncle Ben smell like? After all, this may be your last time eating. Don't expect the ground to hear any movement. Please be quiet for me, 1110. The Hearthstone is the core of this thing. Although I forcefully rushed in, I cannot act recklessly. In order to ensure that there won't be any explosion or anything else, I have to. And my chance to wield the sword. Right now. This is. The protagonist reappears. A young master. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly either. And surprisingly, there were unexpected gains. Let's go. It's time to continue moving forward. Wow. I didn't expect this secret passage to lead directly to here. No wonder it can only be used once. If it can be used casually, it would be too dangerous, but since it leads here, it's actually a good thing. Just place the key under the throne and inject spiritual power to open the gate of the English Spirit Cemetery. I remember Your Majesty made it very clear. In this way, I don't even have to risk going out and exposing myself, just take out the keys here. Then inject spiritual power. Wow. Soil and dirt. Is this the Yingling Cemetery? I don't know what kind of surprise there will be. Or perhaps a test is waiting for both of us. What is this thing? Are you really not afraid of copyright warnings? Or should I say the surname of the first North Wind Emperor, Ayu's daughter? How can a good hero knight become a terracotta warriors? Hello. They all look like clay sculptures. And it's still the rough kind. This thing feels like it's going to be ruined by the next water, not to mention fighting. You're right. Now I can't even water myself. What the hell? It's not a toy, it's a car. General. That's right, I am the general of this place. Due to the lack of visitors for too long, there is some heavy dust in this area. Your heavy dust is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Don't worry about the details. You're not here to clear the dust anyway. You put in the effort to use our power, right? That's right, the North Wind is in crisis now. I must open the cemetery. Where is the Tiger Talisman? Tiger Talisman is here. This is the Spirit Knight of the North Wind. What a ghost. Are you playing with me? It's been too long without anyone coming in, and our energy is running low. And you don't think you can get our power just by walking here, do you? Is it true that we still need to fight? No, you will come to us precisely because you need combat power. If you can win against us, why do you need our fighting power? The next test will determine whether you are qualified to command us. Think before acting. Lost previous merit 0. To unify the hall. Then one must think twice before walking in the rain. Planning and carving you. Only by observing people through chess can heroic qualities be revealed. I understand the reasoning, but what exactly are you doing all this commotion for? Naturally, it's for a game of chess with you, using the entire cemetery as a chessboard. I now doubt whether you can accompany me on the expedition even if I pass the test. Indulgence and recklessness. Trial questioning is something that external objects can measure. I think your hearts are almost shattered, right? Don't say too much, come quickly and try it out. All right, you're the examiner. You're the final say. This is Go really suitable for observing people? For example, I don't even know how to play it. But can I use Mr. Zao as this general? No matter how powerful he is, he shouldn't be as good as AlphaGo, right? Since I can cheat with my chess score, why don't I be more generous and win a favor? Priority is given to those who achieve orderly growth and development. You are both an elder and an examiner, so it's better for you to take the lead in blacklisting. The chessboard has no seniority, no hierarchy, and no hierarchy. However, I dare not resign even if I am willing to. Please leave, General. Let's have a good discussion with you. Don't you even have any chess pieces? Don't worry about those. You have no regrets about falling. Even though I know this is Tianyuan, how could I get down here? It seems that he is indeed an extraordinary expert. We have to hang up now. Searching for all Go materials and organizing the Go score. I'll follow the chart and tell you. Even if you have the ability, you probably won't be able to win, right? You lost. How could it be that even if you were possessed by AlphaGo, you wouldn't be able to beat me even though you've only set so many eyes? Woozy has won consecutive games, and the game has been set. Ami. Although it's just a game of chess, it also contains the art of leading troops. It seems that fate has not yet arrived. Therefore, is this the end? Let me give you another chance. In theory, shouldn't we say that fate hasn't arrived yet and then drive me away? Don't say too much. You must seize this opportunity well. It seems that he also really wants to go out. It makes sense. I will definitely beat him this time. No drop. Wait. I need to clarify first. What's going on in this game? I have deliberately lowered the difficulty for you. It should have been Go, but if you are even difficult with Gamoku, then you would have difficulty with Jingzi. Don't lower the difficulty. Let's play Go. I have to let you lose, General. I'm afraid of being hurt by the stick. You really have ambition. I didn't mistake the person. It wasn't me. Such fighting spirit is exactly what a commander on the battlefield must possess. Even if you want to go out again, there's no need to release water like this. It's already flooded, and I can really win. You don't have to make such a fuss. Without further delay, follow me to awaken the spirit knight. Young master, please don't be angry. At least our goal has been achieved, right? Damn it, why am I calling up AlphaGo so seriously? Since you have passed the test, the next step is to break free from our constraints. Just say what you want me to do. I can see that you just want to go out. Do you know the difference between heroic spirits and undead spirits? I don't know about that. In fact, both of them are just stoppages on the Yellow Spring Road. They are nothing more than good spirits and evil spirits. But if Yingling doesn't want to fall into the realm of death, having a kind heart is not enough. She must maintain herself, so she needs to possess the qualities of a living being. That is the temperature that the deceased desires but cannot obtain. The reason why the north wind settled here is because there used to be an underground lava river here, being able to provide energy and temperature for us in the cemetery to maintain ourselves. But I don't know when or what unexpected event happened, and the lava river began to gradually solidify. And we chose to seal ourselves in order not to lose ourselves due to the loss of temperature. As the commander-in-chief of the Spirit Knight, how can I easily release water? So this is your true test. The young master and general seem to have stopped moving. According to him, all the Spirit Knights here need lava to provide temperature and energy. But for some unknown reason, after the lava river solidified, they chose to self-seal to avoid becoming undead. That means as long as you make the lava river flow again, all you need to do is inject fire spirit power to activate the lava. What I'm worried about now is another issue. What the general just said seems strange. He said that other knights chose to self-seal to maintain themselves. Why didn't he seal himself? The general is now a dead spirit. Young master, be careful. Xiaoyu. You are indeed a dead spirit and still want to control Xiaoyu. Give it to me. Leave Xiaoyu. No way. This may hurt Xiaoyu. We have to solve the problem from the source. As long as I make the lava river flow, the general will also turn back, right? Quick battle, quick resolution, full force. The sword. Flowing river of lava. How could my full fire spirit power be ineffective? Do you? Sure enough, all the spiritual power flows to another place. No wonder the lava river here used to solidify. But how could this naturally formed lava river have its spiritual energy absorbed? And the direction of suction is actually outside the cemetery. Is there anything outside the cemetery that can attract spiritual energy? Wait. There is indeed something outside the cemetery that is absorbing spiritual energy. Flame prison beast. I know what to do now. Think carefully about the secret passage below the palace, even if there aren't many people coming in and out. It's also impossible to break into the growing flame prison beast. The only possibility is that the flame prison beast was there from the beginning. The reason for the solidification of the lava river must be the flame prison beast. The long-standing lava river has nurtured it, and its growth has also changed the direction of the lava river and spiritual energy. Since the flame prison beast can make the lava river solidify, see? And it's hard. It should also be able to make the lava river flow again. Give it to me. Day. This is it. Beautiful blue sky hair 0. Young man, you did not disappoint me. You are indeed qualified to command us. Now is the time for us to repay you. All Spirit Knights. This is the heroic spirit Tiger Talisman. Holding this Tiger Talisman, you can call us at any time. Great, I was worried about how to take you to the Xinjiang Business Alliance. If they leave so swaggering, wouldn't it be easy for the Lei family, who stayed in the North Wind, to intercept them? This statement is not accurate. Since we have already grasped it, we always need to be stopped by unexpected people. Let the commander take a look. Our strength. Catch her. Don't let go of the remnants of the Fong family. Run, why don't you keep running? I can't believe your Fong family members dared to come back after narrowly escaping. What is the purpose of your destruction in the Imperial City? Is it revenge, or is there another purpose for your accomplices? What did my accomplice do? You must be scared to death if you know, so. You're looking for death. I'll stop here. It's up to you next. Please, Mofin. What's going on? I am alive. It's Molin Fan. He succeeded. National Month Y. Spirit Night Charge. Great, it seems like you've really found a way to break the deadlock. But your troops are making too much noise, and I'm afraid the power of the Lei family left in the Imperial City will soon start to move. Don't worry. How could I not be worried? You don't have to save me. Do you know who is currently stationed in the Imperial City? That's Lei, the father of Lei Jiuzi, the head of the Lei family. It doesn't matter if his name is Lei Jinzi because it has no meaning at all. Because I'm leaving soon, what can he do with me? What kind of answer is this? I'm not joking. I'm really leaving soon. Before that, I need you to contact the remaining members of the Fong and Jiang families in the imperial capital. What would you do? When I came out just now, I also inquired about the situation of the imperial palace. The Lei family now operates the imperial city as a monolithic entity. I will go back to Xinjiang to resolve Lei Jiuzi and then invite your majesty to take charge of the overall situation. Isn't the reason why I caused such a big commotion because you said it before? You still need. The Lei family has a tight defense and must have bait. And my spirit knight, apart from the royal, no one knows that using it to disrupt the line of sight is the best. The people of the Lei family are definitely being overwhelmed by them now, and their defense will inevitably relax. Those guards definitely won't have time to track you down. It was just when you left. You first find a way to leave the imperial city and preserve your strength, and then I will retrieve the lost land in one fell swoop after I bring your majesty back. Then you must be careful. Don't worry. My life is quite heavy. The spirit knight returns to his throne. The enemy wants to walk there. Sure enough, these people have completely caught my attention. Unfortunately, floating boats are a bit too bulky. Let's just honestly suffer from the injustice of the young master. Get rid of the pursuers. That's for sure. How could XX floating boat catch up with me this night? Let's hurry back to Xinjiang and resolve the remaining matters as soon as possible. Oh, I suddenly remembered forgetting something. The Chamber of Commerce leader said that Red Sister is in the North Wind, but I forgot to ask Zhang Ming where she is. If the young master feels regretful, he needs to handle the matter with Xinjiang before getting together with the chairman and the others properly. What I'm saying is still important. It's not important to have a rare appearance, probably Red Sister. Stay with the other members of the Fong family. A few days ago. It's almost time. How about your response? Xinjiang Business Alliance 3. Livestock and animals. Hurry up and make a decision. Otherwise, I'm afraid this president's wife won't be able to handle it soon. I didn't expect Shang Buliang, you old fox, to let your wife stay in the North Wind, which actually made it convenient for me. Hurry up and lift your formation now, or else you'll just wait to collect the corpses. This bastard is doomed. His mother's rescue. Rise. Ice Claw. Isn't this what you did to fulfill the enemy's wishes and do what he wanted you to do? But my adoptive father and godmother are now. You left the Chamber of Commerce after coming out, but the North Wind was too hasty for me to entertain you, so I had to entertain your wife first. How to come up to the banquet? I have two identities now. One is the president of the True Central Business Alliance, and the other is my wife's husband, Duke Yu. I cannot let the business alliance fall into danger, so I cannot unravel the formation. But personally, I wouldn't watch my wife dying in front of me, so I only have one choice. Madam is unable to save you from prison due to her husband's incompetence. But if you encounter misfortune, my husband will never let you travel alone. Lei Jioza, if you take action, I will definitely fight you to the death without any compromise. No wonder you, the fat guy, bet on Mofin. Like him, he's a generous person, but do you really think so? Do you think I won't kill her? You are truly a merchant of the Central Business Alliance. I'll give you some face and give you some extra time to consider carefully. Don't let your wife down. Adoptive father. Why are you so foolish? If it weren't for this, how could Lei Jioza let go of your godmother? What do you mean? Only when I really don't care about this life can Lei Jioza threaten me. Unfortunately, Lei Jioza was not foolish enough to know that Hong Hong was more important alive than dead. He didn't kill her not because he didn't want to threaten me, but because he forced me to make a decision. You don't even need to come out with me. Lei Jioza didn't really do anything, he just forced me to rescue Hong Hong. This kind of cunning only works for me, you don't need to pay attention to it at all. What are you saying? Can your own brother let you take risks alone? And you have already sacrificed once for the business alliance during the day. This time, no matter what you say, you cannot walk alone. You guys, I'm just taking a risk. What if something happens to the business alliance? What are you afraid of? If we leave our Chamber of Commerce, will we still be able to survive? And Yin Fei is still here. Didn't we deliberately not tell her just to keep her safe? If that's the case, then the three of us brothers. Just leave, he suffered. How could you possibly hide it from me, adoptive father? But don't worry, I won't be impulsive anymore. Still hooked. Let me see your performance. It's strange that when there's no one approaching, it's okay. Why are we all up here yet no one has come? I guess the mastermind behind it must be very confused now. We should have chosen to infiltrate, but now we have started to wreak havoc with great fanfare. Who would still obediently follow the enemy's arrangement if they knew it had been exposed? Dismantle the ship. You have no choice but to come out. These damn kids, catch them for me. I'm here. If it weren't for capturing you alive, how could you be so arrogant? Sham William can go to the underworld with you, but he can't watch you being locked up here by me without coming to save you. Once I capture the three of them alive, I won't believe that the remaining members of the Central Business Alliance can choose to die with you. Wait. 3 people. Champollion. Where did it go? Certainly. Here. Got it. Surprisingly, it went so smoothly. Now is not the time to think about this. Hong Hong, are you okay? I'm fine, there's something going on. You're the one. Red. Everyone knows you value your wife so much, how could I not be prepared? How to personally injure the wife and feel relieved. You big jerk. What are you, who was deceived by me? Ha ha ha, now all 4 of you are in my hands. I can't even commit suicide. How can the true Central Business Alliance resist? What expression will President Yin Fei have when he sees you in the morning? She won't give in to you, this miscellaneous true Central Business Alliance, and she will definitely hold on until the end. Then let's wait and see what your real Central Business Alliance is. What other helpers are there? A savior-like return. Don't panic, line up to face the enemy. The day will come for you to reap the consequences of wrongdoing, and today is the end of your days. Ha 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 ha. Lei Jioza, your downfall is today. Where did it come from? I can't beat it. Hurry up. Do you want to die? So you're here to kill. Then go die for me. If you kill me, you won't be able to threaten the business alliance anymore. Trying to kill in front of me is too disrespectful. It's M.O. Moo Mofin. It's your grandfather, me. It seems that you came prepared this time. Don't think you can keep laughing all the time because this game has left you with one hand. Hey, hey. Don't even think about leaving. This person is quite smart and knows he can't be held back by me. Follow my command and form an array. I also need to hurry up, otherwise it won't be easy to leave later. Hurry up and make the most of your time. Lei Jioza should counterattack immediately. Wow, having command is different. The counterattack is so fast. But it's still useless. Adoptive father. Silly girl. Don't take such risks next time. Mofin, you came so timely. The soldiers you brought look so powerful. Don't worry, I have brought super strong reinforcements this time, and there will definitely be no dangerous situation. That's about to be our counterattack. I'm going to kick Lei Jioza's butt hard and fly it away. I don't know how to kick his head like a ball. Ha 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 ha. The Spirit Knight lives up to its name. Truly the last trump card of the North Wind royal family. Unfortunately, a well-known trump card can only be considered a trump card. Why do you think precious things like keys can appear so coincidentally in the Alchemist Guild? This is entirely to prevent the Emperor's persistent suspicion, so we need to use his trusted Mei Yuan Fu. Even I have to personally go to the auction myself. The royal family is guarded by the Spirit Knight, and awakening the Spirit Knight requires the consumption of a key. This is a secret known to the nobles of the imperial capital. And the same Seal Spirit Knight only needs one key. I put in a lot of effort to do this game just to let you free these Spirit Knights. Only when you release the Spirit Knights can I completely seal them. Opening the Yingling Cemetery requires the loss of a key, and you only have one in your hands. After I personally seal the Spirit Knight, the North Wind royal family will no longer have any reliance. Despite being proud, the next step is complete despair. Mo Xiaoga. It's okay, I just suddenly felt a hint of danger. I should be overthinking. Is it? By the way, Your Majesty, I have brought reinforcements. It still depends on his arrangements. You may feel danger because of caution, which is a good thing. As for Your Majesty, I also let him stay in the hiding place for safety reasons. Still in hiding, but since you're back, I'll send someone to notify them. Then when His Majesty comes, we can launch a counterattack. That's the truth. Really? My president asked me to deliver a message. How could I speak recklessly? Great, Mofin didn't disappoint me. In this way, Your Majesty can also rest assured. Since Mofin has brought the reinforcements back, with the strength of the Spirit Knight and... Could you please go back and inform the chairman that I will be arriving shortly? No trouble, no trouble. I'll go back and report it now. Your Majesty, why are you? You're not going with him, are you? Because I don't know if it's because I'm getting older or if recent failures have made me a bit insecure. I no longer trust my own judgment to some extent. Therefore, Chen understands. I will not disappoint Your Majesty's trust. I hope I'm also wrong this time. It's also time. The rebellion has ended. Spirit Knight SH. Yes, that's how to release all the cards of the Knight Royal. How could a used move possibly be effective? Everyone, I'll go first. Give me a hard hit. The North Wind Knights are the main force in this battle. I wonder what arrangements your majesty has made. I have arranged for Fang Zixiao to secretly coordinate and prevent accidents from happening. And I have already handed over the Yingling Tiger Talisman to Mofin. It's up to him to make the decision. This battle relies on the intervention of the business alliance, and I won't step in and rely solely on the instructions of the business chairman. So disrespectful. Listening to the currents of the sea. The leader will form a sea vortex array to block the enemy's actions. Samhai Lulinger. Food is the heavens. Leading food will form a flowing fire formation and destroy enemy vehicles. Food is fate. Fair, you lead the members of the Ihui to provide support. Yes. As for the residential meeting, follow me to charge and provide cover for the Mofin Mumu brothers and their group. Such a magnificent scene can achieve great things. Just. Lei Jioza is not a fool. Why didn't he respond? Don't worry about the blockade of the guild. We won't retreat this time. The attack of the Food Society on the floating boat only needs to ensure the integrity of the hull. The members of the Clothing Society have not taken action yet, so there is no need to consider it temporarily. Yes. As for the stay, it has been a great help to me. With their support, the Spirit Knights will inevitably choose to gather and break through my defenses. This is the best opportunity. How did Lei Jioza get off the ship? And that's... How is it possible for the gate of the Spirit M? Stop him. It's too late. I've been preparing for so long, and if it were so easy, you could stop me. That's too much. You underestimate me too much. Inexplicable. But the power. Damn Spirit Knight. Go back to the Spirit Gate for me. Counterattack begins. Not good. This is the defense of the Spirit Gate, which no one can break through except for the Spirit Knights. Unfortunately, your knight will now be locked back in by me. Ha ha ha, now let's see who laughed until the end. If you want to stop me, you can only do it from within. Unfortunately, you can't do anything until I close the door. And when I close the door, you will no longer have any Spirit Knights to rely on, ha ha ha. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you couldn't seize it. Really? Do I still have to thank you? Fang Zixiao. If it weren't for your majesty's orders, I wouldn't have been able to resist. Using all the tricks and calculations was too clever, which ultimately led to the loss of one's life. Your majesty is ultimately determined to take the lead. Lei Jioza is naturally suspicious, and no matter what arrangements are made, he will not fake others. You hide and lurk by his side with a wind heart. If he has any backstabbing, you can act as a strategist. How can Lei Jioza think too much? It's impossible to count on you to hold back and not act. A gentleman hides his sharpness. Kill the enemy right now. No, it's not good. That's all for now. No, cannot Zhu. Zixiao really has you. Lei Jioza has been appointed as the leader to launch a comprehensive counterattack. Counterattack, counterattack. The young master is dead. The young master is dead. The overall situation has been decided. This first achievement belongs to General Mo. The Emperor praised it wrongly. This is what should be done. You are willing to let Jin save the country, which is truly a great kindness and righteousness. By the way, when it comes to keys, In the end, Lei Jiuzo wanted to close the door, but I interrupted him, so he kept the key. Zixiao, you are indeed my half-brother. So we can go to Shilling Domain now. Young master, why do you have to go there? Because that's your hometown, it represents your past. But where is the future important in the past? But I always feel homesick, right? Wherever the young master is, it's Xiao Yu's home. And I always have some concerns about that so-called past. You're right, I have to apologize to you. I always reluctantly feel like you want to go back, but I never asked about your thoughts. This thing is for you. No matter where you go or when you go, it's up to you. Is this the key to the Western Mausoleum? Feel the sensation. Xiao Yu. What's going on? She sensed the aura of the Western Mausoleum and ignited her bloodline, just like the purple extreme heart technique scrolled back then. Is Xiao Yu going to be okay? It's hard to say. After all, strictly speaking, she's not from the middle spirit realm. It's not surprising that anything unexpected happens to her. And not only her, you're also in trouble. Good morning, sir. What's wrong with you? Xiao Yu is a person from the Western Mausoleum domain, and accidents may occur in the Middle Spirit domain, just like. Have you forgotten that strictly speaking, you are not from the Middle Spirit realm? Look at this. Host's personal information. Host Mofin's health is 371 and cannot increase. How could it not grow? Do you remember what I said? Knowing the secrets of heaven comes at a cost, and now I have reached my limit. To break through the female heart, one must upgrade. And as you replace the original Mofin as an outsider, as you become stronger, the sense of heaven and earth towards you becomes more apparent. There is a limit to concealing the truth and crossing the sea. You can only start by quickly obtaining the Sword Saint's treasure. As someone who has the potential to ascend, the treasure left by the Sword Saint, even if it cannot upgrade me, can fully integrate you into this place. Now Xiao Yu is like this, I don't want to hear anything about treasure. A young master. Xiao Yu, you're awake now. You're okay, I'll be right there. Young master, the treasure is very important to you, isn't it? Didn't you just promise me that wherever Xiao Yu goes, it's up to me? Now I want the young master to go get that treasure, okay? Xiao Yu, you. Young master, please don't go to Shilling Domain, okay? It's very dangerous there. I think you should follow her instructions. Shut up. Hello, it's very dangerous. Is it dangerous? Have I experienced less danger? Don't act impulsively, Mojiet. Think about the dangerous situation when you go to the blood spirit realm. It's still under the protection of your master. Now that your master is not here, there is Xiao Yu's intuition. I can still take this risk. Can Xiao Yu stand up? I beg your pardon? What do you think of Xiao Yu's talent? And why did such a girl wander into the middle spirit realm when she was a child? What are you trying to say? What do you mean? I can't see clearly either, just like you. I don't know who I am now either. So taking Xiao Yu to Shilling Domain now may be risking her life. Okay. We can only go and see the inheritance of the Sword Saint first. What exactly is it? The Spirit Knight has already returned it to His Majesty and asked him to take it to quell the rebellion. Now I'm the only one left. It's a long-lost experience. This time, it's not for me or to help others, but for Xiao Yu's sake, so. Those who block me will die. Mofin's heavy killing intent will indeed make you unstoppable. But it may also prevent you from passing the Sword Saint's test and obtaining that one. Juician Sword. I never thought there would be a cave here. If I didn't have a treasure map, I wouldn't have been able to come here no matter what. Just how do I get in here? The treasure map doesn't indicate that the attack looks ineffective. Is there anything else I haven't done yet? Open it for me. I don't have time to waste with you here. It's on. Does this door require charging to enter? That's easy to handle. Is there anyone else besides me who comes after Dugukei's treasure with such heavy sword energy? But the treasure of Sword Saint cannot be opened unless 3 people gather together or I, like myself, hold the talisman. The treasure is still in my bag. It has already been opened. It looks obvious that the lucky one couldn't get in and then attacked recklessly, feeling embarrassed and angry. How could Coco do this? We cannot delay and must obtain the inheritance as soon as possible. Is this the treasure left by the Sword Saint? I didn't expect it to be so wide open, waiting for someone to come and pick it up. It seems like it's cheaper for me. Mofin, are you okay? Do you want to take a break? No need, it's not time to rest now. It's hard to open the door as soon as possible. The unexpectedly simple opening of the door at last seems to be the difficult part yet to come. Choose 1 out of 3. Choosing different colors requires facing different things. I can only take a gamble. It seems that once you make a choice, there is no way out. There was no need to retreat. Why do swordsmen need to retreat when they have no way forward? Who are you? The 3 treasures of Sword Saints are Sword Intent, Sword Techniques, and Sword Chi. Every time you enter a tunnel, you have to face a sword spirit to defeat us and obtain a legacy. So you are. I am the spirit of Sword Intent. Then I'm going to defeat you. No, you have to pass the test. I'm too lazy to care what the statement is. Anyway, if there's anything, just let it light up. I must become stronger now. Then you need to be careful. This is the end level of the Sword Intent Gate, which tests whether the swordsmanship is pure or not. Only by smashing the door that truly harbors the sword's intent can one enter the next level. If you make the wrong choice, please go back and wait for the next token to cool down. Ling Fu. Judging from your appearance, it seems that you didn't come here guided by the Sword Saint's talisman. Oh, that's really strange. How can one enter the door alone? What do you mean by that? Isn't the inheritance of Sword Saint solely based on treasure maps? You only have one chance. If you don't speak, then I'll ask you after passing the test. Mofin, don't move around. It seems like a multiple-choice question. If you choose the wrong one, it's over. Can you sense the sword intent of the Sword Saint so quickly? I'm here to receive an award, not to solve problems, so it's not important whether I can get recognition or not. Passing this test is what matters. It's too easy to pass this test. Choice. Error. Where is it easy? Didn't you choose the wrong one? Choosing the wrong one doesn't mean I lose. I have passed the test. You're cheating. May I ask if I did not follow the rules or did I rely on external force? You. I only took one sword, but destroyed all the gates of sword intent. Unless you haven't released the door, I must have already shattered the true sword intent gate. So according to the rules you mentioned earlier, I have already passed the test. Due to some reasons, I have to become stronger now, so I don't have time to follow your rhythm. If you're willing to admit it, then give me the reward or I will personally come to pick it up. Surprisingly, it was sword intent. Xiao Yu is so important in Mofin's heart that he awakened his swordsmanship after only meeting once. But since that's the case, even if Mo Fan doesn't follow the rules, Sword Spirit shouldn't mind. This counts as me passing the test. The test is so simple, why hasn't anyone completed it yet? Do you think everyone is as bold as you and dares to solve the test like this? Thinking patterns require good thinking skills. And if you hadn't truly grasped the meaning of the sword, did you really think it would be so easy? Just a test, I feel like I have undergone significant changes. This treasure cannot be missed. But just now, I heard from that sword spirit that there may be more than just me as a treasure hunter here. Indeed, besides the tunnel I just entered, there is one missing. There are indeed other people here. Whoever you are, you have to leave something for me. If there were no outsiders, maybe you could understand the 3 traditions of Sword Saint from here. And then naturally inherit the true treasure, the sword of slaying immortals. But now there are outsiders vying for it, so it's hard to say. Is that you? Be careful, I'm about to draw my sword. Although the treasure seeker has a share, now is not the time for humility. The previous reminder was not to launch a surprise attack now. I won't let it go. It's just a small trick of carving insects. Sword slays the body, intention slays the heart and soul. Your sword cannot stop my will. Your body will also be chopped to pieces by me. Based on Sword Spirit's words, it can be inferred that this person must rely on the sword's talisman to enter. If I get the talisman, won't I be able to harvest it directly? Mofin, don't get distracted. The sword intent is pure, but unfortunately the swordsmanship is not good. This. Rice. This is from the Sword Saint. What kind of freak can withstand my attacks with his body, even though I have chopped off his mind? This person has obtained the swordsmanship inheritance of the Sword Saint. You can't win with swordsmanship alone. Can you still use swordsmanship to attack again? Just now, in order to seek stability, I used all my strength. Now, even if I use it again, the effect is not significant and it only increases consumption. The inheritance of swordsmanship is gone, there's no need to waste time here. Why don't we slip away? Don't be foolish, sir. Good morning. I don't intend to miss any inheritance, and swordsmanship is not something that disappears just because someone takes it. And my swordsmanship should have already had an impact on him. Perhaps even she doesn't know that her movements are a bit sluggish. Come on, it's perfect for me to learn the swordsmanship of the Sword Saint. Mofin, have you ever thought about it? It's wrong for you to learn the swordsmanship of the opponent in battle. But how can you guarantee that 2 excellent swordsmen will not also understand the meaning of the sword because of your stimulation, even if they fight to the death? That can only indicate. I can only stop here. Let's fight. Your swordsmanship is not as strong as your mouth. How could someone like you be qualified to obtain the sword intent of the Sword Saint? Why don't you come and try to slay me now? Since you really want to see my swordsmanship, then I will. Let me show you. Oh, I haven't done anything yet. Why are you scared? What was that just now? Areas that have never been touched before. Because this is my exclusive sword, meaning you will only passively pursue treasures and definitely not understand, right? What you have obtained is the swordsmanship of the Sword Saint, but I have come to understand my own swordsmanship. Impossible. Sword meaning is not your kind of arrogant thing. What do you know? That's from the Sword Saint. A lifetime. Did Master Sword Saint create his ultimate swordsmanship here back then? The combination of yin and yang, with no deficiency in excess and deficiency. The swordsmanship of Sword Saint cannot be summarized by a single phrase of ultimate skill. It's disrespectful to have seen the senior, but the swordsmanship that can make the mortal iron attack the soul is not something that can be summarized as a masterpiece. You don't have to see it before, anyway we won't see each other again in the future. Everyone wants to learn the swordsmanship skills of the Sword Saint, but everyone who comes here can never go back. Every time I tell them that the inheritance of Sword Saint is not here, but unfortunately no one believes it. Not here. Where else could be a place for the inheritance of Sword Saint besides here? I will definitely be able to obtain the inheritance of the Sword Saint. This road is indeed difficult to walk, even the wind in the air is full of sharpness. However, nothing can stop me. After the fall of the Sword Saint, the only thing he left behind was this Wujin Peak. If this is not his inheritance, where else can it be? I will definitely learn the swordsmanship of the Sword Saint. He's another person who doesn't believe in evil. I can't move. Coming for the sword. Go for the sword. Those who seek the way should have this ending. Are you kidding? Oh, I am. I will definitely receive the inheritance. The hand holding the sword can break the heart of the training table sword, but it will not break. Show me the inheritance. Come out. Why is this happening? Because there was nothing here from the beginning. No one wants to believe it, and no one dares to attack that stone monument. What exactly am I doing for? For the courage to draw a sword. Sword cultivation is gentle and unyielding. Perhaps you have made my weight valuable. You are qualified to take this talisman. Take it and search for the true inheritance. But what you are facing is no longer such a simple test. A more brutal test. I have put in so much effort and only gained the qualification to inherit the sword's meaning. How can someone like you, who doesn't even have a talisman, inherit the sword's meaning? Perhaps it is precisely because I have never pursued inheritance. Only then can I read the sword's meaning. Fart. I will never admit that your deceptive tactics are useless except for scaring people. Those who deceive the world and steal fame, let me die under the swordsmanship of the Sword Saint. Shi Jian Sheng. You're in a hurry, you're in a hurry, you're in a hurry. To put it simply, you haven't seen true swordsmanship, have you? If you always want to be someone else's shadow and have a mouthful of sword saints, you can't do anything about it. At least you want to kill me. I paid the price of my limbs, how could it be an illusion like yours? Do you feel it now? Can the pain of this bone cutting make you believe it's sword intent? My swordsmanship may not be able to cut off your limbs, but I want to. Cutting off your life should be enough. Attention. It will die. Oh, it seems like my beliefs have been negated compared to mine. Do you still value your own life more? How dare you? Doubting whether my sword intent is fake yet lacking the courage to resist. You look really embarrassed when you dodge. Shut up. Although we have both inherited something, the gap between us is like clouds and mud. Why do you think this is? Is it my illusion? How do I feel, Mofin? Are you deliberately provoking your opponent? Oppression of the enemies will lose the core ability of your swordsmanship. If the enemy loses their fighting spirit, even if you don't take action, you will fail. Why make the enemy so angry? Is there any need to talk about it? How month? Of course, it's to fight against a strong opponent. She never showed the swordsmanship of the Sword Saint from beginning to end. If I defeat my opponent like this, how can I witness that legendary swordsmanship? From the moment I awakened my swordsmanship, I understood the true nature of this inheritance. The swordsman is the inheritor of the sword spirit left by the Sword Saint who is willing to give up and not be threatened. How could he choose me just because of my words? The only reason is that my awakened swordsmanship has earned the recognition of the blade spirit for me. This made me understand that the inheritors found by characters like Sword Saint are not replicas of him, but those who are truly qualified to inherit his legacy. Unfortunately, I have only gained swordsmanship temporarily, but I will never be satisfied with it. If I want to take over all three inheritances, I need a potentially deadly battle instead of a one-sided massacre. Since the sword spirit approves of you, it means you are qualified to wield your sword seriously for me. No matter what kind of inheritance, isn't it you who wielded that sword? Did you come this far just to die at my hands? Show me your proud swordsmanship. That. As you wish. 1. The following move will chop you up. That's right. Incorrect. It's not my body that's hurting, but soul spirit. Indeed, combat is the best teaching. No wonder you have received recognition for inheritance. It seems like I've really created a great opponent for myself to be able to injure me with my sword intent. Why isn't it? I found myself a grave digger. Naturally, it's because you can't do it, can you? It's my turn to say that swordsmanship is not something like you, a half-baked thing. Was it half-baked before? What about now? What's this? Can't the slash hit? What about this? What? This sword is called gumming. It is rumored that famous swords will have their own sword sounds. But in front of this sword, you can only hear one sound because it is one sword and countless swords. I wasted 3 years under the Wujin Peak, paid the price of my limbs, and also gained countless precious swords left by my predecessors. My sword body is not for viewing. You're still satisfied with this kind of attack? Of course it is. I'm extremely satisfied. The same trick won't work in front of me again. And since you said you collected so many precious swords, then use them all and have a look. You're really arrogant. Disgusted. This is not enough. Is it really not enough? I don't just have one hand. Non-smoking. This sword is like smoke and mist, completely unaffected by any force. It is a precious sword that I am very satisfied with. And because it's a complete sword, your true fire won't work either. This posture cannot exert force, you will be bound by me and die because you cannot escape. As a swordsman, it's worth dying under your own sword, isn't it? It doesn't count if you say it's worth it or not. I've already said it all needs to be used. Don't try to play tricks and die. How could it not be you? Was it not an illusion just now? It's quite interesting, isn't it? I just realized that my sword meaning is an independent entity that exists independently. And I can freely switch positions with it, even using sword intent as coordinates. I can appear in multiple places at the same time. Do you know what this means? Does it mean I can kill you a few more times? Signify. Although I only have one sword, I can also use different swordsmanship techniques. You're not the only one becoming stronger. This is a fierce competition to increase speed. The loser has nothing, the winner devours all nutrients and moves towards greater benefits. Hurry up, use all your remaining swords. Can you defeat my lonely voice and Fian first? It looks like I did a great job. Non-smoke is a soft sword that needs to be guided by the trend. This is the soft sword technique. Lonely Cry is incredibly flexible but lacks strength. There is no need to use heavy attacks, only accurate counterattacks are needed. This is the speed sword technique. Yes, that's how it showed me your sword. Also let me learn new swordsmanship. Unknown swordsmanship. Is it worth my serious swordsmanship? This touch is no different from a regular sword. You're not at your wit's end, are you? Attack quickly. My attack has already been launched, haven't you noticed? The sword named Keyue is the sharpest weapon among the million remaining swords of Wujin Peak, which has once shattered countless challengers. Your sword is somewhat special and not affected by the lack of moon, but your people cannot achieve the same strength as the sword. The sword edge of the missing moon is enough to hurt you even if it passes through your sword. If you say that, then I have to thank you even more. Not only can the level of integrated swordsmanship training help me exercise. Talking nonsense is useless, it doesn't exist in this world. Can block the physical repair of missing months. Unfortunately, even the sharpest sword is useless if it cannot cause real damage. The person wielding the sword can determine the upper limit of a sword. I have seen through your swordsmanship. Now I can easily identify the flaws in my swordsmanship and move forward. As long as I avoid these sharp edges, I can easily approach them. Just like now, from a purely swordsmanship perspective, Sword Kuei no longer has enough novelty. So is this the end? Have I gained enough growth? Of course it's not enough. I want to completely defeat you. Watch me confidently defeat you. The strongest sword is the sharp edge, and the weakest sword is also the sharp edge. As long as I can perfectly control my power and make it perfectly coincide and collide with the missing moon without any leakage. This will be an unbreakable sword. How? Very good. So it seems that this last sword is useless to you, right? You are truly an unqualified swordsman, but you are also the strongest opponent I have ever seen. Have you completely given up? Then let me bid you farewell with the etiquette of a swordsman. How could I possibly give up without giving up? I'm just telling you two things. The first is that swordsmen are willing to give up and have the courage to wield their swords at any time. And the second one is, swordsmen will understand the true meaning of swords in battle. This is. I didn't expect it, did I? I didn't expect you to finally make me understand the highest inheritance of Sword Saint. This is the ultimate inheritance of the Sword Saint's swordsmanship. One person sword in one, this is the true Juxian sword. I didn't expect you to constantly force her until you finally forced out the real sword of Slayer. Is this an unexpected joy or an unexpected difficulty? To become the strongest, perhaps one must take the hardest path. If this is your final gift, then laughing at it. This is really. Is it dangerous enough? Since it has turned into a sword, be honest with me. You really have a strong temper. This sword relies entirely on the sword's heart for autonomy, which is actually more troublesome. Without the person holding the sword, although the agility has been lost, there is no need to worry about the master anymore. The power can be said to have increased dramatically. In a special, I can't hurt this sword yet. Instead of worrying about this artifact, you should take care of yourself first. Are you kidding? Juxian sword is a divine artifact, isn't my Juxian sword? The Juxian sword, a divine artifact of the same level, is much stronger in my hands than the Juxian sword without an owner. If something really happened, wouldn't I have come for nothing? And I already know what to do. The sword without an owner will lose its agility, and now the sword of slaying immortals will continue to attack me because of the wool left by Sword Kuei. So all I need to do is replace Sword Kuei's wool in the sword of slaying immortals. And to replace the swordsman's wool to stay in the sword. What could be more suitable than this? Relying on the meaning of my sword, I have taken the sword of slaying immortals. Forehead. Surprisingly, it was completely sucked in. You're losing a lot. It's gone, really it's gone. I just wanted to replace Sword Kuei's will, but I didn't expect to put sword intent into it. Is this a loss or a gain? Of course I made a profit. Anyone can understand the meaning of the sword, but there is only one sword of the immortal slayer. What are you talking about? I already have the Juxian sword, not the double sword flow. I have an additional Juxian sword. Go. Come here. Remote control. It's not just about remote control. The Juxian sword, called out based on sword Kuei, has absorbed your sword intent. It can also automatically use various sword techniques learned by sword Kuei, including the sword technique of a sword saint. Now, I've made a lot of money. The strong wind attribute of the Juxian sword can perfectly increase my flames, even without my deliberate control. The move that used to require me and Zixiao to work together can now be performed by one person. Combined with the absorption of sword intent, the Juxian sword can fight autonomously, allowing you to focus on your swordsmanship without distraction. If it weren't for the fact that the Sword Saint's cave is made of special materials, I'm afraid it would have been crushed into dregs by the sword wind just now. It is truly a well-deserved artifact. I don't know what would happen if we gathered all the legendary 4 swords of Juxian. Increases health by 65,535 points. What? Because recognizing the master of the Sword of Slaying Immortals is equivalent to obtaining the life power of Sword Kuei. Now the health is just enough for system upgrade. Thank you. Sword Kuei's life? Wait a minute, sir. What is this? Is it actually the unfolding of a beautiful girl who is finally about to enter my system? Can I finally receive the treatment that a normal protagonist deserves? This is really... You haven't changed at all, have you, the beautiful girl you said? Well, for now, let's focus on inner beauty. May I ask, respected Mr. Zao, what changes have occurred in your inner self? Collecting news is faster and there is no lifespan limit. Does that count? Host personal information. Host MO fan. Unknown health value. Practice the 5 elements of creation technique. Cultivate as King Wu. Excellent status. Version 33. How did my health become unknown? Previously, you had a life limit because you did not belong to this world and my level was not high enough. But as you become stronger, your connection with the world becomes closer, and I am promoted. In the future, I will no longer have to expend my energy to deceive the heavens for you. There is one final inheritance challenge. You're right, and there's one last thing. What's going on? Can there be earthquakes in this damn place too? No, it's not a natural disaster like an earthquake. It's just a man-made disaster. No wonder that sword spirit said that. It seems that not only me and Jian Gui have entered this treasure. From your appearance, it seems that you were not guided by the Sword Saint's talisman. That's really strange. How can one enter the gate alone? The 3 inheritors should correspond to 3 inheritors. The familiar scent suddenly came to mind. Hurry up, the sword aura inheritance of the Sword Saint has been taken away by that person. Don't you want it anymore? Are you afraid? That person went too fast and even the poor Kumo couldn't catch up. And I have already won the biggest prize in this cave, which is a big step forward from my goal before coming here. I was just thinking about why I was born before I could finish taking the 3 inherited Juxian swords. It turns out that there was a third person doing it for me. So I think I'm ready enough to venture into the Western Mausoleum. Xiao Yu, please wait a little longer. I will take you back to your hometown soon. By the way, go say hello to the master first. He hasn't contacted me for so long. He should let him know my movements. Feihua Post Office Jinyang. What? The letter my master gave me. I haven't found him yet. Why did he leave me a message? Mo Fanin's words are like faces, my friend is true. Clear and bitter words, Blood Spirit City will change and release again. Go to the next house and have a feeling. A woman's life and death are unpredictable. Please cherish her. The Blood Spirit domain has transformed into the Blood Spirit domain. I think I know who just flew away. The gate of Shilling City. The biplane figure in the fire should be the Kahwake, but how could the Kahwake clan show up and even move from the Blood Spirit realm to the Middle Spirit realm? There may have been some major changes in the Blood Spirit domain, but we can only consider it after we finish going to the Western Mausoleum domain. I hope Master is safe. The bad premonition that occurred before has reappeared. But young Master, you have already paid so much for this. Xiaoyu, let's go in together. Whatever it is, we will overcome it together, right? What the hell? This place is really desolate. It's so hard to breathe in this damn place. Not only breathing, but also the body has become so heavy. What's going on? Spiritual energy protection. Young Master, young Master. A young Master. Young Master, wake up quickly. Xiaoyu, you're awake. Young Master, you're awake. Wait, what's going on here? I don't know either, but suddenly I woke up. Then I saw you lying on the ground, young Master, and that's it. There is a problem with the air here, which not only makes it difficult to breathe, but also prevents me from activating my spiritual energy. I accidentally passed out without checking, don't you feel it? What does it feel like? Is it because Xiaoyu came from the Shilling region that she didn't react? Fortunately, she wasn't affected, otherwise it would have been troublesome if an enemy came at this time. What kind of person? Small. A young master. The person who harmed the young master. Everyone has to die. This scent. Damn it, I still can't mobilize spiritual power. Can't swordsmanship alone compete with these people? What do you guys really want to do? Release Xiaoyu for me. Xiaoyu. Mofin, please calm down first. If you can't fight, you're just going up to deliver. Give. Isn't the lesson from just now enough? You can't fight with all your might right now. Unable to fight. Are you describing? A swordsman holding a sword. Anything that cannot kill me will only make me stronger. The most wrong thing those three bastards did was not repair the knife. I will never lose again. Listen to me first. You say? My ability to search for information has improved a lot now, and I can feel that those three people have the same aura as Xiaoyu. The direction of this aura should be over there. It's been so long since I left. Don't worry, our direction is correct. I sense that the breath is getting closer and closer. Don't worry, I've calmed down now. Be careful, this aura is much larger than before. It seems that there are quite a few enemies. No, it's not that simple. I even sense the bloody smell. Bloody gas. These bastards. This is. The heavenly level spirit beast is like a tiger hedgehog, with fur that destroys trust, malice, loyalty, and reverence. It portrays evil words and is a first-class and extremely evil spirit beast. Skilled at guarding against wind and fire, surrounded by blue guards, unable to break through, only able to escape. That's by ZE. What a strong sense of oppression. MO fan, don't be afraid while trying to charge upwards. What else can we do? The scent of tracking comes from this direction, and didn't you see what this roadblock just ate? And you don't think this beast can make us walk through it completely, do you? After all, fighting is not something we want to escape from. It can be avoided. I'm sorry to disturb your meal, but I still need you to spit out what you've eaten. Because maybe it's inside. There is someone important to me. I can't use spiritual power now, I can only use a sword. Although I have 2 swords in hand, I may not be able to resist. After all, the oppression that this beast makes me feel. Even human enemies. It has never caused any harm. Surprisingly, it's useless at all. Not yet. What the hell? I still managed to dodge it. But how could it be so tiring? This guy. Do you want to eat me? Do you think I can't resist anymore? Oh no, I don't have the strength anymore. Swordsmanship without spiritual power support. Not enough to overcome. What else do I have? Soul. True fire is different from the alchemy fire and spiritual energy of ordinary alchemists. It is a power that runs through both spiritual energy and physical body. Even if I cannot mobilize my spiritual energy and use my blood as fuel, I can still ignite the flames. Bet all my soul power and true fire based on the remaining sword intent. This is forged for the purpose of fighting again. Second round. It's starting. The second time feels equally good. What's up? Weren't you very capable just now? Why is this not working? Power is not inferior, accurate head. Not bad, right? Do you want to engage in remote attacks? That's really a pity for me now. Be the pink of perfection. This kind of attack is fundamental. Neither painful nor itching. Don't scream. Don't worry. MO fan. Really? That's scary enough. That's enough. I have fully adapted to this state and fully understood your situation. Are you ready to be slaughtered by me? It's too slow. Is your counterattack only to this extent? Or rather, you can only achieve this level. The induction in battle is indeed correct. This beast has a heart problem. When spiritual power flows there, there is a gap in the defense that should have been perfect. There have also been shortcomings. Don't cause any trouble. You just. Very crazy. Whoosh. This is really a close victory. Indeed, a narrow victory over this Shirazawa is incomplete. The divine power of Shirazawa comes from the heart of Shirazawa, and the most valuable loot is also the heart of Shirazawa. The one you encountered doesn't have a heart for some reason, so you can find the flaw. If it were a fully powerful celestial beast, I'm afraid even your master wouldn't be able to defeat it. Hey, that's what you're saying. Then I don't have any spoils of war, do I? It's good that you can survive. Never mind, I didn't fight this thing for the sake of my heart. But it's still a pity. If you had the heart of Shirazawa, you should be able to use spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. Yeah, you can't use spiritual power largely because you're rejected by the Azure Spirit Realm and unable to adapt. And as a local heavenly spirit beast, Baizei's heart refined elixir can help you alleviate this rejection when taken. Isn't that really a big loss? Speaking of which, can you make do with this thing without a heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys? Do you think this is a component that can be replaced? If it's not possible, then it's not possible. I'm not without combat power right now. What's important now is to go inside this beast's belly and take a look. Who exactly did it eat before? MO fan. What's going on? This thing can survive without a heart, which is already a manifestation of the powerful vitality of a celestial spirit beast. But the breath that sustained life after being pierced by Mofin should have dissipated. Could it be said that? It's not that this thing has lost its heart, but that it was hit hard and its heart was damaged, which allowed Mofin to find the loophole. So MO Fan's attack just now was not enough to kill this thing. Why did it suddenly start moving? This animal didn't die. It clearly doesn't have a heart. When you're not thinking about this, you have to get out first. No, it's not good. I have already used my last strength for 3 and I am unable to move anymore. Do you? I'm going to die here. MO Fan. Is it possible that something is wrong with Baizei? Just swallowed me, I don't even think about it. Am I something you can digest? I have never relied solely on myself. Previously, I was weak with a sword outside, but now it has entered your body. Let me see if you'll digest me first or if I'll give you a break first. Open the barrel and break the belly. Did you do Mofin? This is. I can't believe you actually did it. Not only did he escape from Shirazawa's belly, but he also did so in the most perfect way possible. Seized the heart of Shirazawa. When Baizei is alive, taking out the heart of Baizei completely will let the heart absorb all the essence of Baizei. Become a perfect gem like alchemy material. It's really rare to see him. We need to ensure that Baizei's heart is removed while he's still alive. There are not many people in this world who can do it. You must know the formula for alchemy if you say that, right? That's right. I was originally worried that even with the elixir, I couldn't refine it. But seeing the performance of your fighting body just now, using those fiery words. The principle of the yin-yang battle body is to ignite the remaining spiritual energy in the body and combine it with true fire to construct a battle at armor with sword intent. Essentially, I haven't been able to mobilize spiritual energy here. Even if I cannot activate spiritual energy and true fire in the Western Mausoleum domain, the results of my cultivation in the Middle Spirit domain will not disappear. I just used it in a different way. That means you can't use that combat body temporarily without external spiritual energy supplementation, right? I should have been able to use it for a while. But the bad news is to confirm whether Xiaoyu is in that beast's belly or not. I have already used my last spiritual energy and true fire. Fortunately, I obtained the perfect level of Shirazawa heart. I can only take a break first to restore the spiritual energy and true fire in my body. Can't you activate your spiritual energy? How can you restore it? At this point, the role of alchemy is reflected. MO fan. Well, I never expected that after being unable to mobilize spiritual energy, I couldn't even absorb pills and medicines. Hello, sir. Have you checked if there is any useful news regarding the information you have collected here? We need to find another way to restore combat effectiveness. I will search for news now. Searching in progress. Send updated news. News on current events. The celestial level spirit beast Baze has fully developed, and the Black Witch King has sent someone to capture Baze and fight to the death to temporarily escape. At this time, it is in a weak state and can take the opportunity to hunt. Your news reflection arc is too long, isn't it? By ZE, it's all my fault. Temporarily escape. I knew that as a celestial spirit beast, there is nothing in nature that can harm it. How could its heart be injured for no reason? In other words, this animal is a prey that is about to be caught, and we have missed it. Indeed, it cannot be delayed. It must be done. As soon as possible. But now that you're almost out of oil and your lamp is dry, you can't refine elixirs to activate your spiritual energy. Don't put it together. Don't fight anymore. If you were to refine pills like this, it would just be a waste of materials. But when it comes to putting it together, search for alchemy methods. It's not necessarily necessary to use real fire, even if it can't be activated. Don't you still have life? Are you a devil? You should call me Savior. Eureka! Blood refining method. Ignite the alchemy fire with blood as fuel. This method of alchemy is no different from ordinary flame refining, but please note that due to the risk of excessive blood loss and life-threatening risks associated with firewood, it is only recommended for novice alchemists with insufficient alchemy skills to use. Blood refining method. That's right, this method is an alchemy method that was eliminated a long time ago. The reason is that it doesn't have any special benefits, it just doesn't require alchemy with real fire. Is it necessary to be so extreme? If you can still use spiritual power, then of course not. But now we are in a desperate situation. If the person who previously injured Baze's heart were to chase after you, what would you take? Who knows who they are and how quickly they came? Yeah, the most important thing is that Xiao Yu may not allow me to delay for even a moment. So we can only take a risk. Master Zao, please assist me in alchemy. Now I'm here to tell you about the prescription and refining method. Pay attention to them. You don't have spiritual energy right now. The blood refining method consumes a lot, and we don't have a second chance. I know, trust me, I will never make a mistake. Although the blood refining method is dangerous, considering your current situation, it actually has a benefit. According to common sense, if this pill is refined, there will inevitably be a pill tribulation. But the blood refining method will lead the target of the alchemy tribulation to the alchemist. And if you can't activate your spiritual energy, Thunder should not be able to complete the positioning. Dan Jiet should not be able to find you in person. That should mean it's still possible, but the risk is worth taking. I'll give you all the refining techniques. The rest is up to you. Don't worry, I will never allow this material alone to fail. That's enough. Lei Yuan is not small in scale, but fortunately it seems that it really can't locate me. It's time for harvest. It seems that this is not worse than the elixir refined in the final of the Dan Dao Genius competition, right? Not bad, this is a fairy-level elixir. Immortal. The highest quality elixir that can only be obtained by chance beyond the mundane world. Although this is a great opportunity, it also means you may not be able to take this elixir anymore. For Mao. You can also tell from the thunder robbery that it's completely different from the oppression you experienced last time. Just holding this pill in my hand makes me feel like my previous hidden injury has healed. The medicine is so powerful, yet you make me refuse to take it. How could you not eat? As you said, now is not the time to seek safety. It's not for stability, it's because your current body can't handle the medicinal power of the elixir. The reason why I had confidence earlier was that I asked you to refine pills even though you couldn't take them. It is precisely because of the special nature of this pill that the user needs the power of the heart of Shirazawa more than themselves. But that's only at the level of heavenly elixirs, and at the level of immortal elixirs, no matter what, you must mobilize your own spiritual energy to cooperate. Otherwise, it will only allow the medicinal properties to accumulate in your body and eventually explosion and death. Hey, do you think I'm lucky or unlucky? The solution is clearly in our hands, but we have encountered a moth again. Don't be discouraged. Keep the pill and you can take it sooner or later. And what do you think of me as? There are plenty of ways to adapt to the battlefield. Soon, I will be able to find a bunch for you. Then hurry up. We need to leave quickly. You can't go anywhere. It really takes no effort to come here. I was waiting to find out who stole the solitary prey, but I didn't expect to find not only the thief, but also. You have even refined the elixir for me. Do you think I should speak up? Thank you. Give it to me honestly, I can give you a satisfying experience. Does alchemy consume too much of the body and slow down the reaction speed? However, just the scent of the elixir helped me recover some of it. Since it is so, the spiritual power containing blood has a particularly good taste. Give it to me. Let go. Court death. I want you to survive, not to die, not to cry and hand over things, and then I beg you for some pleasure. First, discard your spiritual power. That's it. Handing over the things obediently, I can still give you some pleasure, otherwise draining you is just the beginning. Will you really give me something to enjoy? The words of the Black Witch King alone are priceless. Since you're saying that, then I can only. I refused. You. But since you want to suck me dry, I'll let you. Suck enough. What happened? Mr. Zao said that taking the elixir directly would cause me to explode and die, and coincidentally, there was a flood discharge. Can you let go of me? Just let me treat you to a good meal. After all, did you win alone? Really? XX. Did you say that my food is so easy to digest? Do you think this can defeat Goo? Do you think this torture can make me surrender? If you want to die as a lone explosive, you deserve it too. It's you who wants to explode. Ha ha ha, I thought you were so good. Unexpectedly, after only pouring in half of the spiritual energy, you couldn't hold on anymore. Incorrect. It's not that you only infused half of your spiritual energy, but that I only took half of yours. Because that's enough. I was supposed to explode and die if I took this pill directly, but you gave me a spillway instead. After the spiritual energy was drained, I could only die with you, but you insisted on returning it to me. It's me who should say thank you, right? I couldn't mobilize spiritual power before, so I still have some difficulty mastering the true strength of this combat body. And now after taking the elixir and gaining half of your spiritual power, I am the strongest posture now. Bye. I forgot about it. Heavenly tribulation, NNNNN. It's not good that I revealed such a big loophole. Isn't it? How can this guy be worse off than me? I remember now that he disturbed Jia from the beginning. At that time, Jia had not yet completed positioning me, so he also took a breath. Later, this person swallowed my spiritual energy, which led to the heavenly tribulation locking me and him together. At first glance, this person is truly a kind-hearted person. Do you think this can defeat Gu? Gu is the king of the Black Witch and the archenemy of the White Witch, the destroyer of destiny. What would be hurt by you? This person seems to have mistaken thunder for the attack you launched. I didn't say that. The Lonely King has no right to disobey. It's so dangerous. If this power had been used against me just now, it would have been incredible. It seems that although I have absorbed most of this person's spiritual energy, their strength is still terrifying. But if things continue like this, he should also die under the thunder. But this person seems to have a problem with his brain and he left me alone. Go to Hard Steel Thunder. Received new current affairs news. 3 days ago, Lord Wuxian of the White Witch clan harvested the lost Holy Maiden from a long time ago and finally began his final plan. This triggered the dark goo left in the mind of the Black 11 Witch King, causing him to go crazy and prepare to attack the Black Witch clan. Isn't the Black Witch King the self-proclaimed name of this person? And he's not a fool, he's already crazy. Wait, didn't you notice the key issue with this news? The lost Holy Maiden happened to arrive in the Western Mausoleum domain 3 days ago. Are you saying it meets these criteria? Could it be Xiao Yu? We can't let him die in a thunderstorm. Although it's a bit late, it's still my turn to take action. Only after facing it directly can one understand the heavy sense of oppression. Speaking of which, although I wanted to save you, at least you're so strong that I'll take another 1 or 2. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Crossing a tribulation with the power of 2 people is really cheating. Easy to handle, it seems like I'm still very strong. Hey, this person shouldn't have died, right? The Lonely King is invincible. Even if you trigger thunder, how can you harm the Lonely King? It's said that it's not worth explaining. If he runs away, he won't be able to get any news from Xiao Yu. Don't worry, now that I've taken the elixir and swallowed most of his spiritual power, he can't escape my pursuit. Yu Minglax. Why is His Royal Highness the Witch King so embarrassed? But something unexpected happened. Why is he mentally confused now? Could it be that Lord Wuxian's plan has changed? You are. Is your mind really unclear? Your Highness, you probably drank too much and I don't even remember. I am your most loyal deputy leader, Gu Ling. You are my most loyal one. Your Highness. Your Highness left hastily earlier and now returned in a disheveled state, but there was an accident. It's Moro again, this old guy. Your Highness mentioned earlier that Bai Zi, who went to snatch the White Witch for hunting, may have collided with him. The Lonely King has indeed encountered an enemy. He is. How could I suddenly forget what that bastard looked like? As expected, besides Lord Wu Chang, who else in the Western Mausoleum could harm the Black Witch King? Nowadays, the Black Witch King cannot even remember his enemies. It seems that Lord Wuxian took action in advance, so I also need to start cooperating. This old guy must be eliminated. Your Highness must have been exhausted for the sake of the Black Witch clan. I'll take the hall to rest first, Moro. Don't worry about it. Even if you behave improperly in your daily life, Gu Ling, you still flatter Your Highness at this critical moment. Step back. Why does Your Highness look like this now? His Highness, who had just ascended the throne, was so full of spirit and vowed to unify the Black Witch and the White Witch, but for some unknown reason, it turned out like this. Now there is a holy lake drying up inside and a White Witch chaos outside. Does the gradual drying up of the holy lake also make his aspirations gradually disappear? Your Highness, as a king, the old thief of the demon Luo shows no respect and dares to question your Highness. What kind of offense is this? Mo Luo has committed an offense. How can the old thief let him continue to be the deputy leader to restrain his Highness? Your Highness, why don't you take him down before he shows any resistance? Take it, take it, take it. Moro is loyal to me and has prestige within the clan. It's just prestige, Your Highness. All you need to do is open the Black Witch's secret vault and retrieve the Black Moon crown. Who dares to question the command of the Black Witch? Why don't Your Highness take down the demon first and then give me the talisman so that I can help you retrieve the crown? It's also good. Very good, Your Highness. Please take good care of Moro. And I. Just go and accept the treasure of your Black Witch sect. This is it. The Black Moon Crown, also known as the White Sun King's robe. I will let the Black Witch King poison and kill the stumbling block within the Black Witch sect, such as Mo Luo. Then this thing will be the only proof to command the Black Witch. That means you can do whatever you want, right? What kind of person? You asked me. My name is Mofin, and I am the one who injured your king. I also took his spiritual power. Although I haven't fully absorbed it yet, the invisible fire control method that can completely liberate my strength and even strengthen it to a higher level can even make me completely. Hide your body shape and breath. Listen to what you said before. You're probably not just a subordinate of the Black Witch King, are you? When was it? Although I didn't listen to all of your conversations, I still know. You must be a member of the White Witch. Whoever he is, go first. Don't rush to leave. Although I took your crown, aren't there still many treasures here? We even have time to slowly choose. You previously sent the Black Witch King away to slaughter the cult, and now no one will come to this place. Even if I chop you into minced meat, no one will know. So honestly tell me what White Witch means by Wuxian and Holy Maiden. Do you think this will make me submit? I am dignified. Stop telling useless lies and reveal the secret of the White Witch. Once you die, I won't say anything, but what can you do to me? I used to think that the ultimate pain was just death, but that was the person I cared about before anything happened. Now I understand better than anyone that death is far from the end, and I don't mind sharing this feeling with others. You. The Samadhi True Fire, transformed by the infinite creation True Fire, possesses the ability to intoxicate the human heart. However, after consuming the spiritual power of your Black Witch King, my Samadhi True Fire can even add my divine thoughts to illusions, allowing people to see what I want them to see. Now? Feel my pain. Mofin, what are you doing? Let her feel the pain. She doesn't seem to feel pain like that. Hey. We are young comics. Be careful not to be harmonious. What are you thinking? We're just using Samadhi's popularity to show her horror movies from my memory. She looks so scared that there's nothing harmonious about it. Horror film. That's right, horror movies. Whether it's severe torture or soft language begging, it's useless for such people. The best way to break through their hearts is to make them face their fears directly. I didn't just exchange information in your database before. There are so many ways to use such a large inventory. No, this is the ultimate horror movie experience in 3D stereoscopic VR that no one can resist. This was originally intended to be used to show off my aura when I went on a date with Xiaoyu, but unfortunately Xiaoyu is not here now. And Xiaoyu is likely to have been taken away by these people. Therefore, don't waste my time. Death is just a starting point. I hope you can understand this truth. I'm telling you everything I know. Please don't let me see those things again. That's right. It turns out that Bai Wu's plan is so far-reaching. Surprisingly, as early as the coronation of the Black Witch King, he had already begun planning to drive him crazy. Moreover, let the Bone Spirit serve as an internal collaborator and cooperate with the White Witch's contribution to become the vice sect leader. Always ready to seize the throne after the Black Witch King goes insane. Is this the enemy who took Xiaoyu away? That's really a strong opponent. I would never easily provoke one. But who allowed it? How dare you scoundrels attack my family? Enjoy it, enjoy it. This is what an orphan should look like. Anyone who disagrees will be killed. The entire Black Witch sect can only have my voice. Ah, isn't this the lone deputy leader? Your Highness, are you crazy? These are all your clan members and subordinates. Since he is an isolated subordinate, that orphan is naturally. Kill if you want to. Your Highness has forgotten the glory of being a king. Why did your Highness kill his people? Even if you are forced by the White Witch to only have one water area, you deserve the name of a king. Why? Why did it become like this? What exactly happened? Black Witch. Why did it become like this? Why? Of course it's because of your enemy, the White Witch. This force. The Imperial Sword comes with the wind. Demonic realm between heaven and earth. Black Witch King, please calm down. I know what conspiracy you have become. Don't do things that make relatives hurt enemies quickly. It's you. Really? I followed you all the way and didn't even remember. Now that I'm crazy like this, I actually know who I am. We have a common enemy. Enemy's lonely enemy. Only you. Damn it, it's not easy to hide. We can only. Hard bar. Could you please give it to me? Be clear-headed. Incorrect. Spiritual energy is in rebellion. Go die, everyone. How could the Black Witch King suddenly self-destruct? How can I cooperate with the Black Witch to fight against the White Witch and rescue Xiaoyu now? I think what you should consider now is not future cooperation, but leaving quickly. I can't leave. Although everything is a conspiracy of the White Witch, the Black Witch King's self-disclosure is also related to me. At least I have to work hard. Feed. This is the spiritual energy of the Black Witch King's rebellion. Since I swallowed most of his spiritual energy before, I should be able to find a way. Who exactly is this person? Surprisingly, he risked his life and death to block the explosion for us. Probably a variable in the shielding region for thousands of years. Go ahead, Moro. That man showed me many things that shouldn't exist in this world. Is it different from this world? It's you. Why are you still here? Black Witch King, you're awake now. Perhaps it's because I'm almost dead and all my spiritual energy is flowing out. Although I know my fault, I can't turn back. Speaking of which, I can be considered a blessing in disguise for you. Only shameless. Please. Damn it. I wasted time listening to you talking to see if you had any ideas, but you just asked me for help. This is his mother. Do you still need to say it? No way. With my current spiritual energy intensity, there is no problem resisting this wave of self-explosion. But absolutely cannot resist. If we resist forcefully, the consequences will be no different from me fleeing directly. It's all about letting the Black Witch clan bear the damage. I can only follow my initial idea. With the help of the spiritual energy within me that shares the same origin as the Black Witch King. Swallow it. Nima was hasty. I'm a bit unable to withstand the Black Witch. The people should have withdrawn, right? Why don't I slip away too? Holy crap. Are you planning to live and die with me if you don't take the opportunity to run away? I feel a little embarrassed about this. This doesn't mean I can only. Hold on. Somewhat. Lin is annoyed. Haha. It's you. After all, this is a sin created by an orphan, and it should be the orphan who bears the greatest responsibility. Let me lend you a helping hand, it's also my reward for you. I see. This crown is our tribe's tokens and symbols of the king. Please accept this responsibility. Black Witch needs king. This is the secret technique of our Black Witch clan and royal clan. I think this is the only thing that can be used as compensation for me. Remuneration. When seeking help from others, one naturally needs to give benefits. The cultivation of a solitary person is something you have acquired through your own abilities, not something that I have given you. It sounds really impressive. But how can it shatter at a touch? Because the real weapon requires you to collect it yourself. 6 days to martial arts is a qualification inheritance. Treasure trove of martial arts. As you defeat different opponents, the memories of battles and the abilities of opponents will turn into a weapon. Put it into the treasure trove. In my lonely life, I have gone through 1,000 battles and gained 6 days to countless martial arts. It's not that I can't give you all the weapons that I've collected. But I don't need you. The battles and opponents I have experienced are definitely no worse than yours. Unfortunately, you were harmed by the White Witch and were unable to demonstrate the true power of the 6-day martial arts. If you're awake, even with only 30% of your spiritual power and 6 days of martial arts, you can defeat me. Ha ha ha, what did you say? Winning or losing depends solely on the outcome, which is the meaning of 6 days of martial arts. Lonely and defeated, so you reap everything. Take this gift and shoulder the responsibility of being a king. If you feel regretful, take these 6 days and let Wu Rang by Wu also become your collection. You're not afraid that I'll just take something and leave. Having lived alone for so long, I always see you as a young person who can't make a mistake. And it won't be lonely who will make you take responsibility. But rather, they are. Refer to Your Highness. Don't rush to bow to me yet. I haven't agreed yet. Since you don't agree, why is Your Highness wearing a crown and a royal robe? Do you think I thought this robe was forcibly given to me by your king? It seems that His Highness made a clear decision to choose an heir at the last moment, even after 6 days of military intervention. What are you saying? I'm too lazy to say anything. But since you recognize me as the heir, then tell me everything about the White Witch. Shieling Domain is the closest place in the world to the gods. Under the protection of the gods, the witch people are born with divine power and have a long lifespan. But for some unknown reason, many years ago, God never sent a revelation again. The shamans are not only gradually declining, but also facing survival issues. The witches split into black witches and white witches in confusion and pain. Survived by relying on the only 2 remaining miracles. The White Witch clan occupies the holy mountain of Tongtian. The warm climate of the holy mountain is suitable for planting witches and people to live around it. And our Black Witch guards the holy lake and lives there, skilled in fishing and hunting. Since ancient times, under the leadership of the Witch King, our tribe has had occasional friction with the White Witch, who is commanded by the 10 witches. The 2 tribes have been rivals for countless years, and their strength has always been evenly matched. So although there are conflicts, no one can swallow anyone. Over a decade ago, 2 out of 10 witches suddenly disappeared without a trace. The White Witch clan must pay the heavenly tax to the 10 witches in order to live on the holy mountain. After the disappearance of 2 witches, the sky tax suddenly increased. If there are grievances among the people, there is an opportunity to attack, but our holy lake is inexplicably starting to dry up at this moment. The former prince of witchcraft and wizardry, for some unknown reason, had a great temperament that left us with no choice but to hold on. Since Your Highness mentioned before that the White Witch is behind this, it seems that the drastic change in the former prince's temperament was also a trick under the White Witch's command. However, now that the former Your Highness has come to his senses at the last moment and passed on to His Highness, our clan has actually gained an advantage. Moro is willing to plead for his life and fight as a vanguard, willing to go through fire and water for His Highness. Although I do have to confront the White Witch. But you guys have too much fighting spirit, right? But speaking of which, more than a decade ago, that was when Xiao Yu left the Shilin domain. She's not one of the 2 missing witches, is she? Becoming the ruler of the White Witch at such a young age. This doesn't make sense. Tell me about your past history. Have there been any issues with the territories of the 2 tribes and internal chaos? It's not true that all of this happened after Wu Jin disappeared. I don't have any other news from my end, I just know that I was suddenly asked to go undercover here. Normally, our White Witch clan did not have the ability to influence the level of the Black Witch King before, otherwise they would have used it long ago. Sure enough, everything happened after Xiao Yu's disappearance, and the transformation of the Black and White Witch also happened suddenly. Gu Ling, what do you mean by undercover? Just calm down, Bone Spirit is now my subordinate. No matter what happened before, he is still a friendly army. Since you recognize me as Your Highness, let's coexist peacefully for now. What is the relationship between the Holy Maiden and the 10 witches mentioned earlier? The Holy Maiden is... I beg your pardon? Holy Mountain Kunlun Palace. The Holy Maiden, also known as the White Witch Clan Witch, is the only 10 witches that need to be replaced for a long time. Because Wu Jin is a sacrificial White Witch, a girl with a purple extreme physique will automatically become Wu Jin. When the time comes, they will offer sacrifices to the Holy Mountain. Isn't the purple extreme constitution exactly Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu is a sacrificial offering. What exactly is the time you mentioned? Calculate the next suitable time. It should be 27 days later. If Mofin doesn't save the person soon, Xiao Yu will. Well, we need to find a solution right away. Your Highness. Your Highness is confused. May I ask if the recovered saint is someone close to you? I won't hide it from you either. I believe you can see that I'm not from Shilin domain anymore. And my purpose of coming is for Xiao Yu's physical health. But I didn't expect to encounter so many things as soon as I arrived. There is a grudge between our clan and the White Witch, and there is a grudge between His Highness and the White Witch for taking away their relatives. In this way, we have a common goal. What do you mean? But even though you are righteous, I cannot risk your lives at will. Tell me the venue for the ceremony, I'll come up with a plan first. Your Highness, I have a plan. You know, if it weren't for my special background, it wouldn't be so easy for Black and White witches to infiltrate. That's right, so Bai Wu doesn't have any other channels for information. As long as you convey reliable information, they will definitely believe it. The various anomalies caused by the White Witch over a decade ago. Most likely there is some big plot involved. And Xiao Yu is the key to this, so Xiao Yu should be safe before the festival begins. Since the ceremony is so important, the Black Hand who received the Bone Spirit message is likely to ride on the chaos of the Black Witch. To thoroughly ensure that the ceremony will not be disrupted. The Witch Forest of 10 Witches. Why didn't someone come to receive the message sent by Gu Ling? Adult. Gu Ling, you actually came in person. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? What did the adult say? Now that the Black Witch King has fallen and the Black Witch is preoccupied, how could she find me? Just why are you here alone, sir? Did my message not reach you? Ha ha ha, didn't you just say that the Black Witch is in chaos? There's no room for counterattack. Why bring a large group of people here? Without the Black Witch King, I alone am enough for the Black Witch clan. If I were to take down the entire Black Witch alone, who among the 10 witches would be able to compete with me? Doesn't that mean the adult didn't reveal any information to the White Witch when he came here? Do you think I'm not strong enough? No, 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 there's no need to question the strength of adults. It's just that. It's just a pity that the fish isn't big enough. You say? Don't struggle, this formation was originally designed to deal with your large army. Now all the pressure is on you, even if you are the 10 witches, you cannot break free. Who are you? You can call me a passing knight. Specially designed to reconcile the conflict between your black and white witches. Your Highness, since the situation is clear, I will have Moro cancel the ambush. Just maintain this formation with all your strength and let the others scatter to search for any traces of the White Witch. I can't trust everything this person says. It's human. Are you referring to adjustment as a move against us, White Witch? Originally, black and white witches were no different to me, but who allowed you to harm my loved ones? At this point, I'm not making any excuses anymore. I can't let any White Witch go. So tell me about the situation of the White Witch Holy Mountain, and I can give you some peace of mind. Hee, give me some pleasure. Who do you think you are? Garish. Kill you first, then go find other white witches to gather information. Not executed. Here. I also thought about the purpose of your masks. It was originally used for cicadas to shed their shells. Unfortunately, ambushes can only work once. Kid, no one knows what the mask of 10 witches is for, and no one has seen the true face of 10 witches. Because the person I've seen is already dead. Why does the tattoo on his face make my demon swear to react? The demon oath I made should only be true for one thing, and the only thing that would make me react is probably 2 breaths. Within 20 years, avenge the Qingxian king and slay the blood demon king. King Qingxian is no longer in this world, so this unfamiliar aura can only be the object of blood oath revenge. Blood demon king. Where does the tattoo on your face come from? I didn't expect you to be interested in this. But Why should I tell you? Of course, it's because I will make you have to say Ha 0000000. No matter how strong your attack is, if you can't hit it, kid. How could this be possible? Has anyone told you? What is the outcome of excessive pressure in front of me? This scent. You are the Black Witch King. It's unlikely. As you can see. If it's fake, replace it. In front of you is the newly appointed king of the Black Witch clan. Do you think I have the qualifications to give you pleasure now? Now answer my question. Black Witch King. I didn't expect to use this again. But if this power is used to kill the Black Witch King, wouldn't it be a waste? This is the power that erupted from that tattoo. Unfortunately, Black Witch is also considered a fellow countryman. Unfortunately, the weak have no existence. Then come again. After the close combat, the sense of breath became more and more apparent. Is hiding the head and revealing the tail the style of your 10 witches? Do you know that I can sense your tattoo? Just like as conspicuous as a black bear in the snow. Your tattoo doesn't seem to be very useful. Not only did your strength not increase, but you also exposed your breath to me. Did the person who tattooed you harm you? How is that possible? It hasn't become stronger yet. Just refuting the fact that it hasn't become stronger. And didn't you refute that the tattoo was given by someone else? So the tattoo is probably not something he got himself. Did you completely go berserk? It seems like you can't get any other information. So now, you're no longer useful. You 10 witches gather together and dare not launch a strong attack on the Black Witch who has the Black Witch King. How could you defeat me alone, the one who inherited everything from the Black Witch King? How is that possible? Although they only dare to use some conspiracies and tricks, they believe that power can determine everything. Since power determines everything, let me decide your fate. You can't inherit everything from him, you're just defeating me. Wait for my White Witch army to invade. The army is pressing on the border. Do you really think coming here alone is your own idea? I beg your pardon? In order to avoid exposure, the communication between me and the 10 witches is one way. Usually, messages are transmitted through this specially designed line pigeon. At present, I still have 3 line pigeons in my hand that can transmit messages 3 times. There are too many fishing activities that can only be done once. After all, fish are not fools. Do you think there are any impulsive individuals among the 10 witches who have bad relationships with the others? Only those people would choose to take the benefits of defeating the Black Witch alone. Of course, it is also possible that more than 10 witches will come, so we need to be prepared for both directions. But no matter what, as we play at home, we always have an advantage over the expeditionary forces of our superior army. So the only one who received the bone spirit message from beginning to end was you, a fool. The White Witch army you imagined was also hidden in the drum because of your greed. At this point, there are no more witches in the world except for the Hammer of Strength. My biggest concern was that if you came with a large army to mobilize, it would make the other 10 wizards suspicious. But I never expected you to be so confident. Indeed, you only have the characteristic of strength left. Your Highness. Don't be nervous, it was just an accident that was easily resolved. This doesn't seem like it's easy. The damage may have been a bit excessive, but the outcome is ultimately good. At least we have eliminated one of the 10 witches with certainty. Do I need to continue releasing information? Don't criticize people like Wooleen for now. There's only one other 10 wizards who are not so foolish. They will definitely communicate with each other. And they won't come alone either. They must have brought someone with them. So we can't leave the battlefield at our own home, as the aftermath of the battle will cause us unnecessary losses. The message you are about to send emphasizes the internal tightness and internal looseness of the Black Witch. Not suitable for a large army to come, more suitable for a small army to infiltrate and directly control the entire Black Witch. In this way, even if the 10 witches who received the message were very cautious and chose to tell the other 10 witches the message, it is also highly likely that we will choose to invade with a large army, while we will fully mobilize against them. Half-crossed and struck. Sure enough, this time we came with a large army. A fool like Wooleen couldn't have met him twice. Are these 2 brothers big enough to fight? Rinshan Mountain. A sea of people. Your Highness, don't worry, even though we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. But with the cover of this invisible array, it's enough for us to take the lead. The concealed formation will be broken when approaching, and can only bully the new recruits for a while. The reaction time is slow. But at this moment, the person on the other side must be an elite. I originally thought that we would have a terrain advantage, and even if the ambush failed, we would have a numerical advantage against the White Witch, but I didn't expect it. Your Highness joked that 9 out of 10 things in the world are not good, and not all of them are necessarily bad. Even if there are only White Witch's small troops here, won't we encounter White Witch's large troops in the future? Our goal is not just to take advantage. Ha 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 ha, that's right. This is war now. The best choice is to eliminate the enemy's living forces as much as possible in a war where someone is bound to be eliminated. So, let's have a tough battle. Stop. 10 witch spells. There may be other roads ahead. The quickest route to reach the Black Witch clan is ahead, Your Excellency, the Witch Curse. The fastest, that means it's not a must-pass. Let's rest in place and take a different route later. This terrain is too dangerous. What's going on? Why did it suddenly stop? It seems like I'm planning to take a detour. If we let them go, then it's troublesome, Your Highness. Let's go directly. No, this is the plain with a clear view below. It's too dangerous for us to charge directly without having an advantage in numbers. I approached alone and at least figured out their next route. Your Highness, be careful. If you're alone, the invisibility effect can be maintained better. Just use this to figure out the route and see if we can arrange it in advance. The food in the military camp is so luxurious, it must be a big shot. Follow up and take a look. The cautious patrols on the plain are not to be underestimated, by Wu. This aura has been felt in Wulin before. This design should be the witch spell that Bone Spirit mentioned to me. Everyone has already been attracted. He said it would attract. Moral Bone Spirit. Although you have hidden magic formations, my witch heart is naturally invisible. 10 witch hearts. Moro, you old dog was eventually caught by me. I thought you would stay in the Black Witch Holy Church for the rest of your life. Fully attack and eradicate the root cause. How could Nima have another 10 witches? Naturally, it's because you've been tricked. Your strategy is simple yet surprisingly practical. In theory, Wu Xin and I should not be aware of any abnormalities. But I still think it's too coincidental. Although we only have one insider, secret messages have been coming one after another and haven't been sent to the same person yet. Old lady, I have always been cautious, so I came with Wu Xin. Hee, it seems like I got it right again this time. It seems that although you're not stupid, you're not strong enough yet. You brat, you should take advantage of this moment to be proud. Once Wu Xin settles the situation over there, the two of us will work together to make your death worse than that of Mo Luo. They wouldn't have died like this. Did they fall asleep? Ha ha ha. Your Highness is right. How could we easily die before the White Witch is destroyed? I knew it. Then I'll deal with you first. I didn't expect it, did I? The knife got stuck. This is real fire. Don't look at me like this, I'm a very excellent alchemist. Your biggest mistake was not aiming your head at me just now. What else does a caged bird want to struggle with? Old lady, as long as I'm still alive, I won't be considered a loser. Just took away my weapon. Do you think there's a difference between you and being out of breath now? Ha ha ha, it's a pity that I have already seen through the principle behind the formation that binds me. In front of my upgraded master, this formation is not a mystery. It's nothing more than gathering the spiritual energy of everyone to create immense pressure and suppress the enemies in the formation. This formation is the best choice for a large group of miscellaneous soldiers to deal with a single elite. As long as my spiritual power alone is not as great as your total, I will definitely not be able to break free. Unless I also have a mask like Wulin's. But my spiritual power is not ordinary spiritual power, but the true fire exclusive to alchemists. You must not have heard of fusion, have you? Under sufficient pressure, flames can release tremendous amounts of energy, and this pure spiritual power confrontation precisely meets the conditions. So you can't break through my defense now. At least after losing this weapon, you won't be able to break through. A divine weapon is not a cabbage. Even if I fight to get injured, I will keep your weapon. It's just a bet that you don't have a weapon of this level in your hands. To Huangtuku children. Oh, I see your reaction isn't really there, right? Being angry is useless, mother-in-law. You brat, even if you say it's flashy, it's just an increase in defense. Under the heavy pressure, your true fire cannot even leave your body, and you will have no strength to resist. You have to give it a try, don't you? What if you're a fragile person? No matter how many useless explorations there are, it's just futile. Pressure may increase your defense, but it's impossible. There is no limit. Continuously using words to guide me makes me feel that if I want to kill you, I must retrieve the cursed blade to bring me closer to you again. But I have plenty of ways to kill you. You should die under this constantly increasing pressure, right? Go to hell. I thought you would change your formation and stop using this kind of pressure so that my flames wouldn't have the protective effect. Or find a way to retrieve the weapon. I can't underestimate the gap in your formation. It should be enough for you to escape. And even with such great pressure, it didn't make you stop resisting. If you get close, it's okay. So you chose the third path. Killing you happened to happen. How do you know about this third path? I didn't lay it for you. You actually have such strong soul power. We haven't put in all our effort yet. Is this also in your calculation? I've never seen you guys before, so I know no matter how I guide you, you won't fall into my trap. So you chose to enter my trap. After all, you are such a cautious person, aren't you? Without entering the tiger's den, how can you have a tiger? But your trap has a natural flaw, which is that it relies on the power of others to suppress me, rather than your own ability to do so. The power of the crowd is indeed strong, but it is a very laborious task to mobilize the power of the crowd. The more you mobilize the power of your formation to suppress me, the more fragile your soul becomes. But the mask of the 10 witches can bounce back all soul power to attack you. You must have suffered physical and mental trauma now, right? Indeed, your masks are really a good thing. No wonder both of you are wearing them tightly. Even if you break free from the constraints, you're just catching a turtle in a jar. Did you misunderstand that my identity as an alchemist makes you think I only know how to use soul power? As long as I break free from the constraints, those who are surrounded. It's you guys now. Kid, please give me your name. Newly appointed Black Witch King. M.O. Fan. Goodbye, old lady. Coco is evil. Don't be arrogant, Wu Xian. Wu Xian will definitely do it. You can also be considered a strategist. Witch curse, you will be my weapon. Witness the destruction of the White Witch. But we need to take a break before that. Although I let go of my boastful words, it turns out that these opponents are not big cabbage. I replied in a timely manner. Moro, you must persevere. An hour ago. What is the witch curse doing? The power of the entire army can't control a single person with jade. Who do you think that person is? That's the new king of our Black Witch clan. Your Highness, with such fierce fighting, I will definitely defend the battlefield on your behalf. Just rely on you, this old man. Old man. That's quite appropriate. I am indeed an old man. As an old man with blurred eyes, I didn't even know that His Highness was already in danger, and I didn't even know that there was an insider within the clan. Except for this body, I am useless as an old man. You're only left with the ability to block attacks for others. But no matter how many times you can block it, it's just chronic death. I have already read it wrong once, so this time I did not trust my own eyes, but believed in the successor chosen by the former prince. He told me that a former traitor is trustworthy, and I believe that person too, so who told you? Your opponent is only him. When is Bone Spirit? How could my dragon binding rope hinder me? Don't underestimate the experience of the senior. He has already seen through your reality and illusion. Moro. Your formation is not perfect, the only gap is in my hands. Chains will always have a starting point and an end. If there is a head and a tail, there must be gaps. If there are gaps, there will be no perfect blockade. Now it's not your dragon rope attacking me, but I'm using my life to drive the dragon rope. An old dog, a traitor. How dare you? Everyone, listen to the order and make every effort to eliminate the Black Witch. Don't worry about me. Deling. Your counterattack is even more powerless than I imagined, and you just want to break through the defense we built and deal with me again. But it's not connected. I don't even care about my life anymore. Why should we waste our lives? This is Born to Die. How can one fight for life without the courage to die? We can't move anymore. Except Bone Spirit. This round, you lost. I just did it. I have successfully defeated the 10 witches. Moro, I did it. I'm coming now. Save. I can't help but want to applaud you when I see you're so happy. In fact, being able to make the 10 witches take off their masks is truly excellent. It's just a pity. The truth can be too cruel sometimes. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to winning 100 battles. The one who laughs until the end is the winner. I don't know how you got out, but you're not the only one locked up. Forcefully breaking the chains, killing 1,000 enemies, self-harming 800. The white witch damage you bring is heavier than ours. As long as I'm okay, there's no loss. Hee hee, if it's only you left, that may not be enough. What nonsense are you still using? He means you're not good enough to be my opponent. Bone Spirit, if you hold on, Your Highness, you will soon be able to defeat the enemy. Ahem, you old man, you're fine. How could I be okay? I bet on His Highness, at least we need to see the result. Are you okay, Bone Spirit and Demon Luo? It's already so close to me, but what matters is not me. Who do you think you're facing? You're facing the 10 witches. Take good care of your opponent. I'm watching. So what? How come? You're just a 10 witches. And I have already killed 2 10 witches. You also serve as my collection. 3 Candles of Destiny. Hee Lin Wu Curse, Wu Xin. 10 Witches, Wu Xian. It was done by the person you brought with you. So you are very important in that person's heart. But you seem to have lost your memory and forgotten how important you are. But it's okay, anyway I only need your blood. Hee I didn't expect the person I took over to still have consciousness. Who exactly are you occupying my body, and what do you want to do? What to do, of course, is to fulfill the Black Witch King's wish and destroy your White Witch. It's impossible. If he did it, you wouldn't have conspired to drive him crazy, and we are biological brothers. We got separated by fate, which led to a different stance. It is precisely because of this that we both understand that the conflict between the 2 tribes is unreasonable and has no reason to fight. After years of war between the 2 tribes, no one will want to continue the struggle. You will never be from the Shieling region. I thought that after being taken away by me for so long, your remaining soul should have already forgotten these things. It's really disappointing. You'd better be quiet. I thought I would never be able to find you again. But I don't want to break through my iron shoes and find nowhere to get it without any effort. It's time for this ritual, which has been delayed for over a decade, to start again. Although there were some accidents that prevented the souls of several 10 witches from being retrieved. But these people are not as important as you, Wu Jin. Hiding for a long time almost made my body rust. The slaughter of those 10 witches before actually harmed this body, but it has finally come to an end. First, go solve the remaining 10 wizards, and then kill all the white witches. Just use your blood and energy to make up for the shortfall of those 3. Everyone worships. Here we go. Your Highness, what do you mean? It's just a whim. But seeing this battlefield, I had an idea. We were lucky this time because of the way we fought, which resulted in us all being seriously injured but no one sacrificing. On the contrary, the people brought by the White Witch were completely wiped out, and the number of troops collapsed here. The White Witch must be internally empty. You guys go back to recover first. I plan to go to White Witch's holy mountain. I'll be fine. White Witch's people are not like chives. They've cut one crop and another. They don't have many people left now, and with my current strength, I won't be able to keep them unless the military formation is formed. That's right, but since it's an investigation, we shouldn't be too arrogant. Just slowly move closer at this distance. Why is the sky like this when it's not yet time to burn clouds? This sky. Abnormal. Hey, what's going on? Isn't this White Witch's lair? It's eerie, like it's haunted. What's that? It looks a bit familiar to me. What's going on with the mask fragments of Nima's 10 witches? Where have all the White Witches gone? Where are the 10 witches? Where is my opponent, Xiaoyu? Is it in that direction? At the top of this mountain. At this moment, it is the ultimate moment. As an audience member, you came a bit late. But I am a very friendly actor as long as the audience doesn't cause any trouble. I won't do anything unnecessary. Actors need to be able to satisfy the audience in order to prevent them from causing trouble. I'm quite satisfied, but the audience here now. I'm not the only one. What's going on, kid? Didn't I completely disappear? Strictly speaking, you are indeed dead, but I have the ability to intercept information. So I left behind your last remnants, after all. Some things and some people still need you to confirm them. Aching. Your head is green. Are you still angry like this? Do you really think you can do everything? If I could calculate everything, I wouldn't have stayed here for too long. But there are some things I can believe in with my life. That means you will never hurt me. Why did you betray me? Do you know how painful it was when I left my last words? You're not her. You. Did you just say that you could intercept information? Is this the information she left for you? It's indeed very similar, to the point where even I had an illusion, but ultimately it's not her. Just as I firmly believe that Aching will not harm me, Aching also knows that I will not harm her. No matter how similar the shadow is, it is ultimately just a shadow. No matter how sophistry you try, at least this shadow has confirmed one thing for me. How should I address you, as Wu Xian or not? Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King is the infamous name created for me by those who fear me. I prefer the one given to me by Qing. I don't want to know because you're not qualified to use that name right now. You can welcome the end as the Blood Demon King. If the real Qing wants you to kill me, Then I won't resist, but unfortunately, a memory of not knowing anything can't make me willing to be bound. So as an unfriendly audience, it's better to be quiet. The power that shielding domain can exert has its limit, but the area near the altar has already transformed into my unique blood spirit domain to kill you. The same trick is useless for saints. Your oppression is even worse than the formation of the witch curse. If you want to kill me, you have to use a new tactic. Whoosh! Even in the afterlife, her gaze remains as good as ever. But how do you know that this oppression wasn't intentional on my part? What would you do? Even if I didn't pay attention at first, how could I not pay attention to you now that it's the last moment? I was originally worried about who in this domain could free my power from Wu Xian's body. After all, in order to initiate the ritual, I must rely on Wu Xian's body, but the final step still requires my own strength. Wu Xian's body is very useful, but it is also too fragile. If he fails to balance and relies on external forces to detach, he will destroy this body and the ritual cannot continue. I don't trust any external force, but you are the best key. The power from oppression is a great idea, but it also means how much strength you can exert depends on how much oppression I cause you. Bastard! Calm down, although my strength has been drained, as the brother of the Black Witch King, Wu Xian's strength is not bad. Under the control of my consciousness, the power of the Black Witch King that you inherited is not so effective. Why don't you honestly join me in enjoying the farewell performance? Do you know why this domain is so hostile towards outsiders? Do you know why such a huge domain resource is so expensive and scarce? Do you know the origin of the two weapons in your hand? You don't think you're the only one who has a chance encounter, do you? I've already said that I've been following you, so you don't have to think about using those two swords to overturn the situation. This kind of thing. How can we know without trying? You are special, so I can tolerate your resistance. Because I have always believed that conflicts between people only stem from a lack of understanding. The best way to eliminate disputes. Naturally, it is meant to make everyone understand. Ages ago. Always hiding behind that one, I've been annoyed by your posture for a long time. I don't know what ability you have to make that person value you so much. Have you calmed down now? If you want to calm down, please don't disturb me. You guy. How is it possible to deflate? Could you please take your feet away? Take your mother. Do not bully others. Remember it to me. You guys should remember, don't let me catch you again. Damn it. Why don't you fight back when you're clearly strong? Because it's not necessary. Don't always rely on me to help you. I'm also very busy. But they don't like me because of you. If I retaliate, wouldn't I admit to their feelings? So if you don't retaliate, are you criticizing me? Auntie, isn't she qualified to let you take action? The only thing we need to fight for is items, and you are my most important friend. I won't punch you for those inferior reasons. What's important? Speak up and say something. Punch for me, really. Always saying things that people don't understand. So whether it's punching me in the face, insulting me, or whatever they do, I won't care. I only lose when I retaliate in their way. Xiao Hong, you're right. I support you. If you don't understand, don't pretend to understand. Just be honest and say that you don't understand. Oh, I can understand you anyway. As long as others can understand you from now on, you won't have so much trouble. It's not more important than making people understand me. This is it. What is it? The origin of everything and the hope of ascension. Flying up. Isn't this already proven unrealistic? Only when it is truly impossible is it unrealistic. If it's just that we can't do it, it's just an excuse for incompetence. Firstly, we need to know that the existence of spiritual patterns proves that heaven and earth do not dislike people's cultivation, otherwise there would be no innate spiritual patterns. But the existence of heavenly tribulation proves that once a person cultivates to a certain extent, they will be rejected by heaven and earth. But the tribulation is not irresistible, but after resisting it, there hasn't been much change. In the end, humans did not become stronger, and heaven and earth did not have any other reactions. The logic is flawed here, isn't it? This process is meaningless. But where in this world are there so many meaningless things, especially those related to the foundation of all cultivation systems? You just need to know that cultivation is a process of moving forward, with only two possibilities, failure or reaching the end. I will never fall into a useless loop halfway unless we take the wrong path in between. That's right, others are bound by common sense and have never doubted, but I will never be limited by so-called common sense. So I found this. Who hasn't seen any record of this stone statue? Of course there won't be any records, but this one is beyond all records. What I just told you is the future of cultivators, and now what I am showing you is the origin of the world. This is the only trace I found after reading all the records and traveling through mountains and rivers. The world did not come out of thin air, but was created by a great being with great power in the vast chaos. Perhaps this breakthrough was just a casual act, or perhaps it was truly unsuccessful. In short, this was a failed creation that resulted in an incomplete world, which is also the reason why our path of cultivation has encountered problems. If the world is incomplete, wouldn't it be impossible to ascend? It should have been like this, but this great being came up with a solution. An incomplete world cannot ascend, so all we need to do is make up for it. And that existence left behind two methods. One of them is to use the method of spreading cultivation to activate the spiritual energy of the entire world and spontaneously replenish oneself. Linguin is the embodiment of this method, which is not only the foundation of the cultivator himself, but also the hub of heaven and earth. The cultivator's continuous practice of spiritual patterns is a constant repair of this world. This method is simple and long-lasting, although it may not be immediately apparent, it leaves hope for the future. However, in this way, we will definitely not see the day when we can ascend, so there is a second method. The second one is to use the four swords of Kaition left by the Great Existence to break through the barriers of the world and attract external spiritual energy and laws to supplement our world. When I found this relic, I obtained the formation diagram using the Kaition four swords. From now on, all I need to do is find the four swords. There should be a third method in the incomplete record, but I am confident that I can achieve the first two without forcing the third method. So this is the important thing. After I finish filling the world, you can transcend with me, okay? I decline. I don't quite understand what you're saying, but breaking through the barriers of the world is dangerous no matter how you look at it. I don't want this kind of transcendence that can cause huge damage. But not attracting external spiritual energy and rules will also drag down the hierarchy of the world itself. The completion of rules is also a good thing for the world. It is precisely for this reason that the Creator left behind the method. So why don't we use the first method? I don't know what variables there will be if it's too slow. And the method of spreading cultivation is a very complex and troublesome thing. Who would be willing to persist in doing so? I do. Whatever you do, there will always be results. The method of spreading cultivation may not work, but I believe it can. So let me do it. I will definitely teach the methods of cultivation. Okay, I promise you. Next, I will only search for 4 divine swords, but as long as you haven't failed, I won't use the second method. Okay, we agreed. Next, it's up to me. I must be the best teacher. Do you know, Aching? The hardest part of preaching is not imparting, but making those people accept it. Being too naive can lead to accidents. After making the agreement, the Blood Demon King fled to the world in search of the divine sword. And King Qingxian embarked on a great mission of preaching to all directions until... Why? Because of Xingming, Domi Cho, and because you are too strong. Xiao Hong. Aching, you are selfless in sharing, but those people won't believe that there are such good people in the world, let alone that although you have taught your own martial arts without reservation, your talent is not comparable to theirs. These people won't look for reasons within themselves. When they see you so powerful and disappear from the crowd, they will only suspect whether you are hiding something. I can save you this time, but I can't guarantee that I'll always be by your side, so... Let's use my method instead. Xiao Hong, what do you want to do? The joys and sorrows of people cannot be connected. Since they cannot be understood, it is better not to let people understand. I haven't failed yet. We agreed that as long as I haven't failed yet, you can't use the second method. We did have an agreement. I won't lie to you, nor will I break my promise to you. So I will never use the second method. And you? Do you remember the third method I mentioned before? I found it. Whether it's improving the world from the inside out or repairing the world from the outside in. How can it compare to opening up a new world and making the world perfect directly? The imperfect creation left behind a back door. Although I am definitely not as good as the creator of the world. Xiling City. Zhongling City. Blood Spirit City. But with the help of the Divine Sword, I can still restart the world. And the remnants left after the restart are enough for me to create again. By then, a complete world will not only allow us to transcend, but also give everyone the opportunity to transcend. What transcends are the creatures of the old world and the new world. Answer me. This is a great sacrifice. Naively, you can't adapt to those sinful people. It's better to rest here. Everything. Leave everything to me. No, no, this choice is absolutely wrong. I have to stop Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong has set a ban that prevents me from leaving, but the ban only applies to my unrecognizable residual soul. If you leave with my inheritance, you must find someone to stop Xiao Hong. Indeed, as a friend, one must prevent their mistakes. But one remnant soul may not be enough. A few more are needed. In this way, more people can learn the technique. Maybe I can upgrade the world without anyone stopping me. Ha ha ha, that's it. That's it. Stop Xiao Hong. Complete mission. But the hemostatic version king. What do I need to do? I want. Kill the blood demon king. Escaping is not a good choice. You are not Wu Xian. What do you really want to do? Does your question make sense to a dying person? Even if you die, I won't let you be satisfied. Why bother? All I need is the true power of the witch. Even if you die, it will be passed down to the next heir. So you're not completely clueless, are you? Ha ha ha, I have already passed on my power to the next generation of Wu Zhen, and she was taken away from the Xiling domain by someone. Then go die. If you want to kill me, but no matter what, you won't be able to obtain the power of Wu Zhen. I don't mind waiting for so many years. The true power of witchcraft lies in its inheritance. Without the guidance of the White Witch clan, it is uncertain whether she will live to adulthood. Even if she manages to survive, there are 3 ways to even transcend. It's just that the witch's true power is limited. Can't I find an alternative way? Poor little one, if you're lucky enough to meet me, just let you be Fanner's maid. In the future, you'll be called Xiaoyu. So this is all the past. I just never expected Ah Ching to be able to do this to stop me. But since Ah Ching was so scared of this, I can't let go anymore. This is the necessary sacrifice. In the absence of all 4 swords, only the power of Wu Jin can grasp the sword of slaying immortal. Although I have come up with an alternative solution, it is still the original and most convenient. The Luxian sword is very special because the shielding domain, as the incomplete domain created last, is very fragile. So the creator placed the last two divine swords here as the support of the world. Two divine swords are each other's inner and outer surfaces. The slaying immortal sword requires 10 witches as its energy source to sustain itself in this world, and more importantly, it requires witches to hold onto it. And the trapped immortal sword inside requires. Only when the three divine swords enter the fierce battle can they appear in the world. This is how you express your emotions. Please do your best to bring me the last divine sword. My power is not to show you the fallen immortal sword, nor will it fall into your hands. Faster. I must defeat you. Really? What level of determination can you reach? Why are you hesitating? I know your past, according to your personality, should not be threatened by me. So you should know clearly that only by stabbing your sword can you save the world and your lover, right? Because you are afraid that you have lost confidence and are no longer as confident as before that you can save people without being threatened. Because the love in your heart makes you hesitate when facing my strongest enemy. After understanding the past, you no longer have to be bound by vows, and because you love you, having flaws and weaknesses will inevitably prevent you from winning in the confrontation. Your failure is already predetermined. Why do you still have to engage in this meaningless battle with me? Because of the love in your mouth. The heaviness of life. The killings you carried out in the past, and the inevitable destruction after restarting the world, are all reasons for me to fight with you. You are more mature than I imagined. I am also stronger than you remember. I now understand better than anyone that if I don't stop you, it will only lead to destruction. I will never let you use Xiaoyu's body to commit such a crime. Will it really only bring destruction? You hesitated because of love and chose to fight me because of love. Do you believe in the love between me and Aching? If I were only to destroy the world, wouldn't I abandon Aching's persistence as if it were a waste? If destruction is not for the sake of rebirth, wouldn't my promise with Aching become a joke? The restart of the world is just the beginning. The old world will not disappear out of thin air. It will be remade into a new world under my control. Everything from the old world will become the cornerstone of the new world. The new world will inherit everything from the old world and become a more perfect world. From the destruction of reboot to the rebirth of creation, everything will start again. And at that time, creatures who have crossed the old and new worlds together will achieve mutual understanding in a completely new world. The barrier between hearts will become the unchanged past, which will be abandoned, and sentient beings will usher in a brand new future. This is the new world I dedicate to Aching. Do you still want to stop me like this? Just watch quietly. When I complete the sublimation of the world, you will find that nothing has changed like the past. What about the future if the past hasn't changed? The inevitable consumption of the transition between the old and new worlds, without saying a word, can make those who died at your hands disappear. Are the vengeful souls of the White Witch clan still alive? Will these deceased still appear in the new world? You are not qualified to make choices on behalf of others when it comes to necessary sacrifices. I cannot accept the nauseating logic of using the sacrifices of others to create a new world that belongs to you. What do you mean by allowing everyone to transcend? What you used to forge in the old world was just a birdcage. I won't let you suffer at the cost of destruction. Master everyone's future. This heart is as strong as iron. Goodbye, Xiaoyu. I'll be with you soon. It's true that we should say goodbye, but we should leave. You're the one. Can I make you believe that it's not important to me at all? If it weren't for the sake of making the fallen sword appear in this world, what qualifications do you think you have to stand in front of me? The weak have no right to choose. Although it's just an unqualified remnant, you are still the heir of Aching. Watch me reshape this world and dominate the future I want. Sword formation. Is this the power of creation? You don't value the weak, so you put your plan clearly in front of me. And after I made up my mind, knowing your thoughts, the best choice should not be to fight you. You also said before that this moment is the ultimate moment. That means as long as I choose to escape and cannot summon the sword of the fallen immortal, you will inevitably face failure. Why didn't you choose to leave and instead fight according to my ideas to make the situation what I wanted? Because evasion cannot solve the problem, even if you kill all the white witches. As long as the black witches are still alive, the power of the 10 witches will inevitably be reborn in the witch clan. Temporary avoidance is meaningless, it's just spending the rest of one's life in fear. You are very smart and understand that since I can wait for so many years, I don't mind waiting for the next time when the 10 witches reappear. Accepting fate is indeed your wisest choice. I will never accept my fate, nor will I avoid battle, nor will I not try to save people by escaping. I am standing here as the heir of the Qingxian king to issue a death notice to you. I know how to defeat you now. Defeat me. Where does a yellow-mouthed child get confidence from? It's them, these undead people you don't care about. I was seriously injured and dying before, but they saved me. My life is now connected to them. As long as you don't want to disrupt this ritual, you can't kill me. You see, I can destroy your sacrifice at any time now, just like I was able to escape before. But I wouldn't do it because you can only watch and say what can defeat me. I want to see what else a swordsman without an arm can do. Don't provoke me. No matter how much you torture me, I won't choose to commit suicide and let the sacrifice collapse. After all, I only have one life and you can start over countless times. I won't put my hope on someone else's promise. Only things I can make my own decisions in this world can count. See, the road to the old and new worlds has opened up. The old world will collapse here. Xiling City. Zhonling City. Blood Spirit City. And I will ascend to the throne of heaven with this. After I enter the gap between two worlds, no matter what you do, you cannot stop this ritual. Stop me. You don't have a chance anymore. Fate is already predetermined. Fate. You got it wrong, Blood Demon King. Fate is never a person's brush. Fate is the choice of all beings. Not only will I not stop you, but I will also help you. Previously, you mentioned that this ritual requires the use of 10 witches to sustain and the use of shamans to hold the sword of slaying immortal. But because the 10 witches have never gathered together, that's why you chose to slaughter the entire White Witch clan instead. Now let me help you complete the sacrifice ceremony with the 6-day supreme martial arts that condense the essence of 10 witches' lives. This also means that the vengeful souls of white witches who are bound by sacrificial rites will be liberated here. Thank you very much. Ngong. The Blood Demon King spoke of mutual understanding but disregarded it, dominating the future of others. Ngong. No one has the right to decide the future for others, and no one has the right to ignore the fate of others. No loyalty, no race, no everything. There is only one person named Mofin who hopes you can trust him. Entrust your fate to me and let me bear the burden of your future. How can we ignore Duke Yin and Gao Yi? You guys. White Witch Clan. Willing to die with Duke Yin. Not a class, not an iron, not a meal. Once hid under Mount Sumeru. National Waterfire Radiance Festival. We have finally reached this point. As long as two worlds start overlapping, everything from the old world will flow into the new world. And these cornerstones of the world, once they pass through my hands, will naturally be imbued with my breath. What? It's you. You take a break first, it'll be over soon. Kid, you surprised me, but you shouldn't have entered this field. The update has started, and no one can change it. Isn't it okay to just watch everything end quietly? Do you know that when I obtained the sword of slaying immortals, I once saw someone? I have always been curious about why he is in this world, and now I finally know what his identity is in this world. Is that what you're saying? The leader of the Tongtian sect once advised me to be careful, but now it seems that everything you have done should be in his eyes. You are a part of this world, so he, who is loving, will not take action against you. Is it difficult? That's the one. Don't guess blindly, I'll just take care of the Asura in your heart. But even if it's universal love like him, he still makes me careful. What do you think this means? Do you want to say that I made a mistake? Unfortunately weak. Compared to you, I am indeed considered weak. But now I'm not standing here for right or wrong, nor to prevent the arrival of a new world. I am the weak being played by you, the witch clan is the weak being, and the creatures of the three realms that you do not care about are also the weak. This battle is only for. Take back the future that belongs to the weak. Some people will die tomorrow, some will reunite tomorrow, some will achieve their dreams tomorrow, and everyone has their own tomorrow. What right do you have to deprive everyone of tomorrow? Cough cough, what is this force? This is what the Qingxian king, whom you once ignored, has always believed. The power of sentient beings. It's just the dust that's about to be swept away. Now that I hold the divine weapon of creation and destruction, I am the one who decides everything. You really make me familiar with your appearance. Isn't that what I looked like when I was scared just now? You're starting to feel scared too. Impossible. Have you agreed to become the heavenly old world of the new world? This is the battle of destiny. I carry their future and hope on my shoulders, but you have abandoned everything, even your closest friends have lost their souls because of you. A person who has nothing. How can we win? How could this be possible? Impossible. Gathering the power of sentient beings to transform the impossible into the possible. Fawn is a miracle. Let sentient beings decide their own fate and future. Don't you hesitate for a moment. This is the best opportunity to become the heavenly way of the new world and truly ascend to the heavens with one step. You finally appeared. The divine sword of creation and destruction was drawn out of a lottery by me as an unlucky person who was killed by a mobile phone explosion, which is a bit too lucky. The moment you know something, you can never turn back. I am a side news of the heavenly way in this world. If I had known, it was just a form of expression. At that time, the leader of the heavenly sect was dissatisfied with the outcome of the war of sealing gods and attempted to renegotiate the earth, wind, water, and fire for another round. But he was stopped by Hongjun Daozu. I haven't decided yet if I want to listen. Please ask others for their opinions carefully. The leader of the Tongtian sect, who chose to recreate the world, despite being 1/3 of the soul of Pangu, still failed. The leader chose creation for the sake of victory, but did not want a world that had already evolved to be shattered at will. So he left his artifact to stabilize the world. Merely being stable is not enough, and even creatures in the world seek ways to transcend. The world itself is no exception. And you are the answer I have found. You are an outsider and already have complete rules within yourself. After practicing the spiritual pattern system, every breakthrough you make is a completion and sublimation of the world. In theory, you should even be the first practitioner to ascend. Because when I reach the end of this world, it has already been filled, right? The Blood Demon King is indeed a genius who spreads the cultivation method and introduces external rules. The methods he has summarized are even being executed by you, who are the heavenly Tao. He is even better than I imagined, and the diffusion of cultivation methods that may be unstable due to human emotions, as well as the introduction of external rules that could truly destroy the world, are the most perfect ways to reopen the world. Everything happens within the world, unnoticed and unstoppable by anyone. So the Blood Demon King failed. When you think everything is predetermined, the only predetermined outcome is failure. Why don't I hesitate? It's because the Blood Demon King made me understand that the only thing a person can decide is themselves. I won't dictate the future of others, I will only decide my own future. But in this way, the new world will lose its heavenly path and cannot be completely filled. Isn't this a good thing? Isn't the moment when the world created by the reopening of the sealed god is filled up a signal of the beginning of war? Is this kind of completion really considered a good thing? I prefer the ideal of King Qingxian over becoming the heavenly way of the new world. A young master. Are you still calling the young master so unfamiliar? Call me Brother Lin in the future. Xiao Fanga. By the way, I thought of something very romantic. Let's make up for this world together.